Good morning to a gloriously sunny DP World Wanderers Stadium. It's the final day of the CSA 4-day series final between the DP World Lions and the Momentum Multiply Titans. I'm Ken Borland, and alongside me we have Dion Kreis. The Lions needing 7 more wickets today to win the final. The Titans have a deficit of 172 to erase in their follow-on innings. Dion, where is this game going today?
Yeah, probably only just one way, Ken, and you've got to put your money with the Lions. What a wonderful day for them yesterday, getting so far ahead in this match. I think the Titans would be happy if they can somehow survive the day and get away with a draw, but I think everything says to you that the Lions should win this.
The Lions need 7 wickets. What's going to be the best way of them going about getting those wickets? What is there in the conditions that can assist them?
I think there's enough purchase for a guy like Bjorn Fortuin. For me, he's going to be key. We've spoken about it quite a few times, where he's got to keep an end quiet, stop the scoring, and obviously take wickets, and I think he can fulfill that role. And then the seamers have been brilliant. Sapamla, Cody Yusuf. So if they can maintain that sort of pressure on the Titans batters, I think it's going to be really hard work for them.
From the Titans' point of view, a much better second innings effort, 118 for 3. Deficit of 172. We've got a guy like Luandro Pretorius at the crease. We know how quickly he can score. If things go really well and the Titans score another 100 runs without losing too many wickets, do you think that could encourage Luandro Pretorius to take the approach of trying to erase that deficit as quickly as possible?
Well, I think it's a difficult one in the sense that trying to save the game, because every run you go in front, it sort of counts for 2 because it takes time out of the match. Trying to win the game, I don't think that's an option. There won't be enough time for the Titans to get far enough ahead and take 10 wickets. I know we've seen wonderful things, 81 in Headingley and so forth, but I don't think that's going to happen today. So mostly I think it'll be for the Titans just to try and survive whichever way they feel is going to work best for them, whether that's playing normally or defensively.
Well, it's going to be a fascinating final day here at the Wanderers. Do join us at 9:30 for the first ball.
Welcome everybody to day 5 of what's been an enthralling match between the DP World Lions and the Momentum Multiply Titans. I think typically what you get on a day 5 wicket, up and down, especially at the Wanderers. But what has been really good, I got to say, typically we tend to see cracks on day 5, but you got to say this wicket has held up pretty well. It was pretty dry on day 1, but it was on day 1 and day 2. And what we're seeing right now, seeing some good opportunities there for the spinners, especially for Bjorn. As we look at the surface on day 5, there's a nice rough area here for Bjorn, and he's used it really well. And what makes it really hard for most batters at the DP World Wanderers, not only do you get turn, but there's a lot of bounce. So you have to consider the turn and also the amount of bounce that you're getting. So it does bring all the fielders short leg slip, and of course, if the ball doesn't turn, it offers a bit of slip as well. We move along though. I did mention on day 2 and day 3 the importance of bowling a lot fuller on the surface. As we look here on about 4.5-5 meter lengths, there's a couple of divots that we see on the surface. These will also provide unvariable bounce, where if it hits on either side of these divots, the ball would deviate. But what's been good from the DP World Lions bowlers, I think they've been very consistent in these lengths. And what they've done is asked a lot of good questions. And outside off stump, as we look at the dismissals in the first innings, 7 wickets fell to the seamers, and most of them LBW bowled caught behind. So that's exactly what you want on a day 4, day 5 wicket, keeping up and down, invariable bounce, giving yourself plenty of options. But as we move along, as we see, there's some good areas as well for the batters. It doesn't only offer the bowlers something to think about, but it also gives good value for shots, and that's one been really good. As we see here on the length towards the corner drive end, there's still some thick grass areas, so it's held up well in these areas, but I think it's important that you keep giving an opportunity to some of the batters. But on day 5, it's going to require a lot of players. I think you got someone like Keegan Peterson who's been really good. Your old school type of batters who can grind it out, and it's going to be how many good partnerships can you find. Good partnership, 100-round style partnership. Don't allow the opposition to get on top of you. If you do get on top, maybe it might offer an opportunity for the Titans to turn this deficit of 170 plus, and all of a sudden in that last session, maybe the Lions might be chasing 100 or so. So a lot of play ahead of us. I think what's important is to see how the Lions start, and of course how the Momentum Multiply Titans see out this bowling attack from the Lions.
match that's on right now, the final between the Lions and Titans. And the summary there will tell you exactly where the game is at on this fifth morning. 413 for 7 with the DP World Lions, and the Momentum Multiply Titans, unfortunately, a paltry reply of 123, which gave the Lions a lead of 290. They enforced the follow-on, and at present, the Titans stand at 118 for 3 in that 36.4 overs bowled yesterday, just between pre-tee and post-tee. And then, of course, once again, there was an early end to the proceedings. Keegan Peterson remains not out on 50, his second 50 of the match, and it was a lot more polished than it was in the first innings, given the fact, of course, that the pitch played so much better. Dewald Pretorius, another key wicket yesterday evening, and the Lions were cock-a-hoop in celebration as they picked up the wicket of the dangerous young man. So the Lions make their way out to the middle, and also in the middle, along with Peterson is Loandre Pretorius, and a lot hinges on this partnership as to how far they can extend it into the period towards lunch and maybe even beyond. And we know for a certain that there's one team in the pound seats here, and as far as Titans are concerned, they need to occupy for as long as possible, at least somewhere along the line, push it past the deficit of 172 and make sure that they actually save the game. So a lot to play for, no doubt, and it is, of course, the title that is at stake here. And with me for the opening half an hour, happy to welcome Ken Maloney. Or is it Gert Maloney? Pardon me.
No problem, Mr. Kota. Thank you very much. It's an absolute honor sharing the booth with you. And as you mentioned, there's only one team that can really lose it from here. That's the Lions. The Titans will do very well to save it from here. It is going to be an exceptional effort from them. And you've got to feel that the next two partnerships is going to be the telling ones. The one between Peterson, Pretorius, and then Munsami coming in behind him. It's going to be two deliveries just to finish up where we ended off yesterday with Bjorn Fortuin coming in.
And I expect he's going to do a lot of hard work today from this end. So play gets underway with the first flighted delivery to Peterson. And yeah, there's obviously so much of conjecture. It could all just end so quickly too. So having said that, we'll discuss the pitch in a moment. Down the track, and just neatly handles it out to the onside. And that will end the first two balls of the fifth morning of play, 118 for 3. And I went down and had a look at the pitch because I'm always curious as to the deterioration, if any, in the pitch. And I must say that this is the fifth day. We know that for at least 1.5 days, almost 2 days, this pitch wasn't used, but it's held up magnificently. There's no indentations, there's no skid marks, and there's an element of dryness on it, but it still looks like it's going to play well as far as batsmen are concerned. And we saw that pretty evident in the way things had gone along. And that's the pitch.
You could just see the pitch there, and it does look like a day 3 pitch, doesn't it? Just gives you that feel because of the first 1.5 days that we've left out. It does feel like a day 3 pitch. It's probably going to be the best to bat at the moment. So the Titans need to use it as much as they possibly can. And also, the one thing I feel that they should not forget is keep a positive frame of mind. Don't go into your shell. Just don't go on defense. If there's a bad delivery, put it away, because that will just put a bit of pressure back on the Lions.
Exactly right. So Cody Yusuf will open proceedings from the far side, which is the golf course end. So yeah, I mean, we've seen the picture of the pitch. I must say that there was an element of green over the first 2 days, maybe even the third day. That's now just about disappeared, and it's straw-colored, but really evenly pressed down. Again, there was the roller over the pitch. And generally what you look for early in the morning if you want to get any evidence of moisture in the pitch is to see if it picks up any of that of the leftover grass on the surface. There was very little of it this morning. No! Getting nicely across the line there is Pretorius, making sure that he defends competently and looks to stay in control. And talking, and you make an interesting, or you made an important point as well about being positive, because I was speaking to Albie Morkel, who at present is the stand-in coach, and he'll be taking over come the new season. And I did say, are you guys ready to pull off an Atherton-like, Atherton-esque innings here? And he says, well, that's really the point. But more importantly, in order to make sure that they can force the draw here, is to bat positively. And that's typical Albemarle for you. And he did say that once we get over the deficit, to just stay in there and hang in there and at least force the draw. Because, as you said, there's just one team in a position here to pull off a win, and that is the defending champions.
Yes, Albemarle, not one known for getting into his shell when batting. But it's also one of those things where the bowlers, you don't want to get their tails up either, because their tail have been up basically for the whole inning. Especially this man bowling now, Cody Yusuf is one of those bowlers. Once his tail is up, it's like a shark in water. He just smells blood and he goes after you. And he makes it life very hard, as we saw at the back end of the Titans innings, picking up those 4 wickets. He does make life very, very difficult for you, and he hits those hard lengths. He almost makes you play every single delivery.
Yeah, the one thing we look at his energy and his consistency, I think, has been one of the hallmarks of his performances this season, because I think that is what was lacking in the last, say, 1.5, 2 seasons, and he's really come together, and I'm sure that under the tutelage of Alan Donald, it's all part of his makeup. He looks confident. He's backed by his captain and coaches, and I think that's also very, very important. But the point I wanted to make was that as we watch this delivery, oh, that's a glorious looking drive. Just half foot forward and punches it through the cover point area for 4. First boundary and the first runs of the morning. And expect that from Pretorius. Anything loose, anything outside the off stump or short, he's going to certainly handle it with the type of capabilities that we've now become used to in the short time that we've had the privilege to watch this young man in his growth.
You can just see him just going back and across and just getting the width that he was looking for. A lovely shot through the point region. And you mentioned the bowlers under the cartilage of Alan Donald. What great work would it be for Albemarle, or shall I say Luandre Pretorius, being under the cartilage of Albemarle?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it must have been a case of, listen, go out there, pick up your, would it be his 2nd century if he does get there in the season, and continue, make this as part of your growth. And more importantly, I think here it will be a mental approach that he will learn in the longer version, and with his team in such a precarious position, to try and play an innings of real character to come through. And as I said, that will just be part of his growth. So Sipamla sharing the ball in the morning. Sima into the attack. So for so many reasons, this is an important period for Pretorius and, of course, his team. And we talk about his rapid growth and the fact that he looks so mature at the crease already. This will just teach him a sense of what exactly it is in the longer version. And talking about the longer version, I was just going to say that the one thing is, because the cricketers don't play that much of 4-day cricket, you always wonder about the fitness and so on. So we had 2 days of no cricket. And in that first innings, 123 runs certainly wasn't enough, and they only bowled 47 overs. So the bowlers, in essence, for the as far as the Lions are concerned, haven't really been stretched. So this is the one performance that I'm sure Hashim Amla and Alan Donald will have told them this morning. It's your last effort, your last gasp effort for the season, and you'll be rewarded with another trophy. So I'm sure they'll be up for it. Just one and a half slip in position and a gully for Sipamla on this 5th morning. With Sipamla just coming in, he's the quicker of the bowlers. He's bowled some really excellent spells. I would still have a first slip in position at least for the opening overs, because it's a time of vulnerability early in the morning. Batsman trying to get his eye in, just trying to get in the atmosphere to see how the pitch is playing. And you hope for a moment of tentativeness and to pick up a wicket. Let's see. what the idea is as far as Dominic Hendricks is concerned.
I think it's one of those difficult questions that a captain always asks his bowler is, how does the ball feel in the hand? Is there still lateral movement? Early in the morning there would be, so I got to tend to agree with you. I would have had 2 slips in there, a first and a second with the gully, just to put a little bit of more pressure and maybe have a few more voices in the ear of Keegan and Luandre, just telling them, giving him some lovely batting advice as the slips normally do behind them.
Yeah, indeed they do. Now, just keeping an eye on the first few deliveries from Sipamla. They've gone through to Esterhazy, the keeper, at around knee height. So there's an early indication that it clearly has flattened out. We saw huge evidence of that yesterday evening. And it was no wonder that Van Heerden got to a very competent 24. He was obviously looking to hang in there for a long time. And then was magnificently snaffled by Hamza at first slip. It wasn't a catch, it was a grab. But so quick it was, 410 picked up that wicket. And then just the way Brevis, who came in, hit 5 fours, looked to be pretty aggressive early on, and then was trapped LBW by Sipamla. And of course had to leave the cauldron rather disappointed, and more so very aggrieved, because he got some real words from some of the Lions players, and he turned to actually retaliate, verbally of course. And the umpires turned him on his way towards the dressing room. But it was a tough period, and in between all of that, Peterson played magnificently. 50 of 97. His 43rd half a century, which included 8 fours. 123 for 3. So here's the wickets that fell. 14 picking up the wicket of Van Heerden. This was in the first innings. And then Sipamla getting in very early and trapping the captain LBW. Immediately gets the affirmative from the umpire. And then Sipamla again picked up the third. A fabulous edge found, and a fantastic catch by Makwetu at third slip, diving far to his right to pick up the wicket. And I think that particular short spell of 7.4 overs on that third evening was where the match was really decided, because the next morning, with a deficit of 397, it just meant that the work was going to be that much harder, and they couldn't muster any more partnerships of note, and eventually a lead of 290 was conceded. So we've seen some fine bowling, not just in this match, but for most of the season from the Lions attack.
It has been one of those where a couple of wickets has just changed the complexity of the game completely. And those 3 wickets at the lattice, or that first part of the innings of the Titans, those really changed the game. And also, if you look at Luther Sipamla, he picked up Neil Brandt and Devil Brevis twice in the match. So he definitely has a few men in his pocket. And Cody Youssef, oh, what a revelation he's been over the last couple of seasons.
He's in again. I'm just trying to think of his Pretorius's movement on the pitch, and how would a batsman actually look, a bowler actually look to try and pry him out? Because it reminds you always of a right-handed Steve Smith, who does get so far across. And I remember asking Philander on air, how would you actually attack a player who has that kind of a approach? This is again over-pitched and well played, but well fielded in that wideish cover region. So no runs. And he said it's very difficult. But the key, and I suppose this is what was on his mind, if he had a plan to Steve Smith, it was to keep it as straight as possible and to make sure that he's looking to still just aim to hit the top of off stump, because if he made the mistake, he was going to go. And that didn't happen very often when it came to Steve Smith and batting.
I think the important thing to remember when it comes to your plans is sticking to your plan. The batsman is obviously doing that to offset your line, offset your length. We've seen Luandre Pretorius also just not the shimmy across, also come down a step or two as well, just to upset the length. And as you mentioned, make sure the batter makes the mistake, especially in the longer format. You have a bit of time to work him out and set the field accordingly. But he's been in such sublime form and such lovely hands, does Luandre Pretorius possess, that it does make life difficult for bowlers.
Yeah, this time again, he moves so nicely across. That trigger movement is key to the way he actually sets himself up and plays this quite nicely down to the leg side for another single. So the one thing is, if the ball is newer, if the pitch is a little helpful, if you're going back and across, and if you're bowling to a left-hander in particular, in this case Pretorius, then it's that short of a length delivery, leaving him at around shoulder height, or at least let's say above navel height, to try and maybe get him to edge it towards the slips, or at least the keeper. It's going to be a little difficult with the ball into its 39th over now, and or 40th over, and on the 5th day pitch. So the field remains the same, apart from a short cover. Catching. End of the over. 124 for 3 after 40 overs. So they still trail by 166.
Also very important to remember, if a batter does move across like that, we just see the wickets again from the first innings. Van Heerden, Brandt, all succumbing to lovely deliveries. Brandt wasn't too happy with that decision that he faced. Devil Brevis got an edge, and oh, what a lovely take it was. Just look at the exuberance. And this was just a lovely slider going through the defenses. This is Keegan Peterson on his 50. Just a ball cutting back from Moreki. You can see Andile Petlokwaya. He never looked comfortable in that innings. Those 5 deliveries that he faced. And you can just see him looking around as well. And then that was just a sharp catch. This was when Cody Yusuf really got into his own and made life very difficult for the Titan batters. That was a young man, Janko Smith. And then, I actually feel that Ndwandwa was hard done by. He probably got the ball of the innings.
Yeah, I think that was he was just beaten for pace there, because you wondered as he went forward that it looked like he had covered everything, but by the time he actually moved, the ball had gone through and split his defenses. Another single to Pretorius out to the onside.
That was one of those just a lovely. It makes every coach glad when you see a delivery like that, hitting top of off. Years of practice comes into action. But you can just hear that the Lions' tails are up, because the chatter, even from where we're sitting, you can hear it on the stump mic. It's just chatter the whole time, movement, all the positive body language on the field as well.
I reckon it would be an idea to maybe just look to try and get under the chin of Pretorius, given the fact that we're talking about his maturity and so on. But who knows how you react to some verbal banter, to see maybe that you force him to start playing his shots early and then hole out. And that's all part of the game.
Yeah, that's one of those things that can either work for you or work very much against you.
Absolutely true. Teams learn very quickly. Faf du Plessis comes to mind here at this very ground. And you know what? The banter wasn't from, I think it wasn't it was 100 against, was it India? And he had hurt his finger in a previous match, and it was so bad that he was almost not going to play in the test that followed. And then he took a blow to that same finger again, and he needed some attention close towards that where the players' dugout is at the Wanderers. And in his book, he writes that one of the spectators sitting quite close to the boundary actually said, you know, get on with it, don't be a sissy. And he was at that moment thinking that, listen, I don't think I can carry on here, because another blow here and I'm gone, you know. And these days players worry because they have all of these other contracts that they need to fulfill. He said, I just turned on my heels. I told the guy, strap me up and I'll go, and he got the 100.
Yeah, some guys just get fired up once you start talking to them.
Yeah, it's a lovely story. That there's a number of players that responded in that way. Brian Lara certainly comes to mind. And the Aussies learned that very, very quickly. He was a young gun in his first tour. On his first tour to Australia, he had yet to get 100 in a test match, and showed all the promise that it will happen soon. And it all came together in Sydney with a magnificent 277. And there was some chirp that happened when he was somewhere in the 70s. And 200 runs later, he was still at the crease. Oh, that's very well fielded. Good effort.
Yeah, also another man that comes to mind is the unit, Matthew Hayden. They always said they don't like chirping him because he just responded with a couple of big blows and a couple of choice words of his own. Just see the second innings wickets here. Aslam Kota just playing away from his body, did Neil Brunt then?
Yeah, it looked too easy because he struck the ball quite nicely, and then that's the little grab that I was talking about. Just a magnificent catch by Zubair Hamza. And then Sipamla in again, this time to Brevis. Traps him in front. He appeals for LBW, gets the decision. And then somewhere along the line there was some words exchanged. And young Brevis had to make his way back to the pavilion. And he really looked good until then. He hit 5 fours in that short innings of just 28 deliveries, 26 runs coming off it. And again, that was a key wicket towards the end of the play yesterday. Now that's the area I'm talking about. A little quicker and a little more bounce on hand, and you could easily pick up the outside edge. The other story, of course, is to just run the maybe round off the Brian Lara stories. Of course, a few months later, his daughter was born, and he named her Sydney.
I'll talk about the ultimate chirp then. I gotta love the work here from Cody Yusuf. He's really one of those bowlers that I've looked over the last couple of seasons that has just made the batters play. Doesn't matter if it's white ball or red ball cricket. He's just one of those bowlers that enjoy batters coming at him, that love to see the batters going after him in the shorter format and longer format. He just wants them to play each and every delivery. And I think that's been a testament of his success over the couple of months.
That's right. He's at you all the time. He bowls that hard ball, as they say, and it hits the bat very hard. His presence is very much there. It's just such a pity that he's not maybe another 6 to 10 inches or 12 centimeters taller, because he would certainly be a very imposing figure running in to the batters. Yeah, that's the one. That's a good replay to just maybe indicate again the area that they need to be hitting outside that off stump. Maybe Moreki, who will be the fresher of the lot when he does come on, maybe look to try and exploit that area outside the off stump. Because if it's too short, then you and I know that Pretorius will just climb into it and he'll help himself to a boundary on the offside. If it's outside the off stump, he's not afraid of playing the uppercut. And he's just got a wonderful repertoire of strokes. For such a young man, it is quite amazing. I mean, in the modern game, we're beginning to see the reverse sweep just being a normal shot. Players actually get off the mark these days with it. And he's just shown amazing adaptability to the game. And we got early indications in that Under-19 World Cup. Again, gets beautifully into line, just eases it quietly onto the onside. Tidy looking stroke, and clearly looking to occupy the crease for as long as possible, looking to maybe complete the season on a high. Keegan Peterson.
And also that was Keegan Peterson's first runs of the morning after facing a couple of deliveries. He ended up on 50. That was his first double. So it just shows the patience that he's shown throughout the innings thus far. And the start of the morning, they know how important this partnership is.
I'm also curious with the fact that they do have the fielder out in that short cover position, because the pitch is actually playing so true that if you do play it on the up, you're still going to be able to control it because it's not hitting the higher part of your bat or the upper part of your bat. 128 for 3 after 42. So I don't know if that is just to maybe disconcert the batter to think that maybe these guys have some kind of plan afoot.
It also could just be have that sense of what is coming, as you mentioned, just the eye line, keeping the eyes steady, and also not allowing them to be just comfortable through hitting through the line. As you mentioned, the pitch is so true that they can actually hit on the up, score a couple of runs, maybe just waiting for that short one and feel they could take it on.
Yeah, stands with a very wide foot, and then the right foot is almost facing mid-on. He's looking for two. They'll stay for one, and wisely so. So happy to see that he's received a number of good deliveries. He's played it really well. Nothing loose yet to Pretorius. He started his innings on 6 this morning. He's hit one boundary. And as you say, Keegan Peterson, 50 overnight. And some 20 minutes later, he finally gets off his overnight score of 50. So it's all about occupation of the crease, just trying to tire out the bowling and shift the emphasis, shift the pressure onto the bowling team. There's still a lot of time left in the game. 93 overs says the scoreboard, but what we've seen over the last 3 days when we did have cricket was that play was then called off, and yesterday was the earliest of the 2 afternoons at just about 28 minutes past 4. The previous day it was at about 4:45. So I'm sure they'll all be aware of that. I can tell you that the weather is set fair. It is an absolutely glorious day for cricket in this early autumn part of the South African or in South Africa. That's a rather exaggerated move right across. And crafty bowlers will actually look to see the batter doing that a lot more often, and then look to hit the leg stump.
Yeah, bowlers will almost see that as almost a little bit of impatience coming in, saying that, might just be a little bit of lapse of concentration, or they might be looking to get off strike. How long would you wait till you introduce yourself as captain, Bjorn Fortuin? How long would you wait for that?
Well, the one thing I think, if you look at the statistics from the number of wickets that have fallen, 7 plus 10, and then we've got another 3 that have fallen, so that's exactly 20 wickets, and I think 4 or 5 of those have been to the spin. Ndwandwe, obviously, on the first day, you didn't expect that he was going to get any wickets because of the fact that there wasn't any turn on offer. But all of those have come through the hands of through Imad Fortuin or Bjorn Fortuin. The rest of them have fallen to the seam bowlers. Oh, there's a good lifting delivery. There's just an idea of testing the pitch, maybe going back of the length, the usual length at the Wanderers.
It's almost as if they hit that 6-meter mark. There's a little bit of lift, there's a little bit of carry. So you'll see this one wasn't really that short. Just, I beg your pardon, I was wrong. That was actually very, very short. That was about 10 meters down, very easily for Peterson. But I've noticed here at the Wanderers, normally that 6-meter mark's got nice carry, and as soon as you go a little bit fuller, it just tends to stay a tad low.
Again, back and across. I like the idea of back and across. We'll discuss that in a moment. 129 for 3, that's after 43 overs. And what did happen was I first got sort of an idea or wind of back and across when Dennis Amos was playing against the rampant West Indies in that famous tour of 1976 when Michael Holding and company just ran rampant. Tony Gregg, the captain there, talking about making the West Indies grovel for wickets. I think he was misunderstood somewhat. And clearly the West Indies didn't take too lightly to it, and they came in with all guns blazing, and it was a real struggle. And then Dennis Amos, the Warwickshire opener, decided that the one way to maybe get in line with these guys, because given the pace off the pitch especially, was that he was going to get back and across. He ended up getting 176 in the last test. And it was something that most cricketers then seemed to adopt as part of the trigger movement, which is exactly what Pretorius does, and he nudges this quite competently out to the onside.
Yeah, if you go through history of cricket, that was probably the bowling attack you didn't really want to upset. Was the West Indies back in the day, especially with the gentleman rule not there for only 2 lifters in an innings. You could actually be bombed by 6 out of 6, and with the attacking baseman they had, maybe not the best idea.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, the level of intimidation was unbelievable. And then, of course, they could take their time and use up all of their energy because they'd bowl sometimes as many as just 70 overs until the 90-over rule came into play. So they really milked the whole idea that all of the quartet could run in at full tilt and use up all of that energy, but they're not going to bowl through the whole day. Today, there's a demand by the ICC, of course, that you've got to get in 90 overs at best in a day's play.
Yeah, it's just you make sure that there's more results as well in Test match cricket as well, and with the introduction of T20, it's also made the batsmen just a little bit faster.
Yeah, good attempted Yorker length delivery, slightly slower on this occasion. Oh, and this has beaten the keeper. I think he was unsighted by Pretorius running through, the throw coming from mid-on, and it's rolled away for a boundary, so that'll be 5 runs, and we'll get confirmation from the umpire whether they actually completed 2.
Now you can see Peterson getting a slow start, digging that one out, a nice positive run through, going for the run out. Hit the wickets and then just ricocheted off there, and Keegan Peterson had a slow start. That would help the old strike rate. Scoring 7 runs already, with 4 runs being very fortuitous.
I must say I heard the sound, but I didn't see it actually hit the stumps because I was actually watching the fielders who's backing up. So you're right, and that's what obviously made it difficult for Connor Esterhazen to gather that ball before it ran away. So 5 runs for Keegan Peterson.
Stuff like that normally fires up a fast bowler as well, although he knows the intent wasn't there, but no fast bowler likes to go for overthrows, especially Cody Youssef, who doesn't need a lot of inspiration to get the blood boiling.
Yeah, the other point to make and to raise just before we leave is you asked when will it be a good time to have Fortuin in there. I reckon that even as a ploy, bring him in early, that if you induce a false stroke from either of the 2 batsmen early on, especially Pretorius, then you're really getting in there. So maybe that change for a short while, and of course if he does pick up the wicket, you may see an extended spell as well. But rather now than later in the session. That's just the way I'm seeing it for now.
I got to agree, just do something different. Something they would not expect because the wickets have gone to the seamers. Just get Bjorn Fortuin going early.
Oh, it's a beautiful looking drive, a half stop there, which means that it will be a haul in inside of the boundary. And they'll pick up 2 more runs. He has played that off drive beautifully. He's also been a wonderful demonstrator of the on drive, not just the straight one, but even wide of that mid-on and mid-wicket region, as Keegan Peterson. He got on top of 1 or 2 cuts with the short balls outside the off stump, so showing his repertoire. And very easy on the eye, he certainly is. I just felt him so sorry because he looked so much the part when he made his debut and looked a champion batsman, and then gets that debilitating injury. And it just seemed that even apart from physically, he wasn't mentally able to reattune himself to the game, and eventually lost his position in the national team. It's time for us to lose our positions here in the commentary box. Keegan Peterson's on 59, Pretorius on 16. At the end of 44, 138 for 3. Time for a commentary change. It's Ken and Dion.
Good morning again to Dion Crace, 139 for 3. Luto Sapamla continues.
Good morning, Ken. And with the chin music there and the music playing in the PA system, I was inspired to sing. I went to see Andrea Bocelli, the legend, last night. And I wish I could sing like that. The bowlers are going to have to make the ball sing a little bit here. It's gone a little bit flat, 40-odd overs bowled with, or almost 45 overs now bowled with a second new ball, or with this new ball rather, should I say, that it's a great time for these batters to bat now. And how can the Lions get the breakthrough? Because they need one.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you, Dion. We've had 7 overs and 2 balls this morning. We've had 21 runs added. And for the ball, there just doesn't seem to be much going on. Normally at the Wanderers, the first session, the first hour, the pacemen do get a little bit of assistance, but not much today.
The wicket's also quite slow. If you see the ball barely carrying to the keeper, where you normally expect it to be caught sort of hip or even above hip height from a good length. And I think the seamers have bowled well, but maybe in conditions like this, times like this, is when you really need an express bowler. A guy that can bowl 145 plus and just maybe try and ruffle up a few batters. You're not scared of going for a few runs because you know wickets are the key for you here. So I expect him to go to Bjorn Fortuin soon, for him to tie up an end and then rotate the seamers. But the second new ball, when we get there after lunch, it's going to be crucial.
And it's also good to see Tepo Moreki on the field this morning. He left the field late yesterday. You and I, Dion, when we were coming off the outfield, saw the really deep gouge that his knee made, impacting into the turf, and he really hobbled off quite painfully yesterday. So very good to see him back. And the Lions will be very happy that they haven't lost one of their seamers.
Well, thinking back to a guy like Simon Jones, who absolutely tore all his ligaments off doing something similar, we are happy to see him back on the field. Hopefully it won't affect him too much. Short ball tried by Sapamla, but there's not enough pace in this wicket really. Got a bowl that's so short for it to be effective. I'm also just thinking, as a batter now, you are going to get yourself out. The odds of you getting a ball that's got your name on it here are very low.
Having lost a day and a half to the wet outfield, this is almost like the third afternoon in real terms, which often is the best time to bat, isn't it? Before your deterioration comes in on the 4th and 5th days.
Yeah, we expect a bit of turn. We obviously had a look at the surface. Luandre just scratching outside his off stump there. So that's where I think we need Fortuin in the attack pretty soon. Give him 15, 20 odd overs to bowl before that second new ball becomes available. And you never know. If he bowls well enough, he might not even get to that second new ball. Because often in situations like this, seems like the start is good, but once you get one wicket, they can collapse.
You did see it briefly there while Luanda Pretorius was standing at his crease. There are 3 little dark patches on the pitch, little rough patches caused by the bowlers following through from the golf course end, just outside Pretorius' off stump. And that gives Bjorn Fortuin something to work with, bowling from the call it drive end. It is going to be Tepo Moreki to bowl now. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14 so far.
A little bit of a ginger run up there. He hasn't bowled too much in this match. Obviously that knock he took yesterday on this outfield, it's about as big as the divot that Jordan Spieth had at the Masters with that one year when he hit it in the water at 12, and then from the penalty area, or from the third shot, he had this chunk. Yeah, obviously Rory completing the Grand Slam last night. You've got to bring some golf into this, with the golf course just behind Moreki running into bowl.
Nicely tucked by Peterson. Bit of work to do for the two fielders on the leg side. Sapamla does haul it in, and a couple of runs for Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, for me, a guy like Moreki, he's got a test cap now, and he has definitely improved as a bowler. But I don't see, with the ball being 45 overs old now, the seamers being much of a threat. Yeah, yes, there's been a little bit of uneven balance, but it's been wide of the stumps. For me, Fortuin holds the key to this game.
I agree with you there. We did see on the field yesterday as one of the Lions had 4 substitute fielders on the field at one stage yesterday afternoon. Evan Jones was one of them. As we just see Luto Sapamla chatting to the support staff. And when you look at seam bowlers, Evan Jones might have been the sort of guy who could have been quite handy, I think, on this last day, banging it into the pitch, maybe trying to exploit some variable bounce. That one got up quite nicely from Moreki. Very well steered, though, by Keegan Peterson. And another couple of runs to the little maestro. He's really looked in good touch in this game. Half century in the first innings. Received a really good delivery from Tepo Moreki, jagging back to bowl him. But again, in this innings, 65 not out now. Looking really polished.
He's such a nice compact player, nice to watch, easy on the eye. Just thinking about the fielding there, I don't know why you still want to slide on this outfield. You've seen what can happen. Surely you've got to be aware. I know it's the modern thing to slide and be aggressive and have intent in the field, but you also have to have common sense.
Nicely pushed down the ground. Good timing on it by Peterson. He'll get one more.
Sorry, you speak about a guy like Evan Jones maybe being in the side and how he could have been effective. I think that's always the challenge of finding the balance in the team. Conditions, horses for courses, there's also that. Who do you play? What role does he fulfill? Is he going to be the guy that can help the bowling attack get 20 wickets or not?
To be fair, the trio of Sapamla, Cody Yusuf and Tepo Moreki have done the job for the Lions this season. 19 wickets each, all of them, before this final. Oh, Misfield will allow Pretorius to get another single.
No!
Thought about 2, but it would have been silly. Another guy, and I think it's Cody Yusuf at mid-on, sliding and doing some damage to himself. It's difficult. As we said this morning when we walked on the field, this is day 5 and still this outfield is quite soggy. So there might have been some unhappiness about missing the first day and a bit, but I think it was justified.
Certainly that first day, the run-ups on the call-it drive-in were dangerous, no question. And we also have been getting heavy dews every evening. So this outfield certainly not as quick as it normally is, and as you said, Dion, a bit soggy.
No!
Tepo Moreki completes his first over. Fairly tidy. His
Come on, boys.
previous contribution today was he made one really good diving save in the field, which was obviously a good sign for his fitness after that knee problem yesterday. 146 for 3 and 46 overs gone.
Dom.
Luto Sapamla will continue. There's a short cover in place for Landre Pretorius. Still one slip and a gully.
keep going back to what I said in the first innings a few times. I think Pretorius we know he's a stroke player, but he also understands the situation. I think he's quite a mature batter for a young guy. I would still like to see Sapamla here around the wicket, just attack the stumps a bit more. I think it's just too easy. He's also taking guard way outside off stump. As Sapamla goes around, he must be listening to us. He's got one of those little microphones in his ear. And once again, now all of a sudden he's made Pretorius change his game plan. Where now I feel if you get it right, he's going to have to play more deliveries, because I don't see caught behind as much of a threat as LBW or Bold.
Straight away, just angles onto the pads though. Yeah, Luandre Pretorius, I thought, batted with excellent restraint in the first innings. He was let down a bit by the tail and stranded on 30 not out, but he batted very sensibly, and he's done the same here in this innings. 36 balls now for his 18 runs, but he's been measured. You know, I think even when he's batting within himself, he's the sort of guy who still scores at a decent rate.
I think if you just take those two balls, it shows you how good a player he is. It might sound stupid, but the first ball over the wicket was outside off and he left it. The bowler changes his line, goes around the wicket, tries to make him play, but his technique's so good that he covers off stump, and he's now got the ability to use the angle and get the ball on the leg side to get off strike. So once again, I go back to, as a young batter, his game plans and his understanding, not just of the situation, but about how to score runs, how to construct an innings, is amazing.
I agree. I think he's a very complete batsman for someone who's just 19 years old. It really is amazing.
The other thing I spoke about previously was, from a coaching point of view, the first thing I look at a batter is he scared of the ball? We know he's not scared of the ball. The other big factor for me, sorry to interrupt you, is that does he want to bat for long periods of time? Some batters do enjoy batting, but they don't want to bat for 7 hours. I think and apparently it's in his contracts now, if he goes anywhere, he's got to have someone that can throw a ball to him for at least 2 hours a day. And that shows to me he wants to bat.
I think the ball might be scared of Luandre Pretorius, Dion, to be honest. He gives it a mighty thump. But it's a really good point you make. And he showed that in his first two first-class innings. Scored centuries in both of those two first-class innings, and both of them he had to graft a bit. They weren't smash and dash innings. They were proper 4-day knocks.
Yeah, the first one in Kaberga was on a wicket that has just done a little bit. It's not as free-flowing often as it is. And also coming in at 6, you've got to obviously have someone to stay with you to be able to bat, like you said, bat normally and not try and take it on as we know he can. I think the challenge is going to be, and we know he's going to play for South Africa at some stage. It'll almost be one of the biggest surprises if he doesn't. It's more a question of when. As we get to end of over number 47, 147 for 3. So the question for me is, and I think he's got that ability. So a lot of guys, when they get selected, it takes them a bit of time to adapt and make the adjustment and feel like they belong on that level. From what I've seen of him, every time he's been pushed up a level, he's taken to it like a duck to water. And I think being pushed into the national side, he'll do the same. But finding the right time, that's probably the key. When do you expose him? When and where? So do you take him, for example, to Australia for his first tour where you know it's going to be difficult? Or do you take him to the subcontinent where he's going to turn? So you need to find, with all due respect, maybe a Bangladesh home series or something like that, and just get him in the fray.
I think the important thing is that I think Luandre Pretorius, he's going to play the 2027 World Cup here on home soil. So the important thing is to make sure that when that tournament arrives, he already has a bit of international experience under his belt. He's already been assimilated into the Proteas team. So that's where the management comes in, and when do we select him, which games, how many caps do we get under his belt.
Reading about the 2019 World Cup that England won? Yes. They picked their team 4 years before, gave them as much exposure as possible. I think Rassie's done the same with rugby. You need 1,000+ caps to be actually to win a World Cup. It's been proven. No team has won a World Cup. So you also can't expect him, as you were saying, to play in that World Cup but only have 10 ODIs under his belt. He probably needs 30 to 40, which will be available. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. We first need to know who's going to be the new coach, and then selection after that.
As Pretorius gets another single, Shukri Conrad is probably the front runner for the white ball coach position, and I fancy Leandro Pretorius is just his sort of player. He likes young talent. He likes confident guys, the positive attitude, pugnacious batsman, Leandro Pretorius. If Shukri does become the new white ball coach, I'm sure he'll be bringing Leandro in sooner rather than later.
The other question is in whose position. So who do you leave out? It's when Imran Tahir wasn't selected for the World Cup and people saying he should play. I'm like, okay, in whose spot is he going to play? At that stage, Shamsi was doing well. You've got Maharaj, who's a great bowler himself. So it's all good and well saying he's got to play, and I get that, and I feel he should. I agree with you, especially as a left-hander. You need left-handers in our conditions, but which position? Where? You naturally think he's going to open, but who's going to open with him? Is Bavuma still going to play? Is Bavuma going to open? Is he going to bat 3? You've got Markram. So it's not as easy as just saying he's got to play.
Absolutely, there's a lot of batsmen in contention for that World Cup squad. Dewald Brevis playing in this game as well. Has had a great summer, much like Pretorius. He's in the mix. And then you've got the established guys who've done pretty well. I mean, Temba Bavuma's record is outstanding. Aidan Markram, you know what he could do. Tristan Stubbs, I believe we haven't seen him at his full potential yet. Ryan Rickleton, just scoring runs for fun at the moment.
Klaasen. Even Rassie van der Dussen. So it's actually a nice conundrum to have. You'd rather have who do I leave out instead of who do I pick?
Absolutely, and you mentioned Rassie van der Dussen, probably the Proteas' best batsman at the Champions Trophy recently. So showing the value of experience and that he's still very much up to the task of ODI cricket. End of the over, 148 for 3, 48 overs gone.
As Alan Donald makes his way around the field, he was chatting to Dewald Brevis this morning, and I interrupted briefly and wished Dewald well and said to him, you could ask that man how big an influence county cricket had in his career and his development as a player. And Dewald was very humble in what he said and very grateful, and said, I'm looking forward to this opportunity. I want to grow. I want to get better. And that's great to see from these guys. Sometimes you see a guy on the field and he's got a bit of a Faf, for me, is the classic example. A lot of people will think he's arrogant, but he's actually one of the most genuinely amazing people that you will ever meet. And I think we sometimes have this perception and so forth. And I think Brevis might also give that off a little bit, but he loves cricket, he loves batting, and he wants to improve.
Bjorn Fortuin, we've been waiting for this, to Pretorius. Just missed the rough patch there slightly, but that's what he'll be aiming for. You can see the 3 little rough patches just outside Pretorius's off stump. The one closest to Pretorius is too close.
I really like this field. You've got a semi-in-out field. You've got short leg and mid-wicket in on the leg side, and then you've got 3 guys on the boundary for if Pretorius wants to try and take him on and try and relieve the pressure by playing a big shot. And leaving a bit of gap on the offside.
Just speaking about Dewald Brevis, I like that we've seen him chatting to a lot of people during these 5 days. Alan Donald, of course, is from the opposition camp. Pretorius gets off strike. Yesterday, Dewald was walking around the field having a long chat with Albie Morkel. And just great that he's talking to these older guys and really soaking in the advice. And I second what you say about his personality. He's clearly a very confident guy, but certainly not arrogant. And I think to really succeed, certainly at international level, you need to have that confidence.
Without a doubt. Oh, my word.
Beautifully bowled.
I think on the topic of Brevis, for me, I agree that it's amazing that you speak to people and you want to learn. I think the challenge for him is going to have to learn how to filter information, because you are going to have every guy in your ear and like, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that. And I think that's where you have to be strong enough to find what works for Dewald. It might work for Albie, it might work for me, it might work for Alan, but what works for Dewald Brevis?
So Bjorn Fortuin's first over is up, and a bit of turn and bounce for him already, albeit to the right-hander. But the fact that turned and bounced like that off the good part of the pitch will encourage Bjorn Fortuin and might send a little bit of a shiver down the spine of Lundre Pretorius.
It's almost like a turn more to the right-hander, and now you now need one that doesn't turn, just to create a little bit of doubt.
Oh, that's going to be a boundary through mid-wicket. Very well put away by Luandre Pretorius. Minimum fuss.
I was thinking effortless. It's just straight onto his legs. We know a left-hander is supposed to be strong on his legs, and he is. Such good batting. Mareki also has to bowl that line and pitch it outside leg for Pretorius to have to play at that delivery. But because there isn't a lot of movement, Pretorius can just knock that into the massive gap on the leg side.
Square leg is coming in front of square now on the boundary.
I'm still going back to around the wicket here for Mareki. His natural shape is away from the left-hander. His bowling action is also past the parallel slightly. So for me, that makes it also easier to bowl around the wicket. I feel like you've got a little bit more of a margin of error by bowling over it. You can bring in LBW, you can bring in bowled. I'd be surprised if he gets an LBW bowled So for me, the only way he can get out Pretorius now is basically to get him caught.
And you've only got one slip in a gully.
The more balls they can leave, the better for them.
I think the Titans' approach this morning has been spot on. They've got that deficit started on 172. They've got it down to 137 already as we approach the first hour of play. And there haven't been any risks taken. It's just good, positive batsmanship, but also very solid defensively and leaving what they don't need to play.
Shall we remind the Lions of 2 test matches here? Atherton and Jack Russell, War and Blewett, if I remember correctly. Basically batting through the last day.
South Africa playing India when they very nearly chased down over 400 in the 4th innings.
Oh, but we did lose some wickets. Those days, if I remember, although those particular matches, we didn't take many wickets on the last day. Definitely not against Australia.
And then, strangely enough, when South Africa batted, our wickets tumbled.
Told you, I played many of those matches when it's flat when you bowl, and then when you bat, it's a green seamer.
We've seen a bit of that in this match. Lions batting for over 100 overs, 109 overs to make 413. Pitch looked pretty easy for batting, and then suddenly the Titans are bundled out for 123 in just 47 overs. Same pitch.
It was a high tide at the Vol Dam, that's why.
Well, it is high tide at the Vol Dam. They're opening all the sluice gates and they're warning of flooding. And so that's the end of our stint. 50 overs gone, 153 for 3. And we welcome Nona Pongolo and Gert Maloney.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ken, and thank you to Dion as well. First hour of play is come and gone. 153 for 3 so far. We've got to the point of 50 overs of second innings of the Momentum Multiply Titans. A game that is started very slowly in losing day 1, losing the first session rather of day 2. Played nicely off the pads. Beats Delano Potgieter at mid-wicket. It's only going to be 2 though. As I welcome Gert for our first time together to the commentary box.
Yeah, I'm a bit starstruck over the last couple of days here at the DP Wanderers as we bring up the 50 partnership between Peterson and Luandre Pretorius, and a great job they've done. And it just looks so flat out there, isn't it? There's nothing really seaming off and nothing really turning. So it's going to be hard work for the Lions picking up wickets.
What's been fascinating though for me, we ended day 4. It was 183 for 3. Keegan Peterson was on 50. Luandre Pretorius 6. The deficit of 172. Down the pitch, worked nicely again by Keegan Peterson. It's always going to be interesting to see how these Titans players go about batting in the second innings. Wasn't a really good effort in that first innings. Got blown away by the DP World Lions. And a lot of us thought the only way this game could open up is if the Titans bat poorly. And they've been such an exciting, enterprising side in this competition thus far. And did that surprise you how they went about batting in the first innings?
I don't think it surprised me as much as it It threw me a little bit because it almost looked like the positive intent they've had through the whole competition wasn't there in their first innings. Now you see these two bats, and this is kind of what we got used to.
Short. Played nicely there from Luandra Pretorius. A lot of work on the boundary from Luto Sipambla and Tsepo Moreki. The bowlers coming together to just prevent that for only 2.
A lovely little short arm jab, and Richards nearly got his a bit of a bruise there. Great work from him to get out of the way.
It's always the worst place, especially on those short pitch deliveries. But you got to say good work from Luto Sipambla on the fence. It's not just about bowling, it's about saving as many runs as possible. Make that lead as big as possible. In the air. An opportunity once more for Joshua Richards. Never easy at short leg. And an opportunity goes a-begging.
Oh, was that the moment? Jongfontein just dragging length back a little bit, going a lot straighter at Pretorius. And look at that. Oh, it was in the hands and out. And it's a life for Pretorius. And that could just be the turning point.
Yeah, it's never easy being at short leg, considering that the previous delivery was of a short pitch ball. So already might be playing in his mind. But on that occasion, it's so important to stay down for as long as possible. Just have a look at this picture. Look at Josh Richards at short leg. He was getting up. He was already on his heels, moving back, anticipating maybe another, pull shot from Luandra Pretorius. And if he just stood still and kept himself just low, it would have gone in the middle of his hands.
Well, I think you hit it on the head. It's the previous delivery that caused him just to give that little bit of a step back. It's like a batter facing a couple of short ones and then all of a sudden getting the Yorker.
Tsepo Moreki from the golf course end.
Yeah, so, I beg your pardon. They just mentioned the previous with Dion and Ken, the Atherton innings, and in that innings as well, at short leg, he was dropped from Alan Donald. So, could this be almost happening in the same vein for Pretorius?
And I think as well for the Lions is that, the first hour, first half an hour of the last day, you're hoping for a wicket to just open things up. Just moves any element of doubt that you might have about the day going ahead. At the moment, that's what the Titans have created. It's been a good start from Luandra and Keegan Peterson. Absolutely phenomenal in the first innings, holding his own. And this is a conversation I also had with someone just off air. Sometimes we tend to forget the players like Keegan Peterson in this format because of how exciting Luandra Pretorius has been, how exciting Devil Brevison, and of course we also can't forget Rivaldo Munsami. And you tend to forget the typical type players or play 4-day cricket, the Dom Hendricks, Keegan Peterson, the value that they have, especially when you're finding yourself on the follow-on, on a wicket that I think the Lions have bowled so much better on. I think their bowling attack clearly suits them a lot more, being a lot fuller in lengths. But the value of these type of players who can grind it out, 70 at the moment of 146 deliveries, it feels like more and more they're going out of the game.
Yeah, and also, let's not forget about the deficit as well. If they can get that deficit under 100 without any wickets lost, that would just get their tails up as well as a batting unit and saying that, hold on, we still got Munsami, we still got Petlekwai, we still got Khalim who can hold his own. We saw what Dala can do with sticking around. So we see another single there by Pretorius. So Dala can stick around. So all of a sudden, saving the matchup becomes a lot easier because now all of a sudden you got that deficit down and you're working on the 10s.
Yeah, spot on. I think it's so important as well. It's not just about blocking it out. I think it's what's been good to see from Keegan Peterson. And whenever an opportunity to score has been presented, it's certainly made it count. Because as you said, the more that deficit continues to going down, there's doubt in the Lions players maybe starting to have defensive fields. And of course, the longer this ball comes old, I mean, we're around the 52nd over now. Still plenty of time till the next new ball. You feel that if there isn't a lot of lateral movement with the ball, then you feel that these Titans players will certainly feel a lot more confident about their work. And then it's about reminding yourself, stick with it, keep doing the good job, don't get ahead of yourself, because we know when that new ball is offered, there might be a little bit more life for these Lions bowlers. Last ball ends the Tsepo Moreki over 160 for 3. It's been a great start of this morning from the Momentum Multiplied Titans. Really showing some guts, showing some grit. They finished second in the log standing the season, finding themselves in the final against the past winners of this competition, the Momentum the DPL Lions, excuse me. And it's going to be so important for them. I think we've lost a day and a half. Enterprising players like Devil Brevis have come and gone, will give a lot of confidence to these Lions players. But as you said, a partnership here. Rivaldo Munsami's still around. Andile Petlukwa, exciting players as well, who can also, if they get ahead of the game, there's turn. But also what you've said, I think is important as well. If they do manage to get ahead, the turn that we're seeing from Bjorn Fortuin, you've got the skipper as well, okay, ball Neil Brunt, Tsepo Ndwandwe. All of a sudden, yes, they found conditions tough on day 1 or day 2 and day 3. They might all of a sudden come into life in the last session of this game.
Yeah, and also, I think you alluded to that new ball is going to become key. That, I think, is going to be the turning point. And that's going to be the thing that I think get as much exposure of that new ball as much as they can. And also, we've seen over the last couple of days that light has been an issue. So you can't really say, listen, we got up till 6 o'clock. So we're looking at about 5:15. And if no wickets fall before tea, for instance, I think then it is safe to say that the teams might just shake hands as this being the last day, because then that deficit will be close to almost wiped out, or maybe just a few runs in it.
Yeah, at some point then it might feel that the Titans might be dictating when the game ends if wickets are not being lost. Do they want the game to end, or they're quite happy with the situation they find themselves? It was fine. We don't see us maybe being 100 runs ahead with enough time to maybe put the Lions back in for maybe 20 overs, see how they approach chasing that score down the track once more.
Yeah, I can't see the Titan bowlers warming up, to be very honest. I think at the end of the day, it's all going to be in the Lions' hands as the end of the over. And a 53 gone for 161 for 3. It's going to be all in the Lions' hands. You said it, Titans are going to dictate where the game is going as the batting side, but the Lions need wickets. They're going to determine if there's going to be a victor or a shared cup.
And at the moment, it feels like it's heading in that shared side where you feel maybe just after tea, if not plenty of wickets have been lost, captains might just come in and shake hands. It's been unfortunate, really, because of all the weather that's been around in Johannesburg in the past 2 months, really. Unfortunately, lost a day and a half to a wet outfield. And you've got to say 135 mils had fallen a week prior to this week. And with so much rain around Johannesburg, you felt that it got to a point that the field was so saturated that it couldn't handle any more rain on the outfield. You got to give credit, though, to the ground staff. A brilliant effort to try to give us a game. But where we are at the moment is probably an unfortunate situation. Played nicely, just helping it on its way.
That's an unfortunate situation when it comes to cricket. I don't think the Titans feel that unfortunate, to be honest. I think they are very happy. But it's also one of those things where you can't really say it's because of the weather, because if you look at it, it's 3.5 days of cricket in a 4-day competition. Technically, we had the extra day, as it is the final. But it just breaks a team's mental fortitude as well. Once you get to a ground, you're ready to play, and it's beautiful skies. There's no rain or anything about, and you can't play. And then get there the next morning, now we're going to start, and then all of a sudden, the same issues you had the day before is still there. And with them understanding, I just think it does break your momentum a little bit. It did break the whole anticipation of the final a little bit. So the team that went through it the best mentally, I think, was the Lions, which also in their defense, they had a lot of rest because 3 of their games were washed out. They had full innings of batting and finishing top of the log. So they'll be more than happy just to take it to the final hour if wickets falls.
Yeah, certainly. Just seen Tsepo Moreki just being given a polite warning from the umpire. It's running on.
It's actually his second warning already.
And what that does, I think it's going to keep the umpires thinking, because it's Alidin Pelika from the golf course end. We've seen a lot of turn from the golf course end, especially off Bjorn Fortuin. And now that's when the umpires start becoming jittery about a bowler running on. So look at the surface once more. I mean, it started quite dry, with all the sun baking down in it, unfortunately, because of all the weather that was around prior. And I had said on day 2 that the only one that's going to be smiling would be the batters, because all the moisture would have been sucked out of the surface because there was no play. And it would have been interesting to see if there was play on day 1 on this surface, because I do feel there could have been a lot more movement.
Oh, that's absolutely spot on. It would have moved laterally as well with the amount of moisture that was around. And it was a lot greener as well on that first day. Would have been very difficult to bat in day 1 and 2. I think the decision winning the toss would have changed as well.
Yeah, it's one of on a few occasions where I feel, because the Lions tend to bat first at home. And at the DP World Wanderers, oftentimes they say, some grounds you might look up and say, we'll bowl first. It's so important to first look down, because it's not just about batting or bowling first. I think the concern or the conundrum for most captains is when we're batting on day 4 at the DP World Wanderers, it tends to be cracks. And those cracks can play all sorts of games, mind games to batting side, especially when you're looking to chase the score. Uneven bounce comes into the game. Just makes things a lot more difficult. It ends the 54th over, 162 for 3, and the player's about to take a drinks break.
It's one of those times in the match where you wonder what the team talk will be. No, you've been in those situations. What would the team talk be if you're in the Titans locker room? It'd be easy. Keep going. That'll be the easy one. But if you're now in the Lions locker room, what would the conversation be from your coaching staff?
I think it's so important because, they've got themselves in such a good, strong position. Batted well in the first innings. As we look at the match summary, 413 for 7. Only batting just shy of 110 overs. I've got to say, good batting from Zubair Hamza, the foundation of this Lions batting performance. But we can't leave Mitchell van Buren out, because he started the aggression against the bowlers of the Momentum Multiplied Titans. The response, though, wasn't a particularly good one. Titans being bundled out for 123, just shy of 50 overs, which really opened up the game. But there's been one man, Keegan Peterson, first in the first innings for scoring a 50, and in response in the second innings. At the moment, currently sitting on 162 for 3, and it's going to require him to possibly double his efforts for the momentum multiplied Titans to really be in a good position by the end of play, or to draw themselves this final.
And also, just looking at that, Peterson and Pretorius, the two top scorers in the first innings, between them, they scored 80 runs of that 123. And that's with a not out Pretorius. So it was one of those scenarios where Pretorius just ran out of partners. If someone could just stick around with him, we know how explosive he is. We know how there's no ground big enough for the young man. And exuberance of youth, if he came off and scored another 30 or 40 runs, all of a sudden that deficit would have been wiped out by now.
Such a good point, especially in the season that he's had. And that's where now the value for your lower order, that's the encouragement from the coaching staff for them, not only to be hitting balls, but to put value on their wicket. Because, as you said, when you got an in-batter, such as Luandro Pretorius, and also the capability that he has to clear any boundary in this country, and the value of eking out as much as possible of that deficit would have certainly been a completely different picture right now if you think where they're still 128 runs behind and you feel maybe 20 to 50 runs, and all of a sudden, you know, it's a completely different picture. We feel that maybe even the Lions wouldn't be as aggressive as they would be. You might see more fielders in the outer parts of the field because they're now worried about the Titans getting ahead of the game.
And also, if you look at the great work that Junior Dala did as night watchman, that sometimes comes to haunt you, because now you feel if we just had him at the back end with Pretorius, all of a sudden he would have stuck around, because Dala's got the ability to stick around. He really annoys a bowling lineup every now and again, so he really has that ability.
I would love you to hear actually your thoughts on the night watchman, because it's one part of cricket maybe viewers at home might not always quite understand. You had a bowler that probably bowled 25 overs in the first innings, and before close of play he's been asked by the batter to go see out some overs for him. And in terms of skill set, you feel that the batter has the tools to deal with the last 5 overs of play compared to the bowler. What are your views? Because I know a coach like Shuki Conrad strongly doesn't believe in having night watchmen.
Look, I think it's that double-edged sword. It all depends on the pitch, the conditions. You don't want to lose. And I think what set it up was those 3 wickets that fell so quickly on top of each other. And I think that's what sets up that collapse in the first innings as well. And that's why they felt they had to go with the night watchman. They could not afford to lose another batter going through it. Just looking at that first innings of the multiplied Titans, you can just see there only 3 batters in double figures, and the other one was Junior Dala. So sending him as a night watchman, it was to protect the lineup, but I also feel that it was your batters that had to do the job, and it actually wasn't necessary to send in your night watchman.
Yeah, certainly. And
to be fair, I didn't really answer your question, did I? Because I'm a bit on the fence, to be honest. I'm a 50-50. And I agree with you. The ability has to be from the batters. But every now and again, you've got to make a tough call and just protect your lineup a little bit.
So you're asking a bowler that has bowled 26 overs on day one to go protect a batter.
A very, very experienced bowler.
It sounds like you're a batter yourself.
Oh, yes. I made that number 12 spot my own for many years.
There's always good value for a good 12th man in cricket.
Yeah, no one keeps the drinks as cold as a 12th man. Need a proper one.
But also be careful of being too good of a 12th man, because you can make that your own and start being seen as a good 12th man, and all of a sudden you might start traveling the country just serving the guys with some drinks.
And we see Fortuin just continuing the work. You got to ask the question, when are they going to give Ndwandwe just a bit of a go, just to mix it up a little? He hasn't bowled thus far.
Play nicely to Mitch van Buren. Off the stumps, ricochets. Unfortunately for Delano Purgette covering the line when he came off the stumps. they got 2 more. As this partnership continues to grow, 61 runs now from Luandra Pretorius and Keegan Peterson. At the moment, we're looking at 81 overs. But as you've said, Gert, there's been times on this game where the game has ended at 5:15, 5:30, and you do feel at least 15 overs will be lost to bad light today.
Who would you go to from now? You still got Khalim. You still, I beg your pardon. You still got Moreke, who's continuing now. Sepamla's bowled 10. He's busy with his 11s. Yusuf has bowled 10. Potgieter's only bowled the 5 as of yet.
I think you mentioned an important thing is that this DP World Lions side in the last 3 games haven't really spent a lot of time bowling. And I think there's one thing that the captain, as we hear his voice from behind, Dominic Hendricks, is going to be asking is that, guys, please give us your last effort of the season. Tsepo Morek, we know, has got a big heart to run in the whole day. Luto Sepamla, after coming back from his injury, he's got to say he's hit his lines and lengths beautifully. Cody Yusuf, I think he's grown in stature over the last 3 to 4 years at the Lions. And they'll be hoping for a bit of life in terms of just even maybe half a chance, run out, just get themselves a wicket so that they could start bowling to a new batter. I think that's where maybe at the moment the wicket feels even more flatter because he's just bowling to 2 in batters. You're hoping for a mistake from Luandra Pretorius and Keegan Peterson. And also the creativity as well from the captain to just find a way of taking a wicket. Because as you approach that new ball, it'd be so important to maybe open up one of the ends and have a new batter towards that new ball.
Yes, earlier I made a bit of a blunder. I mentioned Dwandwa instead of Dominic Hendricks. I apologize for that. But yeah, it's actually Hendricks that I feel might just be giving something else a little bit, turning the ball back into the right hand and away from Pretorius. Will just give you a little bit of variation. And also, Potgieter, we know he can really bowl a heavy ball. Maybe give him a bit of a go as well, just to liven up things.
Pulled nicely. Well in front of square from Luandra Pretorius. Dragging the ball from outside off stump and all the way in front of square for 4.
The way he's been batting over the last, let's say, 6 months, that is not where you want to bowl the ball to Pretorius. And he played that well in front of square. And just see that, sure, that's not quick enough. Doof in front of square. And as soon as he hit it, it was almost go fetch the ball, not really chasing it down.
I've enjoyed this youngster this season. How he's grown in stature for me, it really speaks volumes of the work, all the hard work that he's done, of the team, the coaching staff, the Momentum Multiply Titans. And he's made it look like he's been around for some time, the way he's just been so confident in everything that he does. And again, it speaks to an environment for me that the youngster is playing under, the backing that he has from the coaching staff, and of course the belief that he has in himself, because there's one thing that I keep hearing about Luandra Pretorius. He is not shy to put the hard yards. He really does work hard.
Yeah, I've had the unfortunate pleasure of playing club cricket against him when he was a 15-year-old. And yeah, he made 100 against us then. And then you could see that it's just something different about him as a youngster coming through the ranks. He wasn't scared to play shots. He never looked like the chirping ever got to him. And it's 171 for the loss of 3 after 56 overs. And a decent over. Gone there, just a boundary from it. And yeah, as a youngster, he just never looked phased. He just never looked out of his depth. I mean, playing Premier League at 15 years old, you know, ask any youngster coming into that environment. It's a difficult, tough environment. He just never looked phased. So his heart's in the right place. His work ethic is brilliant. And oh boy, does he pack a punch.
Doesn't come any better than having someone like Quinton de Kock as your hero. And you could definitely see shades of Quinton de Kock in him. Positive, aggressive, backs his ability. Down the track once more. Gets a thick inside edge. Is Keegan Peterson. And it's so good to see young players. I think that's what domestic cricket always is crying out for, the next generation of talent. We remember seeing Kwena Mapaka really steaming in, and everyone really was interested. Who's this youngster? Where's he been? And that's what is exciting. And all of a sudden, I don't think the Lions all of a sudden are going to have a Kwena Mapaka in sight for next year. Because such has been his start, and of course getting that national contract with the schedule that the Proteas will have this year, it feels that you almost, if you're at the Lions, you're probably planning without a Kwena Mapaka.
Yeah, what a lovely problem to have, isn't it? It's almost like having a Temba in your side. They've definitely produced a couple of brilliant players coming through the ranks. And just shows the depth of the Lions at the moment. It's able to lose a seamer like Kwena Mapaka, which hasn't been around for a long time, but still have enough. We just see someone getting right on the nose of Luandre Pretorius.
I'm pretty sure Josh Richards, when he's backing away from square leg, he will certainly not be feeling confident just being in the eye line of the batter.
Probably begging for Tay not to toss it up.
Yeah, certainly. But it's almost, if you are in that position as well, you're saying, please try to hit me. Because if the ball is turning in, it certainly is going to give us as a team a chance, hopefully through the gate.
Yeah, you'll say it, but you don't really mean it at that point in stage, to be honest. You'll say it as a team player, but as an individual, there'll be a couple of prayers going up there.
Only 2 so far conceded from the over of Bjorn. And he's another player who's had a phenomenal season. As we approach the new ball, we'll feel he's got plenty of over still to come from Bjorn. Nice and full. Driven nicely by Keegan Peterson for nothing. 173 for 3 after 57 overs. We're going to have a commentary change. We've got Aslam Kota and Dion Chris.
Still time to win this competition. Stand a chance to win this wonderful replica South African One Day International T-shirt. Subscribe to the CSA YouTube channel between the 10th and 14th April 2025 and stand a chance to win a signed Proteas ODI jersey. Wars on our way. Get to it. I'm not sure how many are available, but I'm sure Cricket South Africa wouldn't mind adding a few more if the response is quite substantial. Change of bowling, Delano Potgieter now replacing Tsepo Moreki, who really tried quite hard from that particular end. Dion, I felt that maybe just a change of coming around the wicket, just change some sort of the tactic, because it does seem that the two batsmen have settled in quite nicely. They're reading the situation, and after 90 minutes, I gather clearly that the momentum is beginning to shift in the direction of the batting team that are playing to hold on and stay in the game and force a draw.
Well, the deficit is still 117 runs. That's still it's still a full session, 2 hours at least of batting, even if you're going quickly. So in those 2 hours, surely we will get some sort of opportunity somewhere. We'll also have the second new ball by then. So there's still a lot to play for. You might feel like something's not happening at the moment, but you've got to be patient. You've got to control the run rate as they are doing, the Lions. You don't want the Titans to knock off that deficit too quickly.
Yeah, so looking to see whether they've plugged the gaps. I just feel that in between play, whilst you have that idea, as you say, is to perhaps just remove the fielder out of the cover region and open it up, tempt the batsman to go for runs, and just give yourself some sort of a chance to pick up the wicket. They look very well settled. Good to see that Connor Esthazen has now decided to actually stand up to Pretorius. To Potgieter, pardon me. Again, gets so nicely inside the line there and then hits it across to the onside. He's thinking of coming back for the second. A good strong throw comes in and denies the second run. So Pretorius dropped at short leg when he was on 26 of the bowling of Bjorn Fortuin. But aside from that one moment of blemish, they've really hung in there very, very competently. They've played well. And they've tempered their approach, which is so important. Not looking to play anything irresponsibly. And that is the key.
Especially against a guy like Potgieter, he will bowl straighter lines. I like that the keeper is standing up, but it neutralizes that option for the batter to maybe stand out of his crease. Now he's forced to stay in his crease, so if there might be a little bit of uneven bounce, it could play a role. It's a game of patience at the moment.
It certainly is. I must say that having had a look at the pitch this morning, just observed it overnight yesterday and this morning as well. In these 90 minutes, it certainly doesn't look like a fifth-day pitch. It's held up very nicely. I haven't seen the ball behave untoward. Perhaps there's a bit of turn on offer now, but aside from that, not much else to perhaps fluster the batters.
No!
Yeah, as you say, he's kept it very straight, as Potgieter.
The field also tells you that he's going to try and do that. End of over number 58, 174 for 3. Yeah, I think you need a bit of deterioration in the surface. You have to give the bowlers as the game goes on. You don't want batters to be able to score 400 in the last innings. It shouldn't be like that, in my opinion. But it's made for a good challenge. I think there's just enough in it for the spinner. The seamers are... It's a new ball surface. You've got to try and strike with a new ball. As the ball gets older, it definitely gets easier to bat on.
Which has become clearly evident. Now 58 overs complete. We used we mentioned the stat earlier on. Out of the 20 wickets that have fallen so far, just I think 4 or 5 have fallen to spin. To the man who's into the attack again now. Down the line, and this is exactly what we've been looking for earlier on. On this occasion, he fortunately doesn't get enough bat on it, so it drops short of the fielder running it from long on. Results in just a single.
His indication says he was trying to hit this over mid-off. He was a bit furious with himself. I'm not sure where this has come from and whether it's needed. It's been out of character this morning. He's been so patient. And this is where the whole controlling the run rate comes in. The batters feel like they're going nowhere. Yes, they are scoring, but it's slowly. 3 runs and over at the Wanderers is actually quite slow. You expect sort of 3.4, 3.5. So all credit to the Lions bowlers, although not picking up a wicket, still being disciplined this morning.
As they say, they just kept at it. The levels of concentration have not lapsed. It's a beautifully flighted delivery there by Bjorn that forced the batsman to carry on to that front foot. Fortunately, he found the gap and they ran through for that single. Yeah, patience is definitely the name of the game, but at the same time, as a captain with all of those instincts running through your mind, I always feel you shouldn't be afraid to try things. Don't leave it for too late. And so far, I mean, wanting to just see the likes of Moreki maybe coming around the wicket with the pace on offer to try something different that hasn't happened. Now he does go for the sweep shot. He makes good contact. Two fielders get round and tidy up there.
As much as I asked for the seamers to bowl around the wicket, I think that option could be a good option for Tain as well. It should bring in LBW into the equation against the left-hander. If you pitch it outside off stump, if you look at Pretorius, he's basically standing on off stump. So if he gets forward, it should hit him outside the line of off stump. But if you bowl around the wicket, you definitely have more balls that attack that line and bring in play LBW. The sweep is also an easier shot to play when it is outside off stump.
And that's not the start of a famous Pink Floyd song, The Wall. There's just a helicopter that's flown very low over the Wanderers cricket ground. 59 complete, 180 for 3.
I thought you were going to say that's not the start of a very famous TV series that we used to watch as kids. Airwolf?
Airwolf, okay. What was the fellow's name? Jan Michael Vincent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never missed it. That A-Team, all those old series.
Yeah. What was the other guy? What was the other one with this chap?
MacGyver.
MacGyver. He could fix anything. He could get out of any problem. Can MacGyver perhaps come in here and do something for the Lions team, because they seem to be in some sort of a fix, short of some ideas? Beautiful leg side stumping and given out immediately. This is fantastic bit of cricket. Once again, Connor Esterhazen showing his value as a wicket keeper. Some fabulous catches and then a down the leg side stumping. And the umpire had absolutely no hesitation. Wonderful cricket, fabulous glove work that removes the dangerous Keegan Peterson, who's batted magnificently for his 75. Just the break they wanted this 40 minutes before lunch on this 5th day.
Should have spoken about MacGyver earlier. I was going to mention Rambo and his knife. But this was brilliant. Whether it was planned or not, I'm not sure. But I was just wondering why you've got Estrays in keeping instead of Makwetu in 4-day cricket. But that shows you why. That was so quick, wonderful hands, and no hesitation from the umpire, Mr. Smith, to give it out. And that was the breakthrough. They've worked hard. And could this be the start of something great for the Lions? Obviously, Peterson distraught, very upset with himself. It's a very old school plan. And that's why I say, was it a plan? Was it something that just happened? Either way, a bit of brilliance.
I think initially when we saw him come up to the left-hander, coming up to the wicket to the left, and it was more about just maybe creating pressure, doing something differently, because he knows that generally he's medium, slightly medium fast. But this definitely was just a beautiful instinct, I reckon, because the idea was to just stay up to the wicket from a wicketkeeper's point of view, and I could watch that time and again, because a leg side stumping is just an indication, first of all, of quality cricket and a quality wicketkeeper.
It's also, there's a moment as a keeper that you don't see the ball. There is a blind spot, and to be in the correct position, not to stand up too early, to have your hands in the right place, and then to have the clarity of mind to get back to the stumps in time. Got to give him credit, because nothing has happened, and out of the blue, you've got to be switched on.
So 75, a stubborn 75-run partnership comes to an end, and now, just 11 runs short of double digits. The deficit is still 110. Can they maintain and perhaps exert some more pressure? But they are bowling to Rivaldo, who's just come in now.
Oh, Yanni, some nippage.
You're never easy when you just come in at the fall of the wicket. A deficit on the scoreboard. Bowlers having made the inroad. When you're sitting out in the dressing room or the dugout, and you see the two batsmen really comfortable at the crease, you almost put your feet up and you're in a relaxed state of mind, and suddenly you find yourself walking out there to bat because of a wonderful piece of cricket.
Ja, Jannie, ja, Jannie.
And immediately you have to attune your mind to the demands of the game situation.
Would it be something they could try again early on? Is it something that Munsami would expect? Because he knows they're trying to bowl straight at him.
Well, why not? But what tends to happen with those foolish length deliveries down the leg side is the batsman generally lose their balance. So that's the other key.
Ja, Jannie.
And
Ja,
having
Jannie.
said all of that, I mean, you have to mention the fact that Delano Potgieter is without a doubt the golden arm with bat and ball, I reckon.
He's such a valuable cricketer. You say he's got a golden arm, but I just think he does the basics well. Plays straight, gets into good positions. When he bowls good lengths, bowls good lines. He can swing it, but he's also showing us now he's got the ability to do the holding job. So it's almost like he's a chameleon.
No, I described him a number of times already on commentary, a good packaged cricketer. And I think the description you've used here now is so perfect because he just plays the game straight down the line with ball in hand when he's batting as well. There's no histrionics about his makeup. He's just as good. He's more than a journeyman, really. And I'm just glad that all of our colleagues have almost made the same observation about this player. What a valuable cricketer, no doubt. Oh, what a good take that is again. 2 fantastic catches in the first innings and then a superb bit of stumping and then a rising ball down the leg side, and he makes it look so easy. Keep an eye on Connor Asthazen, with a bat and gloves. I reckon he's certainly the future of, first of all, Lions cricket. 180 for 4 after 60.
Speaking about a guy like Delano Potgieter now, the role he plays, but I know we also spoke about guys that have missed out for the Lions in this match. But if they were playing, we probably wouldn't see an Asthazen playing, batting in the middle, showing us the skill he has to take a game forward, his wonderful ability with the gloves. So for every negative in a way, there's also a positive. There's an opportunity. No one's irreplaceable. Even the greatest players have retired, come and gone, but the game has gone on. There's always someone new.
Yeah, maybe to just add a rider to that, Connor Asthazen is, in fact, the way he's played his cricket through the season, he's become more convincing in his whole makeup. And we even saw in the SA20 where he took the gloves there on occasion as well. So there's definitely a future here, and I always reckon that he'll be in the first 13 no matter what the format is. And I think more and more so we'll see his name penciled in much, much earlier now.
Well, especially with Rickleton also establishing himself in the South African setup.
Pictures back. So Pretorius now has this tremendous responsibility of shepherding the team through to lunch and perhaps deeper in towards the tea period. And by then, of course, they'd be in the positive and not in the deficit. And then just try and take the game away from the Lions, which the Lions have really done for at least most part of this match, until this wonderful partnership of 75, which was broken just an over back.
Yeah, another point for me on Asthazen and you mentioning how he's gotten better throughout the season. I think that also comes in with knowing that you are going to play. You're sort of comfortable. You're not feeling like you have to play for your spot in the team every match, because we know how we have ebbs and flows in this game. You can be as good as you want. It doesn't guarantee any success or runs or wickets. So I think just having that comfort maybe of knowing I am going to play has helped him.
The other thing I just wanted to mention also is that I was thinking about this off air when there was nothing happening for the Lions. They were just playing the patience game. So far they've been rewarded. They've picked up an important wicket just before the lunch period. At How often at the Wanderers you only see one key spinner in the lineup? Knowing that this was a 5-day game, not that the pitch has deteriorated, but just as conjecture, just bringing this into the whole conversation. Always good to have another spinner, and especially an off spinner. Be that as it may, they have to work with what they've got. And to the left-hander, it is good to see that Delano Potgieter is actually operating from around the wicket. He just gets into position so nicely. He's got such easy hands that he does look difficult to dislodge.
I spoke about angles earlier. I think he understands angles and he manipulates bowlers to bowl in certain angles so he can score. Standing on off stump, he's so strong on his legs, his balance is good. So Potgieter knows, I want to get him out LBW, but if I come too straight, he's able to work me on the leg side. So you go slightly wider, and as you mentioned, those wonderful hands, he's got then the ability to just open up the hands and get the ball away to the sweeper on the offside. And this is where I talk about hitting and I talk about batting. He's a batter. Yes, he can hit, but he's a batter. The way he can manipulate fields. Sangakkara for me was probably my favorite. I likened him to a surgeon. He would just like surgically hurt you all the time. Just like, oh, you've got a gap there, I'll hit it there. Put a fielder there, he'll find the other gap. And that for me is batsmanship.
Yeah, I love that. You know, that you can hit the ball and that you can also play proper cricket. And just great to see this young man, hardly even 20 yet, showing so much of maturity and adaptability. And for a fellow this young, we haven't seen it in many a year, many a decade, where if you're this young, that you know your game already so well.
And he just looks like he belongs, doesn't he? That guy was also not the worst batter.
Yeah, without a doubt. So good to just see that between Alan Donald and Hashim, who've taken on the responsibility in the absence of Russell Domingo, staying involved in the game, making sure that they're communicating as much as possible. Moreki there in conversation with Amla on the boundary. Earlier we saw Alan Donald doing a bit of a walk around the ground, maybe just trying to assess the conditions and then have a chat with the fellows on the boundary. Our keeper has just taken a bit of a blow to his right hand. That's all he wants, just some strapping to make sure that the knuckle stays firm.
Mareki there also off camera, just chatting to Cody Yusuf, it seems. I thought he might be chatting to the captain, but obviously it's something that Hashim or Alan would have picked up and a message that needs to be conveyed.
Yeah.
But you mentioned, obviously, Russell Domingo not being here, but having a successful team like this, I think you don't need to say too much.
How much of a coach do you need?
Yeah, you're a man manager, but
yeah,
these guys understand their roles, but there are times that you would say, oh, let's try this. Because also sitting off the field, you have a bit more of a bird's eye view of what is happening.
Yeah, you tend to see things differently, as we do, very much do, as we are here now. Neil Brunt falling in that first innings, and then this snaffle by Zubair Hamza to pick up that wicket of Van Heerden, who looked so good. And then trapped LBW, this was Devald Brevis, who was sent on his way by the umpire, and of course some of the fielders as well. And then this piece of cricket, I reckon the highlight of the morning's play, without a doubt.
Definitely. Devald Brevis just slightly falling over there. I think it would have been one in my mind that I would have referred had I had the option. Would it hit leg stump? It was also cameras, are they really in line, etc. But state of play, the Lions obviously dominated with the bat. They were very good, batting at a brisk rate. The Titans capitulated in the first innings and were made to follow on because that's the only way we could probably get a result in this match. And fighting hard, but still have lots of work to do.
Yeah, lots of time lost, so it was good to see that they did enforce the follow-on. And sometimes you enforce the follow-on because you sense that there's a sense of brittleness in the batting. And other times you would choose to bet, just to maybe tire the opposition out, keep them guessing as to when you will in fact retire the innings, and then get them back in there. But with time lost, they were forced to enforce that follow on early on, and now we see the result of it, that we really do have a game on our hands. Not necessarily that there'd be a result either way for the two teams, but there could be either a draw or a win for the Lions. In the meantime, you want to be a winner, then you stand a chance to win. It's competition time on Pitch Vision. Subscribe to the CSA YouTube channel between the 10th and the 14th April, which is of course today, the 14th of April 2025, and stand a chance to win a signed Proteas ODI jersey. Posa nawe. Do it now. It's a beautiful, I reckon it's one of the prettiest stops that I've seen South African in a South African design. Wonderful to see. Pretorius has had a good cool drink. The keepers obviously had some attention to that knuckle. I've been there a few times, Dion, as a wicketkeeper. It was never easy, especially standing to the likes of Barney Mohammed, Jack Manak, Nazir Dinda, all running at you at high pace.
That's not a problem I had. I was the one hoping to dish out the hurt to the fingers and heads, etc.
Yeah, were those rifle throws from in the outfield as well, high into the gloves of those of the wicket keepers.
Look for pictures of Ian Healy's hands. He'll probably show you all the wind directions on one hand with the different fingers.
Well, as a bowler, I mean, generally you're asked about who's the best batsman that you bowled at, and who did you struggle against, or who was your number one victim every time you bowled. You got him. Amongst the keepers that you saw and played with and against, who would stand out?
I'm going to give you a name who people won't know. He played for Glamorgan. His name was Colin Metson. He was unbelievable. England have got such a history of great keepers. Obviously Jack Russell, etc.
Oh, he's taken a blow to that finger again. Oh no. I wonder if he should continue to stand up, but so inspired by that piece of work that he did earlier on.
And that does hurt, by the way.
Absolutely.
There's no acting involved there.
No, the impact of the ball on the bone is certainly not easy to deal with. So I think he's going to need to make a wiser decision. If he's going to continue to keep the gloves, then he's going to need to stand back. As much as his team needs him to be standing up and just changing the tactic a bit and the approach. Here's another quick look at it. Again, it's a delivery that's bounced off a length. So the one thing about him is he's been in line as a wicketkeeper, but there we go. This is a brave fellow. He's decided that he's going to stay up to the wicket. Wonder if that actually gets the bowler to hesitate. But you were talking about the keeper before we leave.
Yeah, just when it rains, it pours. Almost three in a row. He's taken on the fingers there as the physio comes out onto the field. Yes, his name was Colin Metson. He played a bit of cricket for Glamorgan, but you could never hear the ball go into his gloves. It was just like putty. There were so many. Obviously, Jack Russell springs to mind. I think if you think of South African cricket, initially Ray Jennings was the guy. He played here at the Wanderers, stood maybe a bit further back than other guys. But a keeper almost shouldn't be seen. Then you know he's doing his job.
Yeah, there have been very many great wicket keepers around. There's no doubt about that. And so I was going to ask you, Madsen, any relation to the Matson brothers from KZN?
Yes, the one playing for Derbyshire. Yes, it's
the wicket keeper.
Trevor Madsen is the dad. The son. He's captain of Derbyshire now. So yeah, that is his son.
Okay. Trevor Madsen, provincial cricketer and hockey player. Yeah.
So Wayne is his son. Sorry, there's the name, and doing quite well. I think he's 40 already, but he's still fit.
Yeah, they've plying their trade on English soil. very famous family name in South African cricket, of course, during the apartheid years. And then after him, it was Titch Smith, or was it before him, for the Natal team?
I can't remember. That's a little bit before my time.
Okay. Oh, he has an attempted reverse sweep. You always feel with Pretorius that it's going to come out sooner rather than later. He's tempered his approach for a while. There's just been one or two maybe cheeky strokes that he's looked to play, but in essence he's done an excellent job, and he remains the threat to bat through this innings.
This is maybe something you can speak about a bit more, but I think modern day best keeper, MS Dhoni. In the sense that he doesn't have give, he's got the ability to take the ball and go forward, where a lot of keepers give a little bit and then go forward. He's also, his hands are so good. He's 43, he's still keeping well. I think he's a brilliant keeper.
Yeah, and in recent times, I mean, just going back to the England lot, they've had 3 keepers, perhaps even a 4th one, that has actually played at international level. Generally what happens for the white ball stuff, you got Butler there, or maybe even Bairstow, because that's their game. End of the over, 63 gone, 184 for 5. But Fuchs, what's his first name? I'm just trying to think. He's been in and out of the England team, but he's been exceptional. I've enjoyed watching him, especially when they played on the subcontinent, because it's not the easiest to keep there.
Ben Folks, I think.
Ben, correct. He's certainly one that has stood out for me.
As I said, they've got such a history of great keepers and a tradition of even in club cricket having guys stand up because the surfaces allow it a bit more.
No, you're right, because you get Godfrey Evans. Prior to that, you had Leslie Ames, who was possibly the best wicketkeeper batsman pre-war that actually played. And then after him, Bob Taylor, Alan Knott. So Potgieter continues from the far side.
Very nice, Yanni, very nice.
So exactly half an hour to go. Can the Lions pick up another wicket here? If not Pretorius, can they remove Munsami, who's just come in? Wicketkeeper still standing up to Potgieter. Again, gets into a fabulous position. He's taken a few blows, and I must say I admire his bravery. So Ger, you've just joined me. Dion has left us. What did you think of that piece of work by Esterhuizen in executing that stumping?
Over the last season, hasn't he impressed with the gloves?
Oh!
And we were actually talking to the producer as well. It's the Lana Potgieter isn't a 140 bowler, but it does bowl a very heavy ball. So standing up to him, it's not just the bounce to contend with, it's also hitting those gloves, as we heard from his expression earlier when the one hit him just on the tip of the fingers. Those are never comfortable as a keeper. Those will hurt. But also, if you just look at the way he's moving, the leg side takes that he's taken, his glove work is phenomenal.
It's been such a quiet period. It's been intense, no doubt, especially out in the middle. It's not as if the bowlers haven't given their all. But the batters have certainly concentrated beautifully. I mean, that partnership of 75, I haven't registered the time, but they certainly did an exceptional job as well. And in that quiet period, just a moment of brilliance. I just said to Dion that it's the power play of the morning. Oh, what a beautiful delivery. I'm not too sure if Rivaldo Munsami actually picked up the line, because it was so close to that off stump. And it wasn't so much because Esterhuizen removed the bails, it was simply because it was that close to hitting the top of off stump. Excellent delivery.
Oh, just look at this. This was great bowling and just not well read by Munsami. Oh, that was so close, nearly just clipping off stump. And no doubt that Potgieter and everyone involved will let him know how extremely close that was. Another shade of varnish and you were gone.
Indeed.
Ja, beval.
We will end that with a maiden, and that is the 64th over, 184 for 4.
But Aslam, what would the conversation be between the two batters out in the middle? Because I agree with Dion, as he mentioned earlier, the more they can leave, the better. But would a leave like that just place a little bit of doubt in your mind of what you can and cannot leave?
Well, exactly. That must have been the message early this morning, guys. This is at the Wanderers, so the ability to leave is going to count. But as soon as he had that little close shave, what was his name? Pretorius was down the pitch having a quick chat to Munsami. So it clearly means that he needs to settle in very quickly, and his judgment has to be inch perfect, because it's a very crucial period now. They lose one more wicket with still a deficit of 106 runs. They get into the middle and lower middle order, and you get the feeling that Lions are then going to clearly go for the jugular.
And also the batters coming in are all natural strikers of the ball, so you got to feel that they will give you an opportunity as it goes on. The temptation might just be there to go for one or two and counter punch instead of just trying to bat through.
Exactly right. So there's a lot going out there. We call it a quiet period, but clearly the likes of Hendricks and others are thinking pretty deeply as to exactly how they want to negotiate. In fact, even this last half hour, they're not going to think beyond the half hour. They'll need one more wicket. Short leg and a slip in position. He struck him in front. The umpire's having a cool and a calm look at that. It's a vociferous appeal. Not going to help, because there's no DRS. There's no need to be in a discussion. Is this maybe some mind games that the bowler is playing against the umpire?
Oh, definitely a bit of noise. It looks like it was just a pocket that got clipped. That might have... you can just see that Fortuin is just asking him, just shaved off a bit of dust there for you, Mr. Umpire. Good call.
Yeah, I was looking to see how close it was, and it certainly wasn't. It was just maybe missing off stump. That's a lot straighter.
I like this by Fortuin. He's putting the pressure on Munsami, realizing that this is the partnership that's going to take them either close to home.
Well, you clearly remember that he was beautifully outfoxed by Fortuin in the first innings, caught at the wicket. The drifting delivery bounced quite nicely. Then there was a bit of lift as well, and it just shaved the top part of the bat. And Esterhazen cleaned up. Over up, 184 for 5, 185 for 4.
That's 184.85 for 4 after 65 overs. It is the CSA 4-day final. It's all about the glory of the longer format. Defending champions, the Lions, would love to have this in the bank, but the Titans fighting back. A lovely partnership of 75 earlier by Peterson and Luandre Pretorius. Pretorius still there on 45, and Peterson has lost his wicket at on 75 by brilliant glove work by Esterhazen. With the bowling of Potgieter.
Delano bowled a few overs yesterday and then brought in quite late into the attack in this extended session with the early start of 9:30.
Looks like Cody Youssef has been asked to come a bit closer. It might give him a bit of a burst just before lunch. See if he can't just bundle out. They need that one. The Lions feel that one wicket puts them firmly in the driving seat, and the Titans will feel that if they can go into lunch with no wickets lost and just go in with the 4, they might have a chance to save this matchup.
Indeed, I reckon the captain possibly missed the looking at the clock. 20 minutes to go. get one of your fast bowlers in, just change the pace of the game. And immediately he's gone for Cody Yusuf. Now I like the fact that he's going to be operating from around the wicket into Pretorius, because that's what we've been looking for most of the morning's play, as to who would try and maybe pry him out outside that off stump with that double step of his across the crease. But I mean, having said that, with a ball that's 65 overs old, is asking much for a fast bowler.
Also, with the ball being that soft, they also might feel that that flick shot of Pretorius might not be that effective. That's why they got the two men stationed. They've got a fine leg and then a deep square on the fence. So they might just feel with the angle coming in, he might just play that short arm flick of his.
Yeah, the other thing is that if he's faced more than half a dozen short deliveries, I reckon at least 3 of them he's dispatched. So I think he's just tempered his approach very nicely. He's identified those fielders in the deep that you've just described now, Gert, and he's tempered his approach. When he knows that he's able to play it in front of square where there's no threat of him being caught, he's gone for those strokes and he has been rewarded. Here again, he plays into that mid-wicket region right close. He allows his ball to come very close to his body and then just whips it away to the onside for 4 runs. Excellent batting.
He has that ability to hit in front of square, and if you're going to drop it short at him, you really got to get up to his nose. Otherwise, he's just going to work you through that mid-wicket area. Just look at that. Just do a little short arm jab. Just helped around the wicket, and those strong wrists just coming through. And there's no chance to get that ball except from fetching it from the fence. And as I said, if you're going to drop it short at him and you want these two gentlemen behind square to get into play, you really got to get it up to his nose.
Yeah, they've made a bit of adjustment. Backward square has now gone to square leg. And this time he's easing the ball towards that vacant third man area. There's 2 fielders after it. The ball will win on a very well manicured and a dry Wanderers outfield. So that takes Pretorius on the brink of a first-class 50. In fact, that 4 runs has in fact taken him past that mark. So Pretorius achieves that 53 of 92 deliveries.
Oh, fantastic batting. Goes with his 30 undefeated in the first innings. He was the lone survivor of the Titans lineup, and oh, how well he's batted over the last season. Just see the proud parents there sitting on top, and the younger brother from Affis.
Glad you identified them for us. So he's come over the wicket again and looking to just hit it, pummel the area outside the off stump. Cody Yusuf certainly will have a few words to exchange. I'm quite certain it wasn't friendly at all.
Yeah, the dad knows how much work that Pretorius has put in over the last, let's say, 18 to 24 months. The amount of deliveries he's faced, the amount of balls he's hit, all comes together.
Yeah, he'll bank this experience because it's 53 of 92, included just 5 fours, including the one that took him to 50. And all that's come in 2 hours, 20 minutes at the crease. This is fantastic for him. 193 for 4. Ken's going to join you.
Thank you very much, Aslam Kota. So humbling to know one legend is replaced by another. And 193 for 4. You still got to feel that the Lions might just be still the happier of the two camps. They know they're only a wicket or 2 away from really getting into the lineup of the Titans, and all the pressure is all on Munsami and Pretorius. And I must admit, Pretorius has shown such maturity over the last 2 innings, just the 2 that he's played here, showing that he's not just a basher, he's a proper batter, can stick around and can play the longer formats as well. And what great news that is for South African cricket. Ken Borland.
He's shown a really nice temperament, denying the Lions bowlers here. willing to do the grafting innings as well, the hard work, not just all boundaries and biffing and bashing and having fun out there. Hugely impressive innings.
Playing back, just sucking him outside the line. I almost feel like Fontaine must feel that he's got a bit of a chance here against Munsami. Second time as many overs that they've had a bit of a shout. See him just outside the line. The way that bat was angled, that square leg nearly got into play. And now that square leg has just moved to right in front of the batter, and a lovely tossed up delivery just to welcome him to that silly. Does a great job. Does Richards. Stays low. Ken, not a nice position to field.
He's crazy, never mind silly if you ask me, but that's the job.
Oh, that leading edge was so close. He's in so close to the bat. He's nearly on the pitch. Just see him rolling off. They know one more wicket. All the pressure is on the batters, especially before lunch. Another 14 minutes or so to go. And it's 193 for the loss of 4. See the replay. Just see him just closing the face and just, playing it in front of his pad.
It's interesting that Bjorn Fortuin almost seems to be getting more turn out of the non-rough, outside the right-handers off stump, to Londo Pretorius, the left-hander. Those rough patches there, but one of them is way too full. That's out of play, and the other two a little bit wide maybe. But he certainly seems to be bothering the right-handers more than the left-handers so far today.
But across the season, that's kind of be the trend for Fortuin, especially with that lovely slider that he bowls. We saw him taking a wicket in the first innings like that. That ball normally just angles in a little bit, almost swings in from the spinner, you can call it. He has a great success with that slider of his. Wily bowler. Cody Youssef back into the attack. It's a man that always brings the energy.
Wasn't quite at his best in his first bowl this morning. I felt certainly not the standard of yesterday morning.
But one thing I've noticed from Cody Youssef is he's one of those bowlers where you almost just want to give him a quick burst in the morning, and then every time you bring him back, it's almost like the fight just comes out of him. Because every time he's bowled at his best is when the team needed him, number one. And also, number two, it wasn't normally in the morning sessions. It was at late afternoon or late second or third spell, and then late afternoon. He just comes into his own. He's just that sort of fighter. Reminds you of a heavyweight boxer that likes to go the whole 10.
I love his character. For me, he's got that fire in the belly that fast bowlers need. He's got tremendous stamina, and as you say, he's willing to put in the hard yards when the pitch is flat or hot afternoon. He still comes roaring in at good pace. He's been a really great part of this Lions' success this season.
And just look at the carry that he still gets with the ball that's nearly 70 overs old. Definitely still a little something in there, especially when he has the ball in hand. See the two batters just having a bit of a mid-wicket conference. Just saying, hold on, there's still a little juice left, just back of a length. Just hear the chatter around the field. The Lions definitely still the happy of the two camps. And I think the reason for that is just they know they are one, maybe 2 wickets away of really clinching it. And the Titans still have the pressure of not losing those 1 or 2.
I take the counter view. I think, normally at the Wanderers, the morning is a good time to bowl. That's when the majority of wickets fall. The Lions have only managed to get one so far. The deficit is less than 100. Double figures. There's still quite a lot of batting left after these two. Andile Paklakwa, of course, an all-rounder. Diane Khalim, an all-rounder. We saw in the first innings that Junior Dala is very capable of hanging around for a long time. So I think the Lions will be getting a little bit anxious. Titans will be happy that they've only lost 1 wicket. And the Lions are starting to think that the second new ball, 12 overs away, might well have to play a key role in them lifting that trophy. There's the CSA 4-day series trophy waiting just off the field, just beyond deep mid-wicket, for one or both of these teams to lift.
Yeah, that is the scenario that we sit in. You've got to feel that it's, if there's going to be a victor in this match, it will be the Lions. Otherwise, the draw will just mean that they both share the spoils of the 4-day cup. With the amount of rain we've had and the washed out games, it almost feels almost poetic that there's a no result.
A draw is still a result, Kat. And the Titans will feel that it's a bit of an honourable draw for them if they do manage to achieve it the way they've come back on this last day and a half.
True, true. Thank you, Mr. Borland there. Just so used to when there's a final, there's normally someone walking away with the spoils.
Especially a 5-day final, you would have banked on a result. We might still get one.
I would love to see Hendricks just come in for an over or so. Just take the ball away from the left-hander Pretorius. The same pressure that is being put on Munsami, maybe just put on him a little bit. Especially just before lunch. Maybe just an over. See what happens if there's something for Hendricks.
The thing that I've really missed is one of the seamers bowling around the wicket to Orlando Pretorius. We saw Tepa Mareki bowl a 6-over spell in which he didn't try around the wicket once to Pretorius. Now Mareki, remember how he got Keegan Peterson out in the first innings, jagging the ball back sharply into the right-hander. To the left-hander, that ball would be extremely effective, angled in from around the wicket and trying to get Pretorius to nick off, because he's looked totally comfortable when the bowlers, when the seamers have come over the wicket to him.
We saw when Cody Yusuf came into the attack, he actually went around the wicket to Pretorius for a couple of deliveries and then just went back over to him. So they might feel that that's the way to go. But I agree with you, you got to try something different, especially when he's looking as comfortable as he is at the moment. End of the over, it's 69 gone, it's 193 for the loss of 4. Luandre Pretorius, 50 of exactly 100 balls. Rivaldo Munsami is normally a very nice striker of the ball. He is 1 of 35, as we see a match summary there. The 123 in reply to the 413 for 7. Just not good enough by the Momentum Multiply Titans. And their second innings reply, much better. 193 for the loss of 4, with Keegan Peterson scoring a double 50. 50 of 87 in the first innings and 75 of 169. And then the youngster Luandre Pretorius, 30 not out. And then also 53 in the second innings. But just look at that partnership by Zubir Hamza and Potgieter was just brilliant. Again, to your point, Mr. Borland still going over the wicket to Pretorius.
And we've had 3 maiden overs in a row now, so I wonder if the Titans have decided 6 minutes to lunch. Time to shut up shop and make sure that they're both still there for the afternoon.
Yeah, it might be just a question of let's just take it to lunch, have a bit of a feet up, revive a bit of energy. And then for the Lions' perspective, they might also just feel that a break might be just what they need, just to recharge the batteries, maybe get a new perspective on a plan or two, and also hopefully the lapse of concentration, because normally a break brings along a wicket. There's that short one, and Yusuf just having a bit of a stare at Pretorius, but mentioned earlier, Luandre Pretorius, no one to will back off or back down from a bit of a stare down.
Cody Yusuf not scared to be an in-your-face fast bowler, which is great to see. Luandre Pretorius just not happy that Cody Yusuf started his run up before he was ready. Pretorius does sort of get into position and stand there and then does the bat twirl, but that doesn't mean he's quite ready yet.
Well, I actually heard from the stump mic, there was a bit of a conversation coming from cover there. Twice now he's pointed to that man in cover as we see a thick inside edge and a couple of oohs and ahs.
That's why I don't mind Cody Yusuf bowling over the wicket so much to Luandre Pretorius. We've seen in this over a couple of deliveries have kind of just shaped back a little bit into the left-hander. So Cody Yusuf more likely to get an LBW than someone like Tepo Moreki, who's just going right across the left-hander and generally pitching outside leg stump.
One more delivery to go in this 70th over. Probably one more over from Fontaine just before lunch. It'll be interesting to see if they might get a little bit more attacking, especially if Munsame is on strike. Maybe get that, get another man under helmet in. They got that very close in man, and maybe just get someone on the leg side as well.
Might as well. They always say the closer you get to something, the harder it gets. And the Titans will be, metaphorically speaking, sniffing lunch. And yeah, get some more pressure on there. You never know how it could mess with the batsman's mind. Although Luandre Pretorius will be on strike, and he's just looked so assured and so nice and calm out there today.
Yeah, that analogy is very true, especially when it comes to a cricket ball. The closer you get, the harder it does get, literally.
Say it to my face, and then when I'm standing there, his lip is going like this.
There's a couple of chats again. Fontaine starting another over. Turning it back into the left-hander. They got the man at deep mid-wicket and also behind square. Also have the man at long on the fence. Very happy to give him the one, it looks like. How important becomes that drop catch by Richards earlier on, especially because the man that's on strike now on 54 was the recipient of that extra life given.
Yeah, he's doubled his score. A very sharp chance, it must be said. Got a lot of bat to the ball.
Deficit has gone down to 96 over the last 15 or 20 minutes or so. Nothing real has happened there. Just making sure they get into lunch unscathed. 14 around the wicket. Dug out. A nice little shovel he's got there in his hand. Good ploy, I think. Just changing the angle a little bit by 14. Look at Richards. He's received one or two of those from Fortuin today already. Dropping it short, and Luandre Pretoria is very happy to go on the pull. This time he thought, oh, I'm done for.
Wasn't that short. Josh Richards was a little bit alarmist in his movements there. Tough job though. I have total sympathy for him there.
Lunchtime.
And that would be lunch as we come to the end of the 71st over. 9 more overs to go before that new ball can be taken. And Ken, you got to feel that that is one thing that the Lions are working to.
Yeah, they've got to strike at least a couple of times with that second new ball. Preferably they'd want to nip out one of these batters before the second new ball as well. And obviously Luandre Pretorius will be a massive wicket to get. These are the wickets that fell this morning. Yesterday as well. Sapamla getting Dewald Brevis twice in this game.
Yeah, Sapamla getting Neil Brandt twice. And look at that. That was absolutely phenomenal glove work. The summary there, first innings 413 for the loss of 7. It is the 100 by Zubair Hamza and Mitch van Buren, who's 73. Sets it up nicely. Janku Smit bowled well. He's 3 wickets for 84. And Junior Dala picking up a couple as well. And then the reply from the Momentum Multiply Titans. 123 all out with Cody Youssef taking 4 and Fortuin taking 3 with only Keegan Peterson and Luandre Pretorius. And also honorable mention to Junior Dala. The only 3 to score in double figures there for the Titans. Second innings, much better reply. It's the Titans on 194 for 4. At lunch on the final day, Peterson 75 and an unbeaten Luandre Pretorius 54 of 110 with Luther Sapamla 2 for 27 and the Lana Potgieter picking up that 1 wicket by the brilliant glove work by Esterhazen in the back. We're going to have lunch. We'll be back in about 35 to 40 minutes time. Please don't forget to join us on the CSA app and also on the CSA YouTube channel. It is the CSA 4-day final. It is the DP World Lions in the lead by 96 runs to the Momentum Multiply Titans.
And just before we go, a message from our partners. Enza Construction, provider of integrated property and infrastructure solutions. Enza undertakes all aspects of the property implementation process and offers a holistic and integrated solution from property development, design, construction, project management, and asset management. Enza Construction, your infrastructure developer of choice. Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium. Where the post-lunch session is about to begin with the Momentum Multiply Titans on 194 for 4 in their follow-on innings. Still trailing by 96 runs, but it's been a good day for them so far, just losing the 1 wicket. They resumed on 118 for 3. Luando Pretorius is really going strong on 54 not out, batting with great composure and maturity. And Rivaldo Moonsamy with him on 1 not out, as the DP World Lions are about to come into picture. And with me is Nono Pongolo. Nono, Lions probably not too happy with that morning session.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ken. Good afternoon, everyone at home. And yeah, it's been an enthralling match so far, but you got to say probably for the first time, a session that might have belonged to the Titans, the way in the manner that they've fought back. And it's so good to see a youngster really showing a bit of grit, showing a bit of fight, especially these modern cricketers where you get to hear that I tend to play this way, and how he's adapted to the conditions, adapted to the situation. And of course, Keegan Peterson was good foil to Luando Pretorius. Good partnership. Unfortunately, Delano Porchetta broke that partnership. But again, I think you say it's such an important now session. We're approaching the new ball, 8-9 overs away to that new ball, as we see Tsepo Moreki. So we feel that we've seen a lot in the surface that when the new ball is around, it tends to offer a little bit more to these bowlers. So quite an exciting period as we approach that new ball. And it's about the hard work of the Titans continuing and ensuring that this too will be the ones that are facing that new ball as well in 9 overs time.
Moreki operating with a slip and a gully, and there's quite a short backward point, really. Almost a short third man.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when the wicket is not as quick as you would like, that ball tends to go to that region a lot more. It's quite backward there. Is Cody Yusuf. Zubair Hamza quite tight to the keeper. Connor Esterhazen. Josh Richards at gully. You've spoken about that fielder. It's gone straight to him. And you got to be so careful as well as a batter. It is day 5 surface. After all, either you're playing the vertical shots or the horizontal. You don't want to be in between the 45-degree shots on the surface. Yeah, it's not necessarily dying too much. I think it's held up really well. But you've got to be so mindful of all of a sudden being enticed for that third man region on a surface that is dying.
First time we've seen Tsepo Moreki go for the Yorker, well dug out by Moonsamy. He's been there a long time, Rivaldo Moonsamy, 40 deliveries. He came in 49 minutes before the lunch break. Keegan Peterson has got out at practically the exact same time on both days. But another excellent innings from Keegan Peterson, 75 from him. And that was also the size of the partnership with Luando Pretorius. Moonsamy's got that one away, through point, and that'll run away for 4.
Yeah, well played. Loving the intent from the Titans. A first over after the lunch break. An opportunity is offered, short, a bit of width offered, but certainly took it with both hands. And I keep mentioning the importance of ensuring that it's either a horizontal shot or a vertical shot. So it's important to keep making those clear decisions. Shot selection being so vital in the situation that they find themselves in.
I think the way the Titans have approached this final day has been spot on. No, I think they haven't just gone into their shells and tried to defend their way to a draw the whole day. They've been sure to take the runs that are on offer, keep that scoreboard just ticking over, no risks, nothing risky, but not afraid to play the shots to the right deliveries, and that's got the deficit down to 92.
It ends the 72nd over. First one after the lunch break, 198 for 4. I think such an important point, Ken, is that every time the Lions just turn their heads and they look at the scoreboard, they see that deficit keep going down. That's the only way to control them in terms of the fields as well, because they would like to have aggressive fields with more runs. And all of a sudden, you only have to see one slip in the gully, no one around the bat, and that's exactly what you want. Those half a chances are going straight down because there are no fielders around the batter. And the closer it gets to the 50 mark, all of a sudden they start becoming nervy because they don't want to bat last on the surface. Seeing that Bjort Fortuin has got a bit of purchase from the caller drive end, I'm sure Neil Brunt will also be licking his lips with Tsepo Ndwando and saying, give us that opportunity, guys. But that's still a long, long way to go.
Titans started the day with a deficit of 172, and I think a big psychological blow, if you like, when they got that deficit down into double figures with the loss of just one wicket. Bit of aggression after lunch from Lando Pretorius.
Yeah, I like the field. We had mentioned it on day 1 and 2. Tsepo Ndwando was starting with an attacking field. He had mid-on and mid-off in that particular instance, Bjort Fortuin. And that basically asked Luandro Pretorius to just shimmy down and see if he could blast it past Bjort Fortuin. Mitchell van Buren just slightly hanging slightly deeper than mid-off at mid-on.
Down again, and again, Pretorius can't beat the fielder.
And these are the small contests that you like as a bowling side, is that you've enticed Luandro to doing something that he definitely didn't do before the lunch break. As we see Mitchell van Buren being dropped now to long on. Maybe should have just held his nerve here, Bjort Fortuin. These inner battles that we see in a contest is that all of a sudden field is up. You've asked him now, what are you going to do with that? And clearly he doesn't like having mid-on, mid-off because it prevents him from having that easy one to long on that he had before the lunch break.
Probing over from Bjorn Fortuin, it's 198 for 4.
Yeah, really good start from the informed player. As we see the highlights of Luandro Pretorius. Been in fine form in all formats for the Momentum Multiplied Titans as he continues to grow in stature. And what you see from Luandro Pretorius, it's both sides of the field. Very strong off the pull. As we see on this particular occasion, Tsepo Moreki playing it well in front of square. And certainly will be giving a lot of selectors in South Africa some thinking going forward. Does he get himself on that flight to Lords for that Test Championship final with the skipper slightly dealing with an elbow injury? But what a prospect that South Africa's unearthed this season.
Just sliding down the leg side when Sammy also wanting to scamper off for a single that wasn't there.
They'll feel that he probably missed out. Rivaldo Munsami, because there's only one man to beat. The square leg is quite well in front of square. It's quite a vacant region there. It's only a fine leg, rather, Luto Supamla. On his legs, just needs to get a good part of it.
It's a very short mid-wicket in place as well. See there in the left center of your screen. Nono, do you think that's a genuine wicket-taking option, or just trying to get someone in the batsman's eye line?
I mean, we've spoken about how the surface, I mean, it's not necessarily slowing down as you would say, but I mean, it's just maybe slightly earlier in the shot, having that guy in your eye line, thinking about them. And if you don't quite commit to the shot, it's slightly aerial. That's just for that guy to just create that half a chance. And it is, after all, a day 5 surface. It's not going to be as true as it was in the early parts of the game, day 1 and day 2. And you just need a half a chance. And I like how they've come out after this lunch break. The Lions are just slightly more aggressive fields. Not overly aggressive, but just a catch or two in the eye line of the batter. And again, what I've liked from Tsepo Moreki is not necessarily bowling for that ball every now and then. He'll pitch the ball up on midland leg and hope that maybe your head has fallen over to the offside. And that's when that inside half and that fielder then comes to play.
And we've seen him quite consistently jag or nip the ball back into the right-hander. Bowled Keegan Peterson with an absolute beauty in the first innings. Moreki making a good start after lunch. A bit more probing than he was during the morning session. And getting decent bounce as well to end the over. 198 for 4. And we've had back-to-back maiden overs now.
And in the change room as well, we often speak about that golden 18-ball policy. 3 overs of dot balls tends to bring out a wicket. And that's what they'll be striving for, yeah, the DP World Lions. Just one more over of pressure. And just might see a wicket. And I've got to say again, I think it's probably the difference between the two sides at the moment. I mean, that 100 from Zubair Hamza being such a crucial part of this game. In the air, driven beautifully down the ground from Luandra Pretorius. He had mentioned after the break that they were fielded up. He looked to definitely take it on. And he got a big chunk of it. A couple of bounces and it races to the fence.
Yeah, nice and straight too from Luandra Pretorius back over the bowler's head. Right, well, who's going to blink first? Well, long on has gone back in place.
Again, it continues what you mentioned earlier on. There's definitely, as it brought up 200 on the board for the Titans, that he's just not going to sit back and let Bjorn take, even though the matchup suits Bjort for 10. Ball turning in. There's a bit of rough outside the eye line of Luandro Pretorius. Reverse sweep this time around. Doesn't quite catch it.
Pretorius has been a lot more adventurous in this session since lunch than he was in the morning session. Some shots we haven't seen yet today. He didn't come down the pitch much in the morning as a third man goes into place in response to that attempted reverse sweep.
It feels like Bjorn Fontaine has blinked every time he's played a shot because he's moved a fielder, took backward point and sent him straight to the boundary. And long on started up, being at mid-on and mid-off. He stepped on a couple of occasions and he has blinked.
Personally, I would prefer the third man to be a short third man, maybe in a catching position. The Lions surely don't mind Luandro Pretorius trying reverse sweeps. And the ball coming out of the rough, one might get a bit of extra bounce. Down the wicket again and lashed through extra cover for 4 by Luandro Pretorius, who's certainly winning this battle at the moment with Bjorn Fortuin.
Yeah, 8 coming from that over. Started with a boundary, the first delivery, and he's ended the over of Bjorn Fortuin with another boundary. And you got to say, on this occasion, the ball was slightly wider from Bjorn Fortuin, offered the opportunity to go well and full as well. It's driven nicely because he's got a big gap there from cover. And he's taken his opportunity. So, really enthralling to see how the Titans have come out after the lunch break. How Luandro Pretorius certainly tried to change gears, ensure that he puts pressure back into Bjorn Fortuin. So especially I'm thinking maybe he just thought with that new ball not being far away, maybe let's just make use of these last few overs. Make sure that we get some runs because we know it might get harder with that new ball. So really good tactics being taken by the young man.
It's interesting that if that is his thinking, that he's not thinking Bjorn Fortuin is the threat. I think most of us have, looking at the pitch and the rough just outside Pretorius' off stump, we've been thinking Bjorn Fortuin will be the chief threat today.
I think that the advantage that he might have and feel for himself is that the ball is turning into me. And if I get myself close to that delivery, at least I've got plan B as an exit strategy. It might just hit me on the pad if I'm close to the ball.
Through extra cover by Moonsami. I think this is going to run away for 4 as well. The outfielders quickened up since it was a bit damp with the overnight dew this morning.
Yeah, fantastic shot. It was only a push really from Rivaldo Moonsami. Really just shows the class of the man. Just finding the gap, just past cover. And look at it race away from Dominic Hendricks. Good delivery, good shot. You feel as a bowler from Tsepo Murek, he didn't really do a lot of wrong there.
Yeah, the Lions being a little bit vocal on the field. They were extremely loud yesterday. Lots of chirping, lots of encouragement for each other, clapping, and there was just a noise in between every delivery. This morning, with the ball really not doing much in the first half dozen overs, it seemed to get a little quiet out there. So perhaps good that they're trying to keep the noise levels up after lunch.
It's the nerves for me. Okay, so close yet so far. And keeping one eye on that deficit, 80 runs now. And you know, you're only 6 wickets away from possibly winning this final. And at the same time, you just feel they've given us a fight to the Momentum Multiplied Titans. So you're not quite sure as a player. So now all of a sudden, where yesterday, because there was still so much play that needed to happen, where now it feels you are so close. And now all of a sudden tension comes into it, nerves come into it. And also the fielders will be thinking about, you don't want to be the fielder now that puts an opportunity down. That next opportunity, especially if you think about, you know, this is the last of the recognized batters, and then we go to the all-rounders. Andile Pehlukwayo. Still got Dayam Khalim. Also, they're both good players, but you're not quite sure what you might get from the two of them, but this is so crucial for the Lions if you can open up this end.
Bit of frustration from Tsepo Mareki. I think he just wasn't happy with how full that delivery was. It's a bit like the egg timer, you know, the sand has been turned over now, and for the Lions, suddenly the sand is starting to run through the timer, heading into the last afternoon. As there we see the bowling figures. Luto Sapamla, very good again, 10 overs, 2 for 27. The other wicket takers, Bjorn Fortuin, he's toiled hard, 28 overs, 1 for 75. Hasn't got a whole lot out of the surface today. And Delano Potgieter, very accurate, 10 overs, 1 for 11. That wicket, a magnificent bit of glove work by wicketkeeper Connor Esterhuizen to get the stumping. Right, Fortuin versus Pretorius, round 2.
Field is well set as well. Taken once more from Connor Esterhuizen down the leg side. That's probably just Bjorn Fortuin, just looking to play some mind games. If you want to look to come down the wicket, might just bowl one dust behind you and then hopefully get Connor Esterhuizen back in the game once more. Change in field once again. Delano Potgieter being removed from square leg to cover.
He came charging, did Pretorius, but Fortuin adjusting his length well. Looked a bit quicker as well. The sweep, the big appeal, but I think struck outside the line of off stump. You reckon a bit of glove maybe as well?
No, yeah. Certainly just outside the line. He made the initial movement, Luandre Pretorius, outside of stump. And just got struck. It's good decision, because he knows that if he wants to play the sweep against the turning ball, he needs to get himself outside of the line. So he's really trying to, every time Bjorn Fortuin makes a change in his field, then he goes to the area where the fielder used to be. Square leg was removed, put an extra cover, then he picks it up, then maybe I could play the sweep shot. So he's always thinking about where his scoring options are going to come from.
Hit very hard, straight down the ground. That's a lovely stroke by Luandre Pretorius for another boundary.
Really good batting from the young man. Really putting Bjorn Fortuin under pressure, probably for the first time in this game, where he's not having things his own way. He had to think about putting his hand down, but at the last second deciding not to.
Over bowled. It's been a very thoughtful innings by Luandre Pretorius. 66 not out now. But everything he's done, there seems to be good thinking behind it, good planning. And as you say, adapting to the different strategies of the bowlers and the ebbs and flows of the match situation as well.
Hey, got to give him credit. Seems to understand his game really well. Seems to be pretty clear what he's looking to do. We are 3 overs away now from that new ball, as we see Dom Hendricks, the skipper, just come in to bowl. He's off spin. And again, it's another small victory here for the Titans. Got past Tsepo Moreki into the part-time off spin of Dom Hendricks. Again, as this should be mindful as a batting side. You don't want to now lose your concentration to Dom Hendricks, and now you lose the wicket and open up, and then just before that new ball. You've done all the hard work.
Long on, and a deep mid wicket in place, just in case Munsami does do something silly. But he's going to get an easy one on the offside there. Second new ball is just 3 overs away.
Come on, Dom. I know you've got a Jaffa in you.
Yeah, exactly what Connor Esterhuizen will be saying, especially to Lohandra Pretorius. He'll be saying, you don't want to go out to meet. You've done all the hard work. And there used to be a couple of players as well who used to play those mind games before they bowl, the part-timers. Alvira Peterson comes to mind. I'll put it in your head. Half a chance, slightly aerial.
Especially the big shout Connor Esterhuizen gave there. Oh, and it came straight off the middle of the bat.
Much better from Dom. Fuller. And as a batter, you're not quite sure if he's going to turn one or not.
Too short. Put away. For 4.
Yeah, lovely intent. Been so good as Lohandra Pretorius. Brutal in anything that's been short. Again, just slightly short, but the footwork, quick footwork, picking the spot in front of square.
And the single. Dom Hendricks is coming off his best ever bowling figures in 4-day cricket. Took 2 for 34 against the Dolphins here at the Wanderers not too long ago. He could give himself a second over. We shall see. 78 gone, 220 for 4.
I mean, it's not necessarily too much of a risk from the Lions, as long as doesn't concede too many. As we see, Pure for 10 to continue. Certainly feel that as soon as the DP World Lions have the opportunity to take that new ball, they'll certainly take it. It's almost like they're just trying to get themselves there. Change in field, change in tactics from Pure for 10, opting to come around the wicket this time around. Might just get that rough out of play for him.
Neatly worked by Pretorius for 1. Yeah, the rough hasn't really been that much of a factor for Fortain to Pretorius.
Did the bowlers come up with their shorter studs this morning? You want to bring out the big ones.
Tsepo Moreki's been warned 3 times in this match, twice in the first innings, once today for running in the danger area.
I think Pure for 10 lost Josh Richards quite a long ago now from that short leg silly mid-off position. You can tell how confident that fielder feels by how quickly they get up. because at times, fielding in that position, you kind of look at the shot that's about to be played. When you can see in terms of the back lift, if it's going to be a block or not. But it looks like Josh Richards is just looking to run as soon as the ball is delivered. Just no great confidence to the bowler, and I'm sure to himself of what he's seen before. And it's become such a specialized position nowadays because those half a chances, and I think there's no better sides than your coastal sides, especially the Dolphins. I think Kaya Zonda is one of those guys who's made it a really strong position for himself, and especially to give guys like Keshav Maharaj, Subrian, a lot of opportunities there.
And that's going to run away for 4 byes down the leg side from Bjorn Fortuin to end the over. Yeah, no, I do. There was a series against England probably about a decade ago now where the close-in catching was actually a decisive difference in the series, and the South African attitude always used to just be youngest guy in the team, you get under the helmet, off you go. For me, it's one of those half percenters or 1%ers even. You need to have fielders who are specialized in those positions, who can turn those half chances into actual catches.
Yeah, you often see it as well with the work that's been done by teams nowadays in their warm-ups, ensuring that the guys get used to those close catching positions and taking those split-second catches as well. So it's no longer just filling in with your youngster. It's the guy who can make that opportunity and take those opportunities. Temba Bavuma comes to mind. Tony DeZosa, some of the work that he did. I'm trying to think of the player. He ended up retiring from England.
Taylor.
There we go. That's the name I was trying hard to think of. Took that stunning catch as well, especially when it's off the pace bowlers. It's always slightly harder as well when you're so close.
Fierce appeal from Dominic Hendricks, but umpire Palika is unmoved. Dom has still got his hands up in the air. Anyway, we're probably going to see a bowling change when the second new ball comes along at the end of this over. So we'll also be having a change of commentary personnel. Aslam Korta and Dion Kress.
Oh.
Thank you very much, Ken and Nono. Yeah, there'll be, well, the new ball is imminent, let's just say that. And as far as the attack is concerned here in the commentary box, clearly one new ball bowler alongside me and Dion Grace. And I was a very, very quick bowler too. In most of the dreams I had as a youngster.
I think most of the times I was just quick to the boundary.
No, don't say that. You've had your moments. And how long did your career last? First question.
Yeah, I was fortunate. I played from 93 to 2009, so about 16, 17 seasons.
That's pretty much for fast bowlers. So well done, Dion.
Thank you. The donkeys seem to last longer than the racehorses.
I knew you were going to add some wisecrack to it to just stay as modest as possible. But no, I wish I had your stats in front of me so I could have dug more into what you were able to do. But of course, what we're looking here right now is at the way this pair have now batted together. Munsami on just 11, but he's faced all of 63 deliveries. Their partnership, would you believe, is 48. And what they were unable to do in the first innings, they've certainly been doing together. In the first session was where they just lost the 1 wicket of Keegan Peterson. And for the first time in the whole match, it was in fact the Titans who went back into lunge with that session in the bag. They were clearly very good, having lost just the 1 wicket. And as much as the bowlers tried and toiled, they were rather unrewarded. There was one chance that perhaps went to hand, and that was at short leg when Pretorius was on 26. But since then, he's registered another 50. He's batted beautifully. And the new ball has been taken immediately after it's become available. 228 for 4, I'll note that.
It is the right time to take it too. I think the next 30 to 60 minutes will determine in a big way how quickly this match moves one way or the other. We knew the second new ball might just bring a little bit more uneven bounce, a little bit more movement. But Pretorius has been steadfast.
So Sipamla into the attack with the new ball in hand. And a beautiful drive just eased wide of the fielder at cover, and he rolls away at the Wanderers for 4. No effort in that stroke at all. It was all about timing and placement, and helped along, of course, by a wonderful outfield.
This young man's already done so much in South African cricket in such a short space of time, and the name on probably most people's lips. And another reason why it should be just so much control there. Imagine, create a scenario where he bats the whole day to save the game. From being in the SA20, this attacking, getting hundreds in 40 balls, to being able to bat for a full day and a bit to save a match. Well, what more can you say?
Absolutely right. And I made that point at lunchtime, that, or just before we went off lunch for lunch, that occupying the crease for close to 3 hours says a lot about his mental development. Playing in the longer version in a cup final with your team. Really staring down the barrel. So put all that together on the shoulders of a young man, and if he comes through this, well, he came through the first session, if he comes through this one and further, as you say, I can't agree with you more, because there's so much of the habit of pigeonholing players, but he's clearly showing that he's got all the capabilities.
There was a 20 minutes before lunch when Cody Yusuf with the old ball ran in hard and bowled really well at him, and he survived. I think this is going to be compelling as well. If Cody Yusuf can have the same energy, the same intent, and if Pretorius can get through that, sure, it'll show us even more about his character and his ability.
Good to see that Sipamla is bowling around the wicket. Generally, as you would confirm, that it is the idea of keeping it as straight as possible. But in this case, with the new ball in hand, perhaps just looking to hit the fourth and fifth stump region to avoid those type of runs being scored easily, to keep the batsman in check, and then perhaps to even look to get him out. But with the new ball having been taken on this fifth afternoon pitch, just one slip in a gully in position, would you do anything differently, Dion?
Except go off the field and not bowl. Now, I think you've just got to be disciplined. You've got to maybe try and use the odd short ball, try and take his feet away. But I spoke about his batsmanship before lunch as well with Ken. The first ball was a little bit full. You just caressed it through the covers. Then as a bowler, you try and correct. You bowl it slightly shorter, a little bit straight, and he's got the ability to work you for 2 runs. And I think he never looks rushed. He's got such a calm head on his shoulders. Whether he gets out now or not, it doesn't matter. I think we've already seen enough from a 19-year-old to play like this.
Indeed, that's the area. Perhaps gets tempted into one or two of those drives, the one that he just eased past the offside field for 4. So tempt him in the area, see if the new ball can just zip through a bit quicker, pick up the outside edge. I mean, we've just waxed lyrical about this fellow throughout the season, and now, right at the tail end of the South African season, here in a crucial encounter, he begins to stand up and grab the headlines once again.
And you forget that this is only his first last game, and he's batting like someone that's been playing for 100 matches.
Yeah, that he's been there and done it before. And that's why I raised that point also before lunch, that that is the end of the over. 81 gone, 234 for 4. If you're just joining us, the new ball was taken at the beginning of this over from Sipamla with a score on 228 for 4. We did say that as well in I think over the last number of days that his maturity at this level, when you think about this as well, youngsters are brought up on the diet of one-day white ball cricket. And then suddenly to shift gears and to think differently, I think that's an important point to make. To think differently because the demands are so different in the longer version. This guy's doing it. Sensational.
Well, it's, as I said, in the SA20 he was scoring at 200 strike rate. Here he's had to rein himself in, and I said this before. It shows he's got the love for batting, and that's what you want. You want, even if it is in the shorter format, you want guys that absolutely love spending time in the middle, whether it's to win a game, to save a game, or whatever the situation might be.
Absolutely correct. That's a beautiful forcing shot off the back foot. Found the gap as well, did Munsami, up on his toes, and then just a wonderful, easy transfer of the weight, and that races through to the cover boundary for 4.
Just to remind us, I'm also here. It's not a one-man show, this. I can also play good shots because he has also been in great form, Rivaldo Munsami, and that's as good as it gets.
Smart shot. Just looking to see if there's any temptation to adjust the field. Nothing like that. And I'm saying this because if you're bowling to Rivaldo, who you feel he's just come in, I know he's faced 64 deliveries, he's been there for just about an hour. But I do feel that on the one hand, you need to try and attack at the one batsman, just so that you're sending the message that we're not standing by and waiting for something to happen. Because you don't want to be part of a draw, you want to force the win. So there has to be that intent, and I don't see it.
I think the intent is there, as Dominic Hendricks is actually moving into the slip area, which I totally agree with you. Runs are not quite irrelevant, but not such a big factor at the moment. For me, it's lengths. I don't think, to be honest, the Lions have found that fuller, not quite as full as that. It's either been just too full or just too short. They haven't found that ideal length often enough, if I'm being hypercritical.
I think you're right, because one of the things we did discuss during that, when they dismissed the team for 123, was that they kept hitting the right lengths. So you'd be the better judge of that, no doubt. And I don't know, then maybe if it's a case of, listen guys, you're not getting that much of assistance off the pitch, look to keep it fuller, who knows?
It's almost that length there. I've joked about it a few times in this match, saying I played in lots of games where when we batted, it felt like the ball was seaming all over the show, and when we bowled it, it was flat. So if you look at the shots that we've played in this particular over, when it's just been a bit too short, the batters have looked comfortable because it's slow. When it's just been a bit too full, there's also not enough seam movement off the surface to really bother the batter. So you have to find that in-between length where the ball just does a little bit.
Yeah, and that in-between length you talk about is so important, because foreign bowlers, when they come here, even guys from the coastal areas, we up at the Wanderers, I can really unleash here and have a go, and they tend to get it wrong. So it's also a case that whilst it may be one of those quicker pitches, you have to fight in the right type of lengths. And I know Ian Bishop used to always talk about that as much as the batsmen apply themselves at the wicket, the bowlers need to apply themselves as well in finding the right lengths. That's a good delivery. Sharp off the pitch.
Yeah, he's always running in. End of 82 overs, 238 for 4. Yeah, and I don't want to use myself as an example, because I don't want to put my name in the same sentence actually as a guy like Morne Morkel, but for how many years did we say Morne Morkel just bowled that a foot or two too short, and when eventually towards the end of his career he got the length spot on, how effective he was. I was exactly the same. My natural length was a comfortable length at times for batters to play. Dale Steyn, his natural length is what made him so great. It was just that length that always attacked the top of the stumps, and that's the one you've got to find. On the Wanderers, on Supersport Park, at Lords, each one it'll be slightly different. It's not 5 meters apart, it's slight variances, and the best bowlers seem to find the best length on each surface.
That is such an excellent point you've made, Dion, because to bring another aspect to what you're just saying, the out-and-out fast bowler in a skillful fast bowler in Dale Steyn. Then you get the guy who's slightly military medium or slightly medium fast in Philander, but they're still looking to do the same thing, aim for that top of off stump. And that really is the key, isn't it?
You look at the DRS decisions around the world, whether it's the spinner or the seamer, it's often just hitting the top of the stumps or just going over. So it's always that perfect length.
Yeah, exactly. That's also a nice way to maybe assess how the modern bowler is actually operating in the different formats, because you do have DRS that guides you in all of those formats. We don't have it on pitch vision, unfortunately, but it's a point very well made.
I think if this was a little bit quicker surface, you would feel that your slip and your keeper and gully are more in play. But it's not been a normal Wanderers wicket, if I can put it that way.
No, absolutely right. That's why they've gone with this type of a field. As I always say, from up here, 100 meters away, it's more conjecture. We're trying to read into this, into what we see out there. What the captain and bowlers and the rest of them are thinking is very, very different. And I always seem to just get that in sometime during the commentary, because we're not really the experts. The guys who are the experts are the fellows out there doing the hard work. Yeah, there's just nothing in the pace of this pitch. That's such a beautifully timed stroke. Magnificently played. Almost just getting the bat in the way of the ball in his direction, and then opens the face and wide of mid-wicket. That is a quality stroke.
When we started, we were saying about dreaming about bowling fast. Like, I dreamt about batting like this. I just wanted to bat once where batting was easy. That looked so easy. That's not a bad ball, but the shot is world class.
World class indeed. Quality stroke. High quality batting. 84 to the young man. I almost wish that he gets to 100, just so that you'll be able to say, I watched him score in his early days a good 100. Plays the pull shot, it's up in the air. Fielder going after that, but it lands just in front of Cody Yusuf. Well, I thought for a moment, looked to slow down and made up his mind that he's actually not going to be able to make it, so rather just get there and hold the ball in. So there's a good short delivery, induced that stroke.
And that's why I said he's got to use it, especially Sapamla from the caller drive end, because your leg side boundary for Pretorius is much bigger than hitting when you're bowling from the golf course end. Maybe just bounced a little bit more than he expected, but he also deserves some luck.
No, for sure. For all the hard work that you've done. That's why I felt very sorry for Peterson today, that he was exceptional. 50 in the first inning, 75 in the second. There for 246 minutes. Oh, that's short and cut away. Rivaldo Mulsami is a fine stroke player, and he's just demonstrated that again. Didn't even bother to move. 4 runs.
And this is where the Wanderers is so good. I spoke about the lengths. If you miss your length as a bowler, you are going to get clobbered. And in my opinion, rightly so. No one bowls a bad ball on purpose, but Sapamla was mad at himself. And he knows you can't fault there. But if you bowl well, you can still get rewarded here.
Did that actually go for 4? I'm just thinking.
Yes, it did. One of the substitute fielders came on and stopped it just before it hit the boundary. But I like what Pretorius is doing here as well. Maybe he's also sensing, you know, my body, I'm a little bit tired. It's a concentration thing. Concentrating for 6-7 hours. I know it's not 6-7 hours on without interruptions, but you have to switch on and off. And he's just trying to get his body and his feet going, because he knows this is a crucial 20 overs that we've got left here.
Indeed. To shepherd his team past that deficit and then just make sure that he's occupying right up till tea to put his team into a safe position. Cody Yusuf in again. Yeah, the way he just continues to move back and across. I'm almost tempted to say then, you know what, start a little outside the off stump and further and not bowl it too straight, because then you don't have a chance to keep bowling at him and maybe bowling at the plan because you've allowed an easy single.
It's a difficult one because he's left really well in this innings too. So you want to make him play because, as I said, I don't think you feel like nicking off is such a big factor in this match. So you're thinking more LBW or bowled, but his technique is so good.
2 slips in your picture for Munsami.
I have been fortunate. I have seen Luandre Pretorius score a great 100. It was at school level though, but
Okay.
he does make it look easy when he's in full flow.
You know, I must admit that when I saw him in the under-19 team, didn't know too much about him, admittedly. And then I saw him doing what he did best. And it was a great surprise because you don't often see a youngster who at that stage was just turning 18 that would come to the middle with a bit of a pot belly and a little broad on the waist. But nothing seemed to stop him. And then he's also a keeper, and he's pretty swift. He's a pretty swift mover too.
Can bowl off spin too, so he is talented. I think if you know how strong schoolboy cricket is in South Africa at the moment, and for him to have scored 18 first team hundreds at St. Stithians, apologies, alone, you've done something right.
No, that's really good to hear, because let's just say he makes the national team and you still have the incumbent keepers there. He can then bring in his third, what do they say, bow to the string and bowl.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier, Ken and I, about the nice conundrum that you have of there are so many options to pick from instead of, sure, who are we going to pick because no one's actually good enough.
Yeah, a lot of emphasis has been sort of credited to the SA20, but I must say that it was just before that we saw the likes of even Brevis and others come through, because he had proven himself in the Under-19 World Cup. There are a few other youngsters also that have come through, that are coming through, and we've seen the likes of the former coach, the white ball coach in Walter, introducing some of those youngsters in order to try and lengthen the squad and make sure that there are lots of options when it came to the big tournaments. And we've seen Shukri Conrad do the same thing. Stubbs, before you knew it, was immediately put into the squad. So I'm saying it was just before that period that we saw this young band coming through the system again. So end of 84, 249 for 4.
I think you mustn't think it was just the SA20 that created the success for Luandre
Exactly what I'm
Pretorius.
saying. Exactly what I'm saying.
So if you think about how clever the Titans were last year to blood him as well, but even before then, playing for the SA invitation side in the second division, he got a couple of hundreds, got a couple of 50s, even then as still a grade 11 boy. So it's been coming for a couple of years. If he hadn't had, in my opinion, the exposure from the Titans last year, and did okay, nothing brilliant, but we knew there was something. They knew there was something about him. And I think he's repaid them and the Paul Rock sooner than they maybe thought he would.
Absolutely. And let's just watch Sipamla. It's a point well made, because that's exactly what I'm saying, that he was already in the fray as a young man, so they knew that his progression is going to be there. Just manage it. And I agree with you, and I think it was you made the point earlier as well during our commentary sessions a few days ago, that it was the same thing about Brevis and how they've blooded him at number 4, number 5, to just let him get used to the system. And he's proven himself this season with flying colors, and I think this is good because his feet are now grounded. He's beginning to know his game a whole lot better. and we'll only see an upward curve when it comes to these two youngsters.
That was the length, by the way. Definitely, we will see an upward curve, but we also have to remember that in cricket there is going to be a stumbling block. It's not a straight line up. It's continuously up and down, but as long as the trend is upwards, that's what you're looking for.
Correct. So back to this match here, and I'm just thinking, what do we do differently? How about Sipamla maybe operating from the far end and bringing Cody Yusuf on this end for the first time in the whole match? To just do something different. The thoughts.
Maybe he was listening to you and just giving it a second thought.
Or that you can't run in with two thought processes. You've got to stick to one, run in, and that may have just been an issue, because if it's not the run up and you lose your footing, it could be just that, and it's a good thing to hold yourself back. Well played, well fielded. Hit pretty hard, that was.
See, now I know where I went wrong. I had too many thoughts in my head. I should just have had running in. Running in was hard enough thinking, and not even having to worry about where the ball goes.
Now, I must say that just listening to the likes of Stuart Broad in the company of Vernon Philander during the SA20, even though it was 4 overs per bowler, some of the gems that they came out with there was just astounding. And like Ian Chappell said many, many years ago, that I've played this game, I've kept in Australia at the highest level, but I've never stopped learning.
That's such a great point you make. I think nobody knows everything in this game, and people, as many people as you have, as many different opinions you'll have, and maybe different ways of doing things. And I think it's cricket. I think sometimes you sort of, it has to be this way. I think that's why Shane Warne was such a good captain as well. He would just do things out of the ordinary, even if it wasn't on sort of for a specific reason. It just made the batter think something's different's going to happen.
Exactly. Shot. He's got on top of this one. Minimal footwork. It was all about the shortage of length, and beautifully put away. Rivaldo Mulsami now settling very nicely into this innings. The partnership has now moved to 73, and it also brings up 253 for the Titans.
Now, Sipamla, you can see, is a little bit unhappy with himself. It's twice now in this over that he was given width, or he has given width to the batter, and the shorter length. Once he got away with it, but not this time.
Don't allow the opposition, especially the batting team, to see that you are almost one-dimensional in the way you're looking to attack and pick up wickets. Much better delivery, and also gets nicely in line as Rivaldo to end that over. 253 for 4. They trail by just 37 runs. This has been a fantastic performance with the bat. 290 they were behind when they were forced to follow on yesterday evening. And at close of play, again, as they did in the first innings, they were 3 wickets down. On this occasion, it was 118, a whole 101 runs more than it was on that first evening when they found themselves tottering, when they were chasing their score of 413. But a fantastic recovery. Peterson and Pretorius were at the crease overnight, and they took the score along to 180. And with a partnership of 75, or was it, no, from, what was it, 3 down, so I'm just working this. Yes, indeed, it was 75 when eventually the little man Peterson was dismissed. Only wicket falling in the first session today. So this has been a very good recovery, and they've done well. They've just held their nerve. They've not done anything untoward. They've also sensed the fact that, listen, this is a good pitch, so you hang in there, you're going to get runs. And you're going to be able to occupy the crease for as long as possible. And we've seen all of that come together for the Titans. So it's a very good, they've put their fists together. It's a fighting performance. And if they do achieve this, Dion, then at least I would still think that they've ended the match and the season on a high.
Without a doubt. And I think they also realise it's not done yet. There's still a lot of cricket to be played in this match. You're still behind. A crazy hour or so here can easily still lose you this game.
Yeah, exactly. As you make that point, I looked at the scoreboard. Overs left 50, plus minus, we need to say, because we've had match curtailed rather early on the last 2 afternoons. The best days and sunny days of cricket we've had. Unfortunately, cloud cover over the western horizon meant that there's not enough light. Oh, that's a good ball. So the previous delivery was a very good one on that off-stump line. The one that we've been searching as commentators for a long time to bowl against Pretorius. He's handled that well, and this Yorker length delivery digs it out to the short mid-wicket.
I've said it numerous times, but I'm a massive fan of Cody Yusuf. He's still running in. His figures don't reflect for me, I think, how well he has bowled, and sometimes you pick up 5 for and other times you don't. But I just love his attitude. He's still, despite being in the field for a long time now, he's still running in.
And then he possesses that element of cheek where he's happy as a fast bowler to confront you, to just try and get under your skin.
Now, as I mentioned, the 20 minutes before lunch, him and Pretorius having a go, all the ball, but a couple of words said, and umpire Paleka had to separate them or tell them both off at one stage. But those are the little moments you want in games, because it could go one way or the other.
So 2 fielders set deep on the leg side, short mid-wicket, and then conventional mid-on. Coming around the wicket is Cody Yusuf. A half volley that is just eased away to Tsepo Moreki.
Just shows the time that Pretorius has standing outside his crease. I promise you, Yusuf isn't bowling slowly here. He's bowling at least mid-130s, I would say. Rhythm is good. And Pretorius just coming forward ever so easily.
I don't think I remember seeing him beaten outside the off stump. In the stay of his now. On the up, plays the cut, and they turn around for the second. So that'll take the left-hander through to 86, the total to 253 for 4. The number of overs now 86, with the new ball taken at the beginning of the 81st over. And at that stage, the score was 228. These two have fashioned a very, very competent partnership, a gritty one, 75 in all, of which Pretorius has been the major contributor. Time for a commentary change. Kennen Gert.
Are you looking for the perfect venue to host your next unforgettable event? Look no further than the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium, more than just the home of cricket. From corporate functions and concerts to festivals, weddings and private celebrations, our world-class facilities, stunning skyline views and central location make it Joburg's ultimate multi-purpose venue. Make your moment legendary. Book the DP World Wanderers Stadium today. Visit www.lionscricket.coza for more information.
It's one of those things where I actually shook my head when you started there, because you don't have to look. The view that we have is absolutely stunning here at DP World Wanderers. Quick summary of the match thus far. Ken Borland. It's been almost 2 different days, hasn't it? It is the 123 all out, and then all of a sudden a reply of 255 for 4.
Well, first thing to say is that it wasn't a 123 all-out pitch. Excellent bowling by the Lions, but really some less than focused batting by the Titans, and they've shown that in the second innings with really a much improved effort. 255 for 4. I was saying to Dion Crace that this is a 5-day game, but in terms of wear and tear, having lost a day and a half at the start of the game, we kind of in the third afternoon, which is often a very good time to bat. And the Lions are toiling hard to get much out of this pitch, but let's also just give huge credit to the young man, Luandre Pretorius. 88 not out off 157 deliveries. It's been a great effort by him, a great knock. Just showing his composure and maturity at just 19 years old in a final, a red ball final, and he's going a long way to securing the draw. These are the Titans, some highlights of Leandre Pretorius' innings so far.
Yeah, the maturity is coming. This is his first season in the longer format. He started off well, and everyone was saying, yeah, it's because he's such a big hitter and such a basher of the ball. And all of a sudden, he's coming to this match, and the maturity that he's played in both innings, just in this one, just shows that he's got all the tools to really play in all formats going forward. Titans have got a diamond in Luandre Pretorius. He's 88 unbeaten, and it goes with his 30 unbeaten in the first innings. He ran out of partners. So between him and Keegan Peterson, they've been doing the bulk of the scoring. But this time must also give a bit of a shout out to Munsame, who's also come to the party in this innings, who's looked the part, played a lovely couple of cover drives on the up. Just to emphasize, and also the way him and Luandre has actually masterfully manipulated the new ball that's come in. They've been busy at the crease. They've not allowed any bowler to settle at them with that new ball, and they've actually managed to get that deficit down to 35.
Some really, really positive batting after lunch in the 15 overs we've had since the lunch break. The Titans have added 61 runs, and as you say, Gert, that's reduced the deficit to really nothing now, 35 runs. And it's Rivaldo Moonsamy has really blossomed after lunch as well. At one stage, he had one run off just 40 balls. So he really made sure he didn't get out before lunch, and is cashing in after the break. So the Lions are probably approaching last chance saloon fairly soon. 4 down, and the new ball 6 overs old. They really need to try and break this partnership of 75, and it'll be Luto Sapamla from the caller drive end.
It's only been Fortuin that's actually made Munsame look a little bit uncomfortable with the left-armers from around the wicket. Had 1 or 2 big shots against him, but that was about it. Other than that, he's looked very comfortable. Both these batters just look like they are here to bat for the next couple of days.
Yeah, it perhaps will take another moment of magic to get the wicket like we had in the morning. Connor Esterhuizen's stumping of Keegan Peterson. He's been strong in that area today, Rivaldo Moonsamy, and he's going to collect 3 more most probably. Not quite a boundary as Mitchell van Buren hauls it in. Suggests the Lions have been maybe giving him a little bit too much width.
Well, they're trying to hit that back of a length just to eliminate a little bit of a press forward. But they have been giving him too much width. They haven't really tucked him up. And now the extra slippers come out as well. Just the 1.5. Slip it around about 1.5, as you can see in the top of your screen there. And then the gully is actually quite close in.
Still quite a slow pitch, and there's a short mid-wicket in place. And I think Pamela was perhaps trying to get the flick off the pads there. Everyone missed.
I think it's with that short mid wicket there, it's just going to give Pamela an opportunity to go a lot straighter at Munsami because he's been relishing in that width. But I think he misdirected this one, as although they looked almost very happy, but there's only a man at long leg, and if he picked that one up, it would have flown to the fence.
So Pamela thinks there's something on that. No one else is interested at all.
Yeah, not even fine leg was interested, so then you know. But yeah, I think it's just straying down a little bit. They're actually waiting for that ball on that line just to straighten up on the right-hander. Is looking for that ball just to swing into the pads. So aiming down leg and then wanting it to finish round about middle and off is the idea.
It never swings though, does it? Whenever you try and pitch it leg, hit off, it just doesn't work. You can pitch it middle and miss off.
Yeah, it's one of those where you've been swinging it the entire day. It's been bending around corners, and then you just try and manipulate the corner, and then it goes the other way. And also, if you compare the bowling attack of the Lions from today to yesterday, they just had to work a lot harder. And also, that's a little bit of venom. Almost looks like it's just gone a little bit. The effort is still there.
Slashed away again. It's gotten underneath Van Buren at point. And so another run to end the over. 258 for 4.
So I was saying, just got a little bit of less venom that it had. We saw one or two from Cody Youssef really get up a little bit. There was one or two that really rised up from the golf course end. Other than that, nothing really happening. But you mentioned it earlier. Again, this is basically a day 3 afternoon pitch. The best time to bat. And the skies have been clear and blue for the last 5 days. The man we mentioned, Cody Youssef, comes into the attack. Luanda Pretoria is on 88 and Rivaldo Munsami on 27. But this partnership is 78 runs between these two. Fantastic job done.
That's where the Titans have taken a leaf out of the Lions book. From the first innings, the Lions had 3 successive 50 partnerships and then one of 40. Obviously, the Titans, no partnerships to speak of in their first innings of 123. But since then, there's been 49 for the second wicket, 37 for the third wicket, 75 for the fourth wicket, and this one on 78 and still going. Too high, I'm sure. Painful as it has been for Munsami.
Oh, that was high and that looks very uncomfortable.
Probably missed everything, eh? Star pad missed.
You can hear Mitchell Van Buren saying everything, eh? Missed everything. Just to get it on the nice meaty part of the thigh. Slightly in the thigh. Ow.
That's the ones that change color every day.
Well done.
Goes from a bruise to looking like there's something more seriously wrong. But those hurt. Those really, really do hurt. might just have him be uncomfortable for the next couple of deliveries. Already saw the one back of a length. Did he get another one to jag back in, maybe? Cody Yusuf?
Nicely stroked by Rivaldo Munsami. Lovely shot through the covers. He's done that a few times this afternoon as well. Collects a couple more.
Yeah, that won't help that bruise on the leg. Those are running. But yeah, that does look good. But also partnerships, you mentioned it, all those partnerships, it is what builds an innings. If you don't have partnership, nothing happens. And at the moment, if you look at partnerships, there's not really been a bowling partnership for the Lions either, where there's been pressure being built from both ends. There's been periods where there was pressure, but no real pressure from both ends. So the pressure has not been built up as much as it was in that first innings. Batting conditions has gotten a lot easier, to be mentioned as well.
So true, Kata. I think the Lions' bowling effort this morning, as hard as they tried, wasn't just quite the same high quality as they produced in the first innings. And as you said, bowling partnerships, there were just a few too many release balls for the Titans.
Because if you think about the innings thus far from the Titans, how many deliveries has actually beaten the outside part of the bat? Would be the first question. And then also, how many shots of an LBW or caught behind or anything has there been today? I can recall about 3. It was positive shouts, not just hopefully the umpire will give us a freebie.
No, you're right, Kat. The ball has not done a whole lot today. It's a bright sunny day. There's been no swing, very little off the surface, and even Bjorn Fortuin has actually got more purchase off the smooth part of the pitch to the right-handers than from that rough you can see outside. Lando Pretorius is off stump.
It almost looks like Fortuin has picked up the ball again. He's going to have a bit of a go. I wouldn't mind seeing maybe Hendricks have another go as well. It just looked like they really wanted to go after Hendricks. Maybe play a couple of shots, a rash shot. Nothing else has really worked.
Straight away, Pretorius down the pitch to Bjorn Fortuin. Started doing that after lunch. Didn't really do it in the morning, but straight after lunch used his feet to put pressure on the spinner.
Yeah, started doing that in around about over 71 from there on, and he really got stuck in. Played a couple of lovely shots. Just the umpire changing ends as well. A little bit of a hold up as we wait for the helmet to come in. And the umpire just changing to point, as he will not be able to see the line from his position if that short leg is in.
And also the sun is more behind his back now, umpire Palika. Fortuin bowling with a ball that's just 8 overs old. Hoping to maybe get a bit of extra bounce, and that's why the silly point and the short leg are in place.
And we also saw that he had Munsami in a little bit of trouble as when he first came into the crease. And that's that extra bounce you were talking about. Just a little bit extra. It's just going to hit the splice instead of the middle. And with Musavi opting to come with a big stride to Fortuin, trying to get to the pitch of the ball. That might just popped up. Oh, Rich has just missed that one. Also got one on the knee.
It was dribbling along the ground. I mean, that ball was whizzing over his shoulders past his head, and it's the little dribbler that hurts him on the shin. Moon Sammy had to talk Pretorius into taking that single. Means Moon Sammy will keep the strike for the next over. 30 now to Rivaldo Moon Sammy, and Lando Pretorius is on 89.
We saw this yesterday, Fortuin again. Just looking at that hand of his, it looks like it's getting cramped up a little bit. We saw him getting some spasm in that yesterday as well. It looks like his fingers just spasmed up.
He's bowled 31 overs, so it's a fair amount of work he's done.
Tsepo Moreke coming in, and it'll be interesting to see if he's going to follow your advice, Ken Borland. He might come around the wicket to the left-hander, Pretorius.
Oh, I certainly hope so. I've been crying out for it all day. The Lions just haven't tested Pretorius enough from around the wicket, because he's looked totally secure, the right arm over the wicket, angling across him. Moon Sammy again, so good on that shot. Just stands tall and a little punch. Ball flies away for 4. Lovely batting.
And he wasn't even happy with that. He had to practice a couple of more times there. Just lovely shot. No chance of that backward point whatsoever. Just look at that. Bang. Just on the back foot. Oh, sublime. Both these batters looking so comfortable at the moment. At deficit. 24 runs now. Still 6 wickets in hand. Anything can happen in this beautiful game of ours, but you got to feel that the Titans will sigh a little bit of relief.
And now the drive. Oh, acrobatic fielding. Great work.
There's no spasm in those fingers anymore, I feel. Bjorn Fortuin. Lovely diving effort. Pretty well struck by Munsami, and just look at that. All air. Bit of flyer miles there for Bjorn Fortuin. That's the sort of backing up you want, a bowler.
Yeah, he's bowled 31 overs and he's still flinging himself around the field like that. Great stuff, Bjorn Fortuin. Hooked away. And a couple of bounces down to fine leg.
Especially with Pretorius on strike now. It's one of those where you just see Junior Dala there padding up. Pet Lekwayo is scheduled to come in next. They might just feel that let's go eats up a couple of more deliveries. Bring in Dala just to assist if something happens, but it doesn't look like these two have any idea of going back into the hut. And Ken Borland, ask for it many times and it will come true eventually. Coming around the wicket is Tsepo Moreke.
And that's why I want him to bowl around the wicket to Pretorius, because Moreke will have the ability to angle it into Pretorius and then just straighten it a little bit away from the left-hander. We've seen that's been his mode of attack to the right-handers, jagging the ball back into them. So therefore for the left-hander, it will leave the left-hander.
But on that same note, wouldn't it maybe help to come around the wicket for the right-hander then as well? You create a different angle, the ball jagging back.
Shot the stumps. You heard Munsami shout to Pretorius, your side, as Mohammed Manak sneakily through to the non-striker's end. It's a difficult thing because you always want to get the balance between staying patient as the bowling side and not trying too many things, but you also need to try things in order to get wickets.
I think if they look as comfortable as they have over the last, let's say, hour, then you got to think it's time to do something different. Because apart from that spell that Bjorn Fortuin bowled to Munsami when he just got to the crease, nothing else has phased him.
And now a drive through the covers, 4 more for Rivaldo. Munsami takes him to 39.
And that's exactly what I was talking about, coming around the wicket. That cover drive all of a sudden becomes a lot harder. It's got to hit a lot straighter. And also the deficit is now under 20. Only 18 runs more required to wipe out the deficit. And this partnership is 92 runs. Just look at that lovely crisp shot. Rivaldo Munsami, look, when he's timing a ball, it just flies off the bat.
He's been in very good form lately, Rivaldo Munsami. Had a good one-day cup and carried that into the red ball competition.
He sets very high standards for himself. Does Rivaldo Munsami. But as a left-hander on strike to the left armour.
A lot of footwork there from Luandro Pretorius. Bit of a dance down the pitch and sideways. And
yeah, he went very early and Fortuin saw him and just tried to go a little bit wider. And good footwork to get yourself in a position to play the ball. He's gone into the 90s. He's 90 not out of 162 deliveries. Partnership 93 runs and Peterson partnership with Pretorius was brilliant, but this partnership has this almost just saved it for the Titans.
Munsami down the pitch now.
Well, that was a bit more than down the pitch. He had a bit of a stroll down as well after he hit the ball. It's almost like it didn't feel that the field is going to throw back at the keeper.
He probably could have completed a single there, but I'm not sure Luandro Pretorius would have made it.
Exactly what the Lions want, him playing in front of that pad.
Too short. Cut away by Munsami for 4. To end the over. 91 gone. 277 for 4.
And for the Titans and for the Lions, the wickets column is the most important thing at the moment. For the Titans, it's keeping those wickets in hand. And for the Lions, it's they only managed to pick up the 1 wicket in the entire day today. That was the wicket of Peterson. He's moved on. Then after Peterson went, Rivaldo Munsami came to the crease and has joined Luandre Pretorius. And 43 is on now. Showed great patience. You mentioned earlier about 1 run of almost 40 balls to get himself going.
Yeah, so he scored 42 of 64. Since then, really blossoming Rivaldo Munsami. And has helped Pretorius add 97 for this 5th wicket. Just when the Lions thought maybe they had a foot in the door with the wicket of Keegan Peterson, while Rivaldo Munsami has slammed it firmly shut. That's a decent delivery. That's what I was talking about. Just straightening on Pretorius. Beats him outside off stump.
And we mentioned earlier as well, how many deliveries have actually gone past the outside edge? There's one. An absolute beauty. Just look at him angling it and going wide and then just leaving the left-hander. It is a lovely delivery. Now he needs to back it up. Another couple in that area, they might just get the big wicket of Pretorius. Get their foot in the door once again.
But unfortunately, Pretorius gets off strike.
This is going to be the tough part for the Lions now, with Munsami set nicely, Pretorius set nicely. That right-left combination and the running between the wickets between these two has been phenomenal as well. We saw one where Munsami had to play salesman for a single. Other than that, communication has been pretty decisive. They did change the field. They now have a deep point out for Rivaldo Munsami. Not exactly sure why, because he's been driving around the up through the cover most of the time. Not really behind backward point. That's what I was saying. Maybe go just stay around the wicket for him as well. Make him hit a bit more straight. That man at short mid wicket will come into play a little bit more. Kind of to the point I was making. We haven't seen a lot really driven past the bowler with intent. We saw 1 or 2 from Luandre. We came down, but other than that, nothing real assertiveness coming straight down at the bowler.
Chepo Mareki does tend to bring the ball back into the right-handers, and maybe he's leaving that big space on the offside to try and encourage the drive, try and get it a bit squarer. Leave a bit of a big gap between bat and pad. Half-hearted appeal. Munsami swatting at flies.
Well, someone sounded very excited. They heard something. But also just feels like the over rate has gone down just a tad. You can just see them taking their real time just to get the next delivery bowled. Not rushing into anything.
think he's going to have to bowl that one again. Yeah.
That's the second wide that he's bowled today. It's not often that you see in the longer formats wides being called. I don't think someone with the height of Marco Jansen would have gotten to that one, to be fair.
Most of the wides have been for short deliveries that have sailed too far over the batsman's head. End of the over, 92 gone, 279 for 4, and it's time to hand over to the pace bowling duo of Nono Pongolo and Dion Kress.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ken. Thank you very much, Gout, as well. I think Dion will be holding the pace bowling side of things a lot more than I did. As we look at, it's been 12 overs since the Lions taken that new ball, but the batting has been absolutely fantastic from the Momentum Multiplied Titans. 92 runs for Luandra Pretorius. 43 of 108 deliveries from Rivaldo Munsami, continuing some of their fine form. He's been immaculate form in the 50 over series, scoring a couple of hundreds, of course, with his batting partner. They'll be well versed batting together, a partnership that's certainly forged in the 50 over part of the season. Slight change from the deep world lines. Short leg in place. In the air, opportunity. Contest that we saw earlier on, just after the lunch break from Bjorn Fortuin and Luandra Pretorius. And Lions are just hoping for a mistake here from Luandra Pretorius, so close to his 100. Again, missing the inside half of the bat. Is the ball going to race away? Dilano Pulchita just holds it in. It's just two. So I welcome Dion Grace into the attack. It's our first time together.
It is, and I'm actually quite surprised Luandra Pretorius has got a little bit loose. He's been so good. He's been so disciplined. Maybe the 90s is just playing on his mind as the 100 partnership comes up with that. Well, I thought it was an inside edge, but it's been given as buys.
Driven beautifully as well, just outside the off stump. It's going to race away. He's certainly taken the liking of Bjorn Fortuin since that lunch break. Brings him closer now to that 100 mark.
This is better. It's a little bit too full from Fortuin. I think he wasn't too unhappy with the way Pretorius was playing outside off stump, but this time he gets closer to the pitch of the ball, more in control. And it's 4 runs closer to that 100.
Really just shows you how good this youngster's been. Situation that he found himself earlier on yesterday. Again, continues to look to score against Bjorn Fortuin. Change of angle, that one going with the arm from Bjorn Fortuin.
Although this could potentially be his 3rd 100 of the season, even now he's just a little bit edgy. Fortunately for him, this didn't find the edge. Good that he just retakes his guard, just gives himself a bit of time, does his mental preparation, jogs up and down, twirls his bat.
That's a lot better. Playing with the turn, playing it to long on.
Once again, sorry to interrupt you, but once again, you as a coach will also appreciate this from a 19-year-old to have the mental fortitude to say, I can feel myself wavering here. How do I just rein myself back? How do I just get back to the process? I know I'm close to another wonderful milestone, But in the end, this is still not the end goal. I still need to bat for another session.
Especially when you think about all the pressure that the batting lineup of the Momentum Multiplier Titan has been under. And being so close from rescuing your side from a precarious situation that they found themselves in. It ends the 93rd over, 286 for 4.
Always knew from the start of play that the way the Titans played against Bjorn Fortuin especially was going to determine today. And so far they've been extremely disciplined against him and haven't allowed him to make the breakthroughs that they've been looking for, the Lions. As the bowling coach is just trying to walk a lap to try and get a wicket.
As we often see it, when the wickets dry up, you'll start seeing the coaches having a couple of laps, maybe a word or two just to encourage the bowlers, or a plan or two as well, to keep them. But I've got a question for you as a bowler yourself, and we've seen from the deep world lines, Tsepo Moreke has chosen to bowl from the golf course end the entirety of this match. Lutho Sepamla has operated from the quarter drive end. Cody Yusuf started from the golf course end. There hasn't been a lot of flexibility and changes from the line side. When you're so desperate for a wicket, is there some thinking there, maybe changing ends? Having a look what's on offer, even if it's for 3 overs or so, at least give yourself an opportunity to see as a bowler.
Without a doubt. I think as a captain, that's the conversation you also need to have with your bowlers and say, I know this might not be your preferred end. You might feel a bit uncomfortable, but just as you said, just do something different. I was one that if I got an end, I sort of try to stay there. I was one of those. But I think with the proliferation of T20 cricket, you should be more adapted at changing ends and not be so rigid in, oh, this is the end I'm going to bowl from.
In the air. Bouncer short of Evan Jones at cover.
It's the first time in his innings in the last 5 or 10 minutes that he's been a little bit edgy, not totally in control.
Is it because he comes from this union, started with the Lions, and what it would mean to him to score the hundreds at the bull ring versus the Lions in this final?
Probably. It should. I think he is someone that cares. I think if you care, then these sort of things do matter to you.
Yeah, where it all started for him. He was at St. Stithians, finished at Cornwall. Sitting alongside me, the director of cricket at Cornwall. I'm sure you must be immensely proud to have one of your players being involved. Match of this magnitude, and also the growth that we've seen from him in this season.
Well, obviously he didn't spend all his career there, but still they had some sort of impact, and all due credit to him too that he still comes back and he does come and chat to the boys at school, and yeah, the school is immensely proud of him, and so they should be. I think everyone that's played a role in his development have some sort of small part that they probably added to him being here now.
Worked nicely. Looking to push for 2. Quick turnaround. You're going to make it with ease.
But on that point, I think if he hadn't made the move and actually started playing for the Titans when he did, we probably wouldn't have seen this right now. We spoke about it in the previous commentary session that we had, that this is not something that's happened overnight. It's sort of a 2-year plan that he's had since sort of grade 11, and now it's starting to bear fruit.
How surprised are you, though, about the maturity? I think because we're seeing the younger players now growing up with a diet of T20 cricket and 50-over cricket, and how quickly he has adjusted to the longer format in domestic cricket.
Now, my point to that was earlier that we know how much he loves batting. In his contracts now, apparently he's got a thing where I have to have someone throw an hour or 2 hours to me every day, that sort of thing. So, yeah, once again, it's time, and he understands that I need to bat. If I want to be successful in T20 cricket, I need innings like this where I can bat for long periods of time.
Worked nicely. Is that going to be the 100 for Luandra Pretorius? Yes, it is. What a fine knock from this young man. What a season he's had, Luandra Pretorius. Coming in a situation where his team was under all sorts of pressure. And he raises his third first-class century.
In probably as many games. He's only played a handful of games, but what a young player. What an exciting prospect. Family here to support. And I'm pretty sure we'll see a few more runs from his bats over the years.
300 in no time in domestic cricket. His third coming in a final versus the Lions. Good slow ball. And it ends the over. 94 overs gone, 290 for 4.
Scores are tied. So every run from now basically counts as 2 in a way because it's time out of the game. So whatever happens, the Lions will need to bat again. I think the Titans will feel you need to bat minimum of an hour after tea to save this match.
I think at times you also can run out of words to describe the feat of this man he's had this season. Times when you see a youngster come in and really blow opposition away in the T20, you can almost say you kind of expect that nowadays in a T20 format. But how, for me, he has adapted, like, it's almost at 19 years of age. And for me, the grit that he's shown, he came last night where the team was under pressure in partnership with Keegan Peterson. And how he batted in the first session this morning as well. Didn't play a lot of shots, driven nicely. But since that lunch break, he looked at Bjort Forte and he said, I could put pressure on him. There's a reason why all of a sudden the scores are tied. Because they started the day 172 runs behind.
He is an exceptional player. You can say what you want, and we hope his growth is going to be even more so. But some people just come on the scene and you think, there's definitely something here. He's without a doubt one of them. And in the same breath, we know there are going to be challenges. It's not a straight line. It's not a game where the successes always happen. I always tell the boys, when you're doing well like this, ride the wave as far as you can. Because at some stage you can hit the beach and the surf is not going to be there.
Yeah, it's generally referred to as a second season syndrome in the domestic league and series where all of a sudden now you've provided a lot of footage for a lot of teams to analyze, dissect. Where's Luandra Pretorius strong? Where are the options for us? Maybe we could target and maybe find a bit of joy of this youngster. So there's also that other side where now there's enough evidence for us to study. But again, you can't take it away how he started his domestic career.
In all formats.
I mean, we saw it from Devil Brevis, from that World Cup, set the world on fire. Everyone was watching, looking forward to his career. Took a season or two to maybe just recalibrate. Played nicely. Good stop from the fast bowler. Lutho Sipamla at cover. And what's so important as well is how Devil Brevis as well went back to 40 cricket. Stayed around in South Africa, applied himself. And all of a sudden, we started to see the rewards and the growth in his game as well. So it's so important to be playing this format in South Africa. 95 overs gone, 290 for 4.
I keep going back to the point that this is the building block. What an innings. He's got a lot of shots. You say there's so much for people to see about him now. I don't see too many weaknesses, to be honest. I love the way he uses angles. He understands angles. He's got the patience. He's got the scoring ability, hitting boundaries, but also rotating the strike. 12 fours out of over 100 shows me he's not just waited and blocked or hit the bad ball. He's had the ability to work the ball into gaps, and that in a situation like this is crucial because you can rotate and keep the pressure off you in a big way. But a special talent, big advantage to being a left-hander, but you still have to score the runs.
Yeah, we often speak about gears, and this is the phase for me where he literally targeted. It's been one of Lions' best bowlers, Bjorn Fortuin, into the rough outside of stump, but he didn't care. I'll get as close as possible to the pitch of the ball, and he's also got a lovely swing, just like that, down the ground, past the bowler, and dissecting two fielders. Now we're on the fence in that particular occasion, so there's a lot to admire about this young man, but again, hope that he continues having his feet on the ground, and I'm sure there are greater rewards not too far. Just feel that just slightly too high there from Tsepo Moreki. Umpire Eladin Palaka also agrees.
Some discomfort there. Does that hit him up on the thigh?
Yeah, at times you can miss everything just between above the knee and in between the inner thigh. There's a small gap there at times that a bowler can just exploit.
Makes me think of those photographs of Steve Waugh after facing Ambrose and Walsh in the West Indies and just taking it on the body. I don't see that too often anymore. The guys are now trying to counter-attack in a way. But that'll definitely leave a mark.
Doesn't feel as bad, does it, when you past 100? 101 of 177 deliveries. First one from the Momentum Multiplied Titan side. And I spoke about the importance of having another 100 from the Titans because that's what helped the Lions to put themselves in such a strong position. And Keegan Peterson has played two phenomenal knocks in the first innings and the second innings, but because it couldn't convert, it left the Titans vulnerable, slightly vulnerable. But this knock now has kind of shifted the momentum back to the Titans, and feels like we're heading towards closer and closer to a draw.
Bad hour can still lose it for the Titans. Not quite there yet, as I mentioned earlier.
And again, just looking from the first innings, and I thought there's one thing being bowled out as the opposition, but sometimes the overs mean a lot more. They batted just inside 50 overs, the Titans, the first innings. You felt that you haven't really taken much away from the game and you kept the Lions interested. Even though you might get bowled out for cheaply 190 all out, but if it takes 90 overs, 80 overs, Lions bowlers in the first innings would have put in a lot of work to get those 10 wickets. And you just felt that they left the door open for the Lions.
That was the only way we were possibly going to get a result, is if one of the teams had a really bad first innings, or second innings for that matter, but probably mostly first innings. It shows it's still a good surface. But all credit to the Titans for showing some fight. It could have easily just, last game of the season, I know it's a final, but you could have given up and said, we've had a good season. But they've showed why they're champions.
And also what's interesting, just chatting it to a few players, they said this game is not easy because when you look around the country, some of the players are already on a holiday mode. You're seeing some of the photos from other players. I'm enjoying the beach, enjoying being on holiday, playing golf. And it can easily distract from you as well. That you start feeling that you could also, it's not far away from being on a holiday. But yet there's so much fight that's still being required out of you. And of course, finishing a season well is so important for these players. And we know the Titans are one of those formidable sides in South Africa, accustomed to winning things and not necessarily winning trophies in recent seasons. It's still important to at least have that shared.
Also, the Lions, they've also been so good at the last couple of years in all formats.
Pulled behind square for 4.
And Sammy also getting closer to a milestone here. They've set the field for the short ball. You've got fine leg and a square leg out on the boundary and call it a deep gully slip area catching on the leg side. But this has flown. It was just a bit too straight. He could just help it on because of the line of the delivery.
Yeah, some running repairs there for Lutusu Pamla, possibly from a dive and maybe just opening up a thing or two on his palm. Change of field once more from the Lions. Slip in the gully. Point on the fence. Might be going down.
Umpires unmoved. The classic 2-card trick, short ball followed by the full one. Mareki does ball from reasonably wide of the crease. Always have a look at where the keeper is going. That also gives you an indication. Oh, that's hit him outside leg.
Yeah, he probably needs another set for that to be in play. And again, like, as you mentioned, it's always harder for the seamers that are wide from the crease. Tend to bowl in duckers. Almost has to hit middle and off to always have a chance with that shape. But definitely a good decision from umpire Eludin Palika. Approaching 300 now, the Titans. Really interested to see how the next half an hour goes. I mean, they were aggressive off that new ball. Sure, they got as much as possible. Now, since they got to about level, they've kind of calmed themselves down, being watchful.
Oh, important just to get through the next 5 minutes, to get to tea, and then assess where this match goes after tea time.
Yeah, possibly some discussions between the two captains. Yeah, certainly a change down in gears. You saw a change up in gears since at lunch break, but clearly now again speaks to the maturity that we've mentioned the entirety of today. Understanding the different situations of the game and applying himself. Because at times, as a young player, you can have an idea what you need to do, but the execution of that idea might not always match what's inside your head and what you are trying to do. We've seen on a couple of occasions, Bjorn left the cover region open, runs down the wicket, he opens up that offside, he gets the ball through the cover. He takes a square leg, he moves them across to cover, he leaves that square leg region open, he moves outside leg off stump, and he looks to play the sweep. So the guy was very much engaged with what's going around him. Swept nicely. Bad ball from Bjorn. And it brings up the 50 from Rivaldo Munsami. Another good knock from a player that's been in form this season. Also raises the 300 on the board for the Momentum Multiply Titans.
Another good knock for Munsami, also under pressure, coming in when things could have gone badly. So played a little bit against his nature in this innings. That's the kind of delivery he probably won't miss out on too often. He's quite good on those sweep shots.
Yeah, it's his 1950 in first class cricket, coming off 119 deliveries with 100 dots. So it shows you scoring of 19 deliveries. Mentioned application.
It took him almost 20 deliveries to get off the mark. So all credit to him. And this effort in the second innings shows why I think we were so surprised with the way the Titans batted in that first innings of theirs.
On one occasion is actually one of 41 deliveries. And how he has turned that around once he's understood the conditions, read the pitch. It's 300 on the board, 4 wickets down, 97 overs gone.
That dressing room will feel a little bit easier now. At lunchtime, I think the game was very much still in the balance.
At times, this is generally when you say the guys don't want to move, sit where you are, things are going well. This is how Rivaldo Munsami batted. Came in after the loss of Keegan Peterson earlier on today after another fantastic knock. Took some time, gave himself a chance, but when he started going, you know that he's also another free-flowing batter. Good square off the wicket because he's a wicket keeper. And also just continuing to put pressure back into the Lions bowlers, especially when they've been full. And that's what you take from a player that's also been in fine form this season. Showing his experience. Dominic Hendricks back into the bowling attack. You might say probably the last throw of the dice from the Lions.
I think I'm just trying to get to tea here and then assess at tea. Do we still feel this could be a result? I think they should have half an hour at least after tea just to see what happens.
Especially what we know what happens as well in a tea break. Drop in concentration, of course, chatting with everyone giving you an ovation, celebrating your 100 and your 50. And just enough of a lapse in concentration, maybe all of a sudden the Lions run through them. Before you know it, it's only 30 runs, 40 runs on the board. It might just offer a small window of opportunity for the Lions. But it looks like possibly going to be the last over before the tea break. 10 runs ahead.
If I was Luandre, I would make sure this goes till 22-4. It's just getting through this over a little bit. It has gone to 22, so we will have tea after this over.
I know exactly what you've been thinking. Take your shoes off, undo your pads.
Something. Call for new gloves. Oh, my shoelace is undone.
Played nicely. It's been so good, this partnership. Ending up on 121 runs. 301 for 4 in 98 overs. Batted well, batted the entirety of the session. This too. Really good grit from the Titans. And when they were under all sorts of pressure coming into the final day. And we thought if Lions start the session well, the wicket or two might have opened the door. We could be talking about the Lions' victory. Match summary so far. Lions won the toss on day 2, opted to bat first. And there was a phenomenal knock there from Zubair Hamza, 103 of 198 balls. But that also went with a good contribution as well from Mitchell van Buren. Jaco Smith, who continues his form at domestic level, 3 for 84, was one of the standout bowlers. In response, the momentum multiplied Titans. It wasn't a good one. Bundled out cheaply for 123. And the standout there being Keegan Peterson. Got to give Lions credit because the seam bowlers really ran through the batting of the Titans. In response, after being made to follow on, 301 for 4. And you got to give credit to Luandre Pretorius, 104, unbeaten. Keegan Peterson again with another good innings. But he hasn't been alone as well. Rivaldo Munsami adding to his contribution. So at the tea break, we'll be keeping our eyes closely to see what comes out after tea, the two captains, in terms of if they continue as well with the game. Only 11 runs ahead, the momentum multiplied Titans. But we'll catch you after the tea break.
Well, good afternoon again for the last time from the DP World Wanderers, because we're into the third and final session of the 5th day of this CSA 4-day series challenge final. And what we've seen has been an exciting day's cricket, because the likes of Pretorius, Munsami, and prior to him, Keegan Peterson really batted excellently. They faced a total of 98 overs, of which today 62 has. They faced 62 overs, negotiated 62 overs in order to completely blunt out the rather much vaunted attack of the Lions, and all that led by what has been a most exceptional 100 by young Luandre Pretorius, 104 not out, compiled in the most magnificent style. Munsami has come through, he's registered a 50 as well. And earlier in the day, it was Keegan Peterson who went to his 43rd first class 50, was on 75 when he was magnificently stumped. And I think there was a glimmer of hope. But for the Lions at that stage, it was just before lunch when they picked up that wicket. But ever since then, it's been the Pretorius and Munsami show. And boy, have they been fantastic. Their partnership is worth 121. It's exactly what they wanted, a partnership of excellence and of note. And they've managed to put it together. So we're about to get underway. And just to remind our viewers that the lead is now 11 runs. They were 290 behind when they were forced to follow on. And in the whole day today, in those 60-odd overs, they've lost only that one wicket of Peterson. So to give our viewers an idea and an inclination of how, in fact, the day has gone, where the batting team has dominated. With me for the next half hour, or whatever remains of the match. It could be a lot more, a lot less. I have Gert with me. Good afternoon, Gert Maloney.
Aslam Kota, thank you very much. And yeah, it's just showed these two batting together now, how well they've batted together throughout the season. This has also opened up the batting in the wide ball format. 14 into Pretorius.
Yeah, I thought after lunch we'll see a bit of a change in tactic, really, to just try and swing the bowlers around. I can't emphasize that anymore. When not much else is happening, two batsmen very well set on a plum pudding of a pitch, then you really need to be proactive. And I think I certainly haven't seen any proactivity here. Again, I'll just say that you always feel that the guys down there know better. But when you see an entire session go with almost the regular change of bowling, and the bowlers bowling from the regular ends, nothing's been changed around, then that prompted me to say that. So here's a sweep shot that's been played. It's come off the back of, is that Josh Richards? Yes, it is. He's always in the firing line, and he's caught it on his rump.
Well, I guess if you're a Titans batter, you'll say, hey, finally we hit him, because he's been ducking and diving those quite effectively throughout the innings. And got one bit of a headmaster duty there, right on the rump.
Yeah, he'll just numb that area for a while. He'll need to run it loose soon. Has that come off the a bump ball? Well, I'm not surprised that the umpires will just confer to be absolutely certain. But the fact that the standing umpire has given it not out means that I think the leg umpire, unless he's absolutely sure, is going to ask the standing umpire to stay with his decision. We'll wait for him to get behind the stumps to give us the signal, but there seems to be no celebration amongst the Lions. So that was a bump ball. There was also like a scratchy sound, and you see the dust coming up there as the shot was played. Johannesburg Pretorius immediately turning away.
Yeah, I think it's one of those that he hit the ball into the ground, then it ricocheted off his pad, and that's why they might have thought it was on the boot and then up in the air.
Now he's down the pitch. He plays a handsome looking drive. No chance for Jones to stop that. A blistering drive there by Pretorius as a retort.
Probably asked the bowler, catch that. That was hit with some force. We all know Leandre Pretorius, when he hits it, it stays hit. Just nice late movement of the feet there, Aslam.
Yeah, I was just curious to see how sure Rivaldo Muntsami was as to where the ball was hit, because normally they take evasive action when the ball is struck that hard, but he just watched it sail past him and all the way to the boundary for 4. This time he on the back foot just plays away to the onside. Overcalled. First one after tea. Pretorius on 108 has added just 4 runs to his tea time score. 3rd century, I might add, two in consecutive innings earlier in the season, and now he's rounding it off, capping it off with 100 in the most trying circumstances. Maybe not as far as the pitch is concerned, but given the position that their team was in, or his team was in, and that he's really come out with flying colors once again.
I think the awards coming up, there's probably a case to be made of probably the newcomer of the year. I don't think there's any doubts on which direction most people will vote. He's had a phenomenal year, has Leandre Pretorius. He just set everyone alight as soon as he got into that Titan setup.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, you know, you pencil a few names, but he's such a standout performer in all formats. And I know that CSA in their judging have 3 categories of newcomers in all of the 3, and then sometimes they combine it. I can assure you that it will be combined this season. I actually served in that committee for 15 years, of which the last 5 I was the convener. And you'd almost want to say that there's no prizes for guessing who's going to get that award.
Yeah, I didn't want to put you on the spot there, Mr. Kota, but I've known that you've been serving on a couple of those boards before.
Yeah, and that was actually very invigorating, because it was introduced by Gerald Majola in 2004, and you know, it was such an honor to be called in that inaugural season under the chairmanship of Vincent van der Bijl. Grant Pollock was part of it, Peter Betrela, myself, and then Andrew Sampson, of course, the regular statistician for Cricket South Africa. Short and played away again magnificently. Boy, you can't stop this fellow. He makes contact with anything slightly wide outside the off stump, and he is maybe a predominantly back foot player. So once he's in position, his hands come through so neatly, and he has played magnificently. He's now moved to 55. That's his 11th 4, and he gets on top of that one as well.
Now, this one played a lot finer than he would have liked, but the result is exactly the same. There was cries of catch it, but it's almost like they're just setting up and then fetching the ball when he plays off the back foot. His timing is just absolutely beautiful.
Well, they'll be happy to stay out there, because Pretorius will look to add on to his century already. Rivaldo Muntsami will be looking for that 3 figures if they stay any longer.
And also this partnership is 129 runs as well. The lead is 19. So you've got to feel if they're going to stay together for, let's say, the next hour or so, and Sami will get close to that triple figures if he keeps continuing with the strike rate that he's done over the last couple of overs.
Yeah, exactly. The pitch is good. The outfield is hard and fast. And this is, of course, the highest partnership of the match. 109 for the 3rd wicket and 107 for the 7th wicket for the Lions. And then there was a partnership of 75 for the 4th wicket in this particular innings, and this has now gone as the top most prolific partnership in the match. 129, and that's an unbroken partnership, of course. Potgieter is looking to break that partnership as he runs in. Something else that I've also picked up, and maybe you can touch on this being a level 3 coach, that he does seem to get his shoulders parallel to the popping crease when he plays the defensive shot. He doesn't stay side on. I'm not saying that that's a rule, but that's also maybe an indication that if you're on a pitch where there's a bit of outswing, there's every chance of inducing the outside edge. Having said that, you can see just the one wicket keeper in your picture. There's also a gully, this time drawn onto the front foot.
I think those that he actually opens up a little bit is that hip just coming through, but also that previous delivery that you alluded to was actually, it almost looked like there was a bit of movement off the deck where he didn't really expect it to go away from him, because we haven't seen a lot of lateral movement today. We saw one or two swing a little bit, but nothing really, and then that one just looked like it jagged off the pitch, and it just caused him to open up that those shoulders a little bit more, that hip coming through a little bit more than he would have liked.
Coming over, Lou.
So Fortuin will continue now into his 37th over. And that's another indication of how well this pitch has actually played, because here's a spinner who really rung rings around the batting in the first innings, although he just picked up those 3 wickets, but the way he bowled was quite exceptional. And here now, on the 5th day pitch, 36 overs, just 1 wicket for all of his efforts. One chance did go down off his bowling when a sharp chance at short leg was missed by Potgieter, Delano Potgieter, standing there. It was a sharp chance. He was on 26 at that stage. Pretorius has gone on to convert that to a memorable 100.
And that's normally what happens with your top players. You give them one chance, you give them a second life in a match, they're going to make you pay.
Yeah, teasing, flighted delivery. Munsami very much up to it now. All really well set mentally, in form. Has got a good idea of what's coming through off the pitch and out of the hands of the bowlers.
Thanks, Cody.
And he does have the ability to really hit the big shots, because we've seen him in the limited overs editions. He's certainly not afraid of going for his strokes. And we've seen it here. But a lot more cultured, because we've seen a few drives and then punches off the back foot, a number of cut shots. And I haven't really seen him latch onto a pull in this innings of those 11 fours that he's hit. But there's no doubt that he does have the all-round game, Rivaldo Munsami.
Yeah, and also a very good gloveman in his own right. Titans 2 keepers batting together at the moment.
Who's the first choice?
Well, the previous match they actually swapped around, I was told. They're innings apiece, so it's still a battle, it looks like. But I know these two enjoy batting together as well, because our production crew, Leah, has actually reminded me it was these two that set that 50-over light in the white ball cricket when they actually scored that 401. It was these two that absolutely demolished the attack. They opened the batting together in that series, and they did phenomenally well.
And it's good to see that they also follow each other in that batting lineup. We've got Brevis at 4, and then Pretorius and Munsami. Pretorius, in fact, came in at number 5 today, because in the first innings, and maybe in the part of the season, he's actually been batting a little lower down because he's donning the gloves. But interesting point that you just made now, that they're actually sharing those responsibilities. So into the attack, Cody Yusuf, or is it still Delano Potgieter? And he's around the wicket. Very interesting field set just to the left of your picture on the onside. 2 catching mid-wicket and a squarish mid-wicket in position. But he's bowling short, a slower ball outside the off stump, and it scuttles through to the keeper.
Very interesting leave there by Pretorius. Almost one of those Adam Perore play leaves. Just giving a hint of I know where it is, and then pulling the bat out of the way.
Yeah, look, I'm sure that at tea time the message was don't play any rash shots. Just hang in there, at least another hour at the most, add another 60 to 80 runs, and then perhaps just secure the draw. So no irresponsibility from him. I think it was one of you that mentioned that Dion Crace may have been saying that it seems that just for a while he was getting anxious, perhaps maybe even a little tired. So hopefully the break has just allowed him to reassess his responsibility and his role. And Pretorius will hang in there for an important not out as far as the Titans are concerned.
Oh, what a way that would be to end off a season. This is the last session of the season.
Of the South African summer. Potgieter again.
You just see there's a little bit of frustration there. The Andre Pretorius is just showing himself where the gap is. That was a shorter wide, but finally there's something else because it's slower ball bounces coming in, bit of change in pace. All of a sudden the timing doesn't come as naturally as it does because you don't know what's coming out of the hand.
And let's do exactly that. Let's watch the hand and the fingers to give ourselves a better idea. And now there's just his normal stock delivery into the batsman. The previous one, as you say, may have been slightly slower, so that's why the batsman was unable to time that. And I think maybe there was an air of frustration because there are just two fielders in front of square on the offside. A conventional mid-off and then a wideish cover. And then you've got a fielder at deep backward point on the boundary, one gully in position, and having not been able to penetrate that region may have been the reason for his frustration. Well left.
Yeah, we had a big ayah there. It's someone saw something that they enjoyed. So we see Evan Jones and Rivaldo Munsami. Evan Jones on the field. He's one of the subs. He's having a bit of a chat with Munsami. Just off your picture there, as we see Andre Pretorius on your picture, just still looking calm, collected. He's on 109 of 200 balls, only striking at 50.
I think it's the way the trigger movement entices the bowlers, and then they all think they've got the better of the batsman, but he's in complete control. That ends the 102nd over. 3-10 for 4. The lead 29.
Now the question has to be asked. Oh, as we see the crowd there, almost losing a little bit of interest in the game, having a bit more of a social. As you see the last bit of sun just falling away behind those big shades. But then the question has to be asked. We've been talking about a lot about shaking hands and that sort of thing. How does that come about? Is the two captains getting together and saying, listen, this is how it is, the coaching staff? Which are the factors that get involved in a decision like that?
At the moment, I think the decision will stand with one captain, and that's the on-field captain. He'll obviously inform the umpires, and then the two batters out in the middle. That I think we don't see this game going anywhere. And thank you very much, or thank you but no thank you, because we didn't get the result we wanted when we thought we were really in the pound seats, ruling the roost, as they say.
And how important would we lost the first day due to the wet outfield, and then we had another, I think it was a 2 o'clock start on the second day. How important was that morning session in the context of the game that we've lost?
Yeah, I think just given the way it has gone, you're right. It will be a question, but then what we saw was the game was actually chugging along quite quickly. It was in fast motion for some time because we saw the batting team scoring no less than 3.5 runs in over for the rest of their innings, and then bowling the team out for 123 in just 47 overs. So it was almost as though they caught up with time. But then this performance last evening and for most of today has been exceptional by the Titans batters.
Now, especially with Peterson bringing up his second 50 in the match and then Pretorius and Munsame, this partnership is just absolutely brilliant. 138 at the moment. Just shows the maturity that they've batted, and you got to ask the question, where were these batters? If you look at where they are now, 310 for 4 to 123 all out. It's only 3 batters scoring double figures, and one of them being Junior Dala.
Correct. Well, when I tried to assess the whole match as it progressed, I put it down to those 7.4 overs, 3 wickets for 17, and that really hit the wind out of the sails. And then you still come back the next day and it's 397 deficit. The pressure was certainly on, and I think they perhaps just buckled to that pressure. Pitching wide outside the leg stump. Overcalled.
It's almost what you've called for. Maybe a session too late. So coming over the wicket now to the right-hander instead of keeping it around, and also maybe just, I agree with you, swapping your bowlers around, because none of the bowlers have really looked like they are going to be the one breaking the partnership. If a wicket's going to fall, it is going to be brilliance, like we saw with Esterhuizen and the stumping he took when Peterson was dismissed. Other than that, it almost felt like the batters are going to get them out, not really the bowlers.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a point that was made earlier as well, that the pitch is playing so well, there's no threat coming off it. It's only the batsmen that can actually get themselves out. Or, as you just reminded us, that wonderful piece of cricket, that down the leg side stumping that saw the end of Keegan Peterson. It's been a really wonderful performance by the wicketkeeper behind the stumps. He's taken a few real hard knocks, but he's just hung in there. As corner Esterhuizen.
Yeah, I doubt he'll be giving out high fives when he walks off. Those hands will be hurting.
Yeah, absolutely. There again, standing up, and it was against the self-same Potgieter when he did get hurt. I must mention one thing, that when he took 2 blows, he then asked for strapping. And I don't know if you've heard that, but he's asking the question, why did this guy pick up pace when I'm standing up at the wicket? He's obviously talking about Delano Potgieter. So, quizzing his fellow fielder, Hamza at gully. So the question is, if you're a regular keeper, the one thing I know that most keepers do is your top knuckle joints, that means your fingertips, are always stepped. Because when you're receiving throws from the deep, you invariably dig your fingers into the ground. That's very painful. And then you get those throws that come in from the deep with awkward bounces. And of course, from time to time, the awkward deliveries off the pitch. So it's something that maybe he should think about. Strap it from the moment he starts the innings. Neat little glide to the third man area for a single.
Yeah, Mitch van Buren cleaning that up, and I agree with you, and it's most often because your keepers are also top order batters. So you really don't want those fingers swollen up or hurt or anything like that. As we see the pitch vision guys walking around there, knowing everyone in the ground. Welcome to Johan.
Oh, is that Johan? And he's with Peter, one of the directors at Supersport. They've been out here filming their segment of Extra Cover. Slower ball. Rivaldo is seeing it too well. You're not going to outfox him with anything that simple.
Even now, I wouldn't mind Delano Potgieter coming around the wicket. Even if he's going to bowl that little cutters, just force him to play a lot straighter. He has the knack of playing around that front pad. So maybe just throw in something different. Because he's seeing that ball as big as a beach ball at the moment.
So here's a tactical change, because now we do have a fielder under the hat. Just to the right of your picture. Joshua just tightening the strap around his chin. Shadows lengthening. It's still very, very bright, happy to say. It's not been a bright day for the Lions bowlers. Again, the short bouncer and immediately a wide called. Short ball bouncer or slow ball bouncer. They've got it all these days, these young bowlers. I must say that the advent of T20 cricket, when 50 over cricket came through, there was innovations all the time. And then we saw with the South Africans in 1992, fielding became so important in the limited overs game, and that always brushed off to the red ball game. And then it being so much of a batsman's game, especially in the T20 arena, that bowlers had to find a whole lot of different ways and knack of trying to pick up wickets. And we've seen, I reckon, as many as 5 other type of deliveries that have been added to the repertoire from the time we know in the 80s and 90s all the way through.
Well, just from the coaching perspective, we've seen so many questions regarding a knuckleball and a slider and what's a wrong and these are conversations we never had at 11, 12, 13 and 14 years of age. So the youngsters now all of a sudden are starting a lot quicker, asking these questions and what it is. And that's also just the technology that's also given us so much cricket now, where back in the day we were very happy just to watch a Benson and Hedges game. If you remember when that was still on, it was on a Wednesday night normally. I had to get permission to stay up late to watch that. It was a school night.
Okay.
And now all of a sudden we are bombarded with all this brilliant cricket from across the world, where all this is being seen and the innovations has just been phenomenal.
I think what's really helped that along is the quality of television production these days, the number of cameras, the high quality of equipment that is used. But having said that, another point that just came to mind as you were talking about that, Gert, was the fact that the ICC are now going to allow saliva to be used again. So what we will see is a thick outside edge just rolling away to that vacant third man area. The fielder will come round. It's rather a lazy approach there by Cody Yusuf, and that allows Pretorius to run through for a second run. And that will bring the reverse swing back into the element. And I think that'll be good for the game because, as we say, we look for ways in which to try and just equalize the competition out in the middle. And it's only been all about batters. So that will bring the element of cricket that has been so intriguing and with so much of joy that it has brought to the wider game and the wider appeal of the game.
Also, the bats that's just gotten better as the time has gone on. The quality of some of these willows are phenomenal. The mishits clear the fences, and they're about, 10 times the sizes we were used to when we were younger.
Yeah, there's a famous photograph with Barry Richards somewhere in in Australia, where, and it may have been in Brisbane because that's where he got their 324 runs, I think, in one day, playing in the Sheffield Shield. And they obviously brought that bat out of the museum. And then he took the modern bat in his hand. It was twice as thick. And Barry just had this quizzical look on his face like, this can't be real.
It was still David Warner's bat, if I'm not mistaken, that they brought out.
Yeah, you may be right. Having said all of that, of course, there are rules and regulations as far as the equipment is concerned. The width and the height and the length and all of that. And fortunately, it's all within conformity as far as manufacturers are concerned. So around, over the wicket again is the left-hander. He's going to try and bowl the ball into the rough. Maybe get the ball to misbehave, but unfortunately he's misbehaved because it's a full toss that has beautifully put away through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, ball's not going to misbehave if it doesn't pitch. I actually would like to see him a whole over actually doing that. to the left and the right-hander, getting into a rough, see if something miraculous happens, but just not enough variation, and trying different things now at the latter end. See, the line would actually be very good if you just can drag the length back a tad, maybe get it up and down a bit, but it's another 4 for Valdemunsami.
Yeah, there's one or two ways in which to try and exploit the rough, and that is either you throw in the sharper delivery into the area, or maybe, as he tried there now, the slower one, and then with the ball not coming onto the bat as you would anticipate, forces the wrong the false stroke, and you pick up the wicket. But that also comes with a lot of experience. How much of 4-day cricket do these guys play to be able to then assess that this is how we need to change tactic, and this is how we need to perhaps exploit the area? And the more they do it, the more often they do it, the better.
I don't think there's anyone that will argue saying we don't play enough of the longer format. I think everyone from commentary right up to the field will say we need a bit more time in the longer format.
Absolutely right. The single round of fixtures, given the squeeze with the cricket around the world, has not been good for the red ball game especially.
And you can actually see it with the amounts of teams being bowled out and the strike rates, because the strike rate actually doesn't look too bad, but there's no one really spending time, and that's why we've emphasized this Luandre Pretorius innings so much. We know what he did in the SA20. We know what he did in the white ball format, in the longer format. All of a sudden, to have a strike rate of 50 for a natural striker of the ball is brilliant.
Controls this little pull. 3 fielders out in the deep, waiting for him to make the mistake. He's much too aware of the plan in place, and controls this pull shot quite nicely.
Just exactly, there's my point. If this was any other format, he would have looked to clog that into the stands, or maybe into the scoreboard even. Just nice and controlled, happy with the one. And also, again, can't emphasize this enough. It's a 19-year-old we're watching here. He hasn't played this format ever before. It's his first season in. 300s, a couple of 50s. Oh, what a future.
Yeah, indeed. When you're brought up on a diet of white ball cricket, and then to make this adjustment, I don't think we can emphasize that enough, how impressive that has been. There's a tired Cody Yusuf spraying it all over the place, way down the leg side. He does have a short square mid-wicket in place, catching, and then also short square leg, to see if that he can get the ball to be clipped to either of those two fielders close in on the leg side. Much too wide down the leg side. Are they just going through the motions, hoping for a mistake to be made?
Coming around the wicket at least.
It's a lot straighter, and the ball is played to that fielder at short leg.
Even the fiery Cody Yusuf looks like almost a defeated bowler at the moment. Hands on hips. Doesn't run through like he normally gets under the nose of the batter. See there, just looks where he stops, and he hands on hips and then just turns around. Not even a bit of a stare.
Yeah, I tell you what, when you speak to them after the match, what did it look like? What did it seem like? And they'll say there was no seam. In fact, it was very, very difficult, and we realized that it was going to be tough work out there. It's quite amazing that how this pitch has held up, and I must say that hats off to the groundsman and the ground staff for preparing a wonderful pitch. I know that there'll be arguments out there that, but listen, you want there to be just enough wear and tear so the bowlers and the team bowling on the last day have this chance to maybe pick up a win. But the way it's just held up, and it has, and this is a fighting draw, and I think it's an achievement. Valdemunsami helping us along with a bit of his own commentary. That will end the 106th over. It's time for a commentary change. Ken and Dion.
Just saw Lions captain Dominic Hendricks in conversation with bowler Bjorn Fortuin. What else can we try, Skipper? Sweep, struck and out. Yeah, that one was straight enough. And Bjorn Fortuin goes on a little jog of relief and success.
Pretorius, is he convinced or is he disappointed, or both? Or unconvinced, should I say? It's definitely one I would refer. My initial reaction, I suppose you're always taking a chance when you go on the sweep. It's probably out. Haven't seen too many bounce over the stumps here. But what an innings, what a young player. Disappointment. But if it wasn't for this mammoth effort, the Titans wouldn't have been as close to safety as they are now.
For such a young man to bat for 5 hours and 22 minutes, denying an attack that was rampant up until he came to the crease. Of course, he was undefeated in the first innings as well, just ran out of partners. Well, we have plenty to look forward to in this young man's career. Take a bow, Luandwe Pretorius, because unless something absolutely remarkable happens, you have given your team a share of the trophy. That
Always in control. So much cricket knowledge for such a young player. Just the ability he has to hit the ball in different areas, manipulate the field, wait for the bad ball, put it away. He's got so much time. Scores both sides of the stumps. And the legend of the young man has just gotten bigger and bigger.
cricket smarts, isn't it?
Oh, he's so dangerous too, as we know. He will have the ability to take the game forward, but he's also shown us now he's got the ability to rein himself in. Although we're looking at some of his highlights, that he can bat, as you mentioned, for almost 5.5 hours. That is a long time. That's probably just made us stay here for half an hour longer now that, well, at least half an hour longer here. That wicket, that one was one of the first shots with the second new ball. Absolute perfection.
He's always been very strong with deliveries that sort of rise hip high. Very strong with those short arm jabs, the punch drives, it's not a length you want to bowl to him. Until Patrick comes in to bat.
Those shots you mentioned for a top order batter, especially in the high felt, those are bread and butter. You cannot miss out on those. That's the one that either gets you off strike or gets you a boundary. You have to be predominantly leg side player for me to be a top order batter.
Four men round the bat. Suddenly the Lions have a bit of belief again. The Titans lead by 35 wickets in hand. Theoretically 29 overs left in the day, so you could take 5 wickets and say 25 overs. He's got the edge. He bowled him, in fact. 2 wickets in the over.
I was just about to say how impressed I've actually been with Bjorn Fortuin. Although he hasn't got the wickets, his variation in speed, in lengths, in flight has been excellent. This time, getting through the gate. It's always going to be difficult for the left-hander to start his innings. And that's always a twist in this game.
Yeah. Just turning slightly out of that rough there. Beautifully bowled. I don't think it landed in the middle of the rough patch, but maybe just caught the edge of it. And Andile Peklekwa bowled to the gate. Beautiful bowling by Bjorn Fortuin. He's got 2 and 2. Suddenly, the Lions need 4 more wickets.
It seems like we might be here for an hour longer now, till the light fades or until we've got a result. You know, Khalem, who's walking in, he can bat. But I did mention this at the start of the day. You can have nothing happen, and then the last session you can lose 5 or 6 or 7 wickets and the game changes.
All of this just shows how well Luandre Pretorius, Rivaldo Moonsamy, Keegan Peterson, how well they've played. Suddenly it doesn't look quite so easy out there.
So that's also where the Indian way, playing the ball off the back foot, can be effective. It's easy to sit here and criticize. Maybe we just give credit where credit is due to the bowler for bowling a good delivery.
Yeah, absolutely. Difficult to get that one so early in your innings. So, Dayan Khalim comes to the crease. Can bat. Can he restrain himself, though, for long enough?
So first impression is he's taken off-stump guard there, which for me brings the front pad into play. As a right-hand batter against a left-arm spinner or turning it away from me, I'd rather look to bat leg stump. Don't want to get out LBW to him.
And especially against someone who gets as many LBWs as Bjorn Fortuin. And straight away we saw that delivery. Fortuin targeting the pads. Khalim just managed to keep it out the 320 for 6 in an over that has brought new life perhaps into this contest.
So now what you would like to do is give Moonsamy a single and bowl as much as you can to the new batter in the form of Khalim. Ideally you want to get Moonsamy out, but if you can't, you want to try and put the new batter under pressure, because you know after this Junior Dala can bat. He's improved, but then Smith and Dwandwa, they didn't last very long between themselves in the first innings. So the question is also from the Lions' point of view, what can they chase? Say in 10 overs, is it 50, 60? So maybe you've got 20, 30 runs to play with in 10 overs, because we won't get in 28 overs from here.
The light is probably going to last, we hope, a bit longer today than previous days, because there really aren't many clouds around. It's a lovely late afternoon, final afternoon of the season. It will be interesting if Moonsamy, being well set, maybe just tries to accelerate a little bit, build on that lead.
I just think you've got to get him off strike here as quick as possible and bowl as many deliveries as you can to the new batter.
Almost turning down the single, Rivaldo Moonsamy, isn't he? It's.
Yeah, we were obviously very complimentary about the way Luandre Pretorius played. He's got the 100. But you have to say Moonsamy definitely played his part in that partnership. He's still there. He's also been batting for a very long time.
Came in 45 minutes before lunch when the Lions had just opened a window for themselves, maybe. And he scored 1 run off his first 40 balls, which speaks to his mindset of just making sure he didn't get out. After lunch, he blossomed a bit. Superb partnership, really, with Luandre Pretorius. Partnership of 140 for the 5th wicket. 6th wicket. 5th wicket.
One of those. Good captaincy, bringing everyone in now to try and prevent the single. With 1 ball now to go in the over. But your bowler also has to get the ball in the right area.
bouncer. Although they have struggled to prevent bouncers being wides, actually, today.
Because it's so slow, you've had to bowl it really short to try and get it up. Maybe just try and hit on that same sort of length that you've just bowled.
He's done the job as Cody Yusuf kept Moonsami off strike for the next over, facing the wily spinner Bjorn Fortuin. 320 for 6. So these are the way the Titans' wickets have fallen. Neil Brunt caught in the gully off Luto Sapamla. And what a good sharp grab that was. That slipped by Zubair Hamza. Yeah. Dewald Previs walking across his stumps and flicking to leg, and superb work by wicketkeeper Connor Easthuizen. One of the moments of the day. They had to wait a long time for that next wicket, and Bjorn Fortuin finally rewarded. 3 balls later, another one.
It's just the difference. The one to Luandre Pretorius was a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter, where the one that got Pechlakwaya out was slightly slower, a little bit more flight, and just did him in the length, Pechlakwaya, and a little bit of turn.
Bjorn Fortuin has now got the shadow of Silly Point to bowl into. That could be a bit awkward for the batter. Fielder obviously has to stay still, though.
Obviously, from a spectator point of view, I would like to see another wicket now. I think that'll really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Because we are going to be pressed for time at some stage. As I said to you off air, I think this would have been a wonderful 5-day match if we had all the overs and it sort of had the same flow as it had now. Probably wouldn't have had the Lions make them follow on, the Titans follow on. They probably would have batted again because that's the modern way of doing it.
Yeah, and with the match speeding up towards the end, wicket deteriorating more. Five men round the bat now. Leg slip brought in front of the wicket.
But we've had good value despite losing so many overs. I think it's been an excellent match. Both teams have showed their strength at various times. I think the Titans would be very disappointed with their batting effort in the first innings. They are the team that had the most batting bonus points throughout the campaign. So to have an innings where you're 120 odd all out on a very good batting surface, as we've seen, that's probably the reason why they're on the back foot.
Yeah, they just seem to struggle to really get their heads into the game in the first couple of days with all the disruptions, delayed starts.
The double toss.
We're not talking about that.
I had to put it in.
Pitch still quite slow. You could see from that shot, like a tennis forehand to mid-off.
Moonsami saying to himself, but I had the whole of the offside and I find the one fielder. How can I do that?
Cody Yusuf needs to be careful of his length here because of that big gap on the offside. A flurry of boundaries could grow that lead very quickly. That's too short and wide.
As I mentioned in the previous over, you almost feel as a bowler you've got to bowl it very short on the surface. And then when you do, it actually gets that tennis ball bounce. And you have to run in and bowl it again after already being in the field in this innings for over 109 overs.
Cody Yusuf bowling his 20th over, and it's been a manful effort by him. He might not have any wickets, but he's been a threat most of the time. He, of course, ran through the Titans' lower order in the first innings, so he'll be looking to repeat that dose.
Yeah, that's why I feel it's so important for him to somehow try and get Munsami off strike. Even if you bowl that one on the hip and he tucks it around the corner to one of the 7, almost feels like 7 guys on the leg side boundary. There are 3.5 on the boundary.
And Munsami is not buying. He's not playing that game. He's not going to take the one.
This is the beauty about 4-day cricket. Now, as a captain, what can you do differently? You've got to make plans now. Yes, the wickets, the pitch is a good one. It's slow. The ball's a bit older. Everyone's tired. What can I do differently? Is there something I can think of outside the box?
Well, if Munsami doesn't want Khalim to face Cody Yusuf, change ends. So Fortuin will obviously bowl the next over, bring someone else on from the golf course end the next over. Although that means Yusuf would have to bowl from the corner drive end, and Fortuin wouldn't have the use of that rough.
I often wondered in situations like this, do you really need to have a run-up? Can you not just almost stand there and just bowl it, because you know he's not going to take a single, especially the first 4 balls of the over. Only way he's going to score if he hits it for 4 or 6.
Yeah, the game goes into this weird holding pattern where batsmen are no longer trying to score runs. I do like that the bowling side still tries to take wickets, though. There was the swing and a miss to end the over, so Khalim will be on strike against Bjorn Fortuin. 321 for 6. I've seen it too many times when there's a number 10 or a number 11 batting with a set batsman, and the set batsman does similar to what Munsami's doing here, tries to farm the strike, and then the bowling side just puts everyone on the boundary against the set batsman, which to me almost encourages a big partnership to grow, because you've stopped trying to get him out. Have an in and out field, sure, but at least maybe still have a catcher, still try and get him up.
Here's a left field idea for you in situations like that. What about trying a low full toss? It's quite a difficult ball to keep down. It's not something I think you would normally think about, but how many batters can just defend it? Because especially now with the modern way, you're always looking to attack. So even if you don't try and attack, it's just a matter of trying to get the ball in the air, because you need someone to try and catch it.
Yeah, surprise delivery, surprise full toss, absolutely. Who knows where the batsman might pop it up to. And there we see the ladies of the Central Gauteng Lions staff. What great work they do here at the DP World Wanderers Stadium. Bjorn Fortuin.
Oh, I don't know if you were here maybe for that. When a certain red-headed fast bowler in my era from the coastal side beamed a certain Daryl Cullinan twice and then got him out with a slower ball.
A little bit of difficulty there for Khalim. A red-headed bowler from the coast.
Nanti Hayward.
Nanti, I was going to say Nanti. Yeah, Sean Pollock wouldn't do that sort of thing. But,
No.
Nanti did spring to mind.
It was Nanti, yeah, under Kepler's instructions apparently, and I think Darryl was in the 90s or so, and obviously a few choice words when he walked off the field. I suppose that's a little bit extreme. But he did have a very good slower ball, Nanti.
He had pace, that's for sure. Real gas, Nanti Hayward. Diane Khalif's doing well. He's really stretching far forward and squashing those cockroaches on the pitch, making sure there's nothing bouncing up into the air.
You probably, as a slow bowler, as a spinner, you need it just a little bit more out of the surface to really make it effective, because it's also quite slow. It's just a little bit full as well, so you're not really giving the ball time to turn. But when you do go a little bit shorter, then it's easy to play off the back foot again. So it's not an easy wicket to bowl on either, because your margins are so small.
Khalim has survived. He's done well. 321 for 6. Titans lead by 31 runs. And no more than 24 overs left in today's play. You can see the match situation, what's happened before. DP World Lions winning the toss, batting first, and doing very well. 413 for 7, led by that excellent 100 by Zubair Hamza. And then the Lions ran through the Titans batting, had them 3 down overnight, 3 cheap wickets, bowled them out for 123. But today it's been all about 100 by Luando Pretorius, with great support from Keegan Peterson and Rivaldo Moonsamy. Can Moonsamy complete the job?
It's most probably the last over for Cody Yusuf for this season, I would suggest. I think he's toiled manfully. It's bowled 3-4 overs in the spell. I think we're getting to the stage now where we know time is limited unless something drastic happens now. Almost, it's not quite there yet, but you need another over of at least 2 wickets.
That's going to run away to the boundary, stretch that lead to 35, and Moonsamy goes to 63. It's been one of his feature shots today, the lovely push through the covers.
Beautiful, beautiful timing. Great placement this time. Previous over, the short ball, which should have gone for 4, was hit straight to this fielder. And that's just a slight bit of room. It's actually not a bad delivery. It's just an older ball on a good surface. And as Eddie Barlow always used to say, batters are allowed to play good shots. Unfortunately, from a bowling point of view.
And that one's driven away through mid-on. Fielding side has a bit more of a chance to cut this one off. Yeah, good work by the substitute fielder, Evan Jones.
The band's also anticipating something to happen soon. I wonder if 4 o'clock is the earliest time we can finish today.
Well, Dominic Hendricks chatting to umpire Palika. They're just getting a thread cut off the ball.
But they're just trying to waste time to get to 4 o'clock. I suppose if I was the Lions, if you really felt like you could win this game, you would give yourself maybe another 15, 20 minutes.
More runs for Moon Sami. No, he's not taking them because it hasn't crossed the boundary.
I just thought it was 4, the way he hit it and the way it looked. This outfield is slightly slower than it normally is. It's normally like an absolute billiards table.
And there is the band that has entertained us so many times this season, created the vibe. And let's not forget that although the Lions will be disappointed that they've drawn this game, they do still retain at least half of the CSA 4-day series trophy. And they have much to celebrate this season. They also won the CSA T20 Challenge. One day cup going to the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. And now the Titans probably getting a share of the 4-day series title.
And the 3 teams that you've mentioned there have probably been the best 3 overall throughout the season.
It's going to be a drinks break. Every switch you flip, every circuit you connect, every idea you spark starts with power. So why not express it your way? At AC/DC Express, we've got solar power to keep you running, tools to get the job done, lighting to set the mood, and automation to take you to the next level. Whatever you need, big or small, we've got the power to supply it. With stores nationwide, expert advice, and the widest range of electrical solutions, AC/DC Express powers your world. AC/DC Express, everything electrical. When we come back after this drinks break, it'll be Nono Pongolo and Gert Maloney.
Yeah, it's so awful. Straight. I'm not battery. Battery is dead. Type. Charge. But I'm not type C animal. Type C. Yeah. Arrête.
Well, if that was drinks, we've had it. Thank you very much. It is the approaching the back end of the final session, of the final match of the season, the 2024-25 season. It is the CSA 4-day final. It is the Multiply Titans taking it right to the wire against the DP World Lions. And Momentum Multiply Titans has really made a fight of this. A big partnership between Luandre Pretorius and Rivaldo Munsami. We saw Pretorius scoring his third 100 of the season, and Munsami just holding his bat up high. These are the wickets that's fallen thus far in these the second innings. It was first off Neil Brandt. Next, a great gap there at first slip from Bjorn Fortuin to get rid of Van Heerden. And then Devil Brevis trapped by Luther Sepamla for the second time. He got his wicket in this innings. You could just see the celebration there by Sepamla. And then way in the morning's play, brilliant work by the gloveman, Esterhuizen, who got rid of Peterson. And then almost a bit of a turnaround there. It is the big wicket of Pretorius. Back to live action. We see Sepamla back into the attack. And then 3 balls later, we saw the departure of Andile Petruayo as well. It's just given the Golden Lions a bit of a sniff. And it's just taken us a bit further into the game than we would have expected. Bongolo, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon again once more. And yeah, you're spot on. We thought maybe possibly after the tea break, maximum an hour we might get before captains decided to shake hands. But such is the nature. A big wicket of Luandre Pretorius. It just kind of brings the game to life once more. And of course, a back-to-back wicket. Andile Petruayo falling immediately after. So it's opened the game up a little bit more. But as you mentioned just over here, it's the runs that are on the board and how much time we've been talking about, possibly around the 5 o'clock mark to 5:30. It's been the end of play. So it's fascinating to see how the season in South Africa is coming to an end.
You got to feel that this next 4 wickets has got to fall within the next, let's say, 20 minutes or so for them to have a bit of a sniff.
Hat-trick.
Oh, what a close of a season that would be. Very interesting. We saw it's Dayan Khalim facing up to Luther Sepamla, and there was an easy run down to fine leg, which they did not take. And Khalim still to get off the mark, and he's more than capable of the bat, and his partner on the other end is on 65. So I wonder what their discussion would have been with Munsami sent back and said, I'm not going to take a run after the second ball.
I think it might be the tactics that Cody Yusuf is applying from the golf course end. A lot of bounces. If there's one thing that we've seen of Dayan Khalim recently, it might be an area of opportunity for the Lions. Might be through that short ball tactic. Not always favoured horizontal shots, especially off the pool. Exactly there.
Kind of makes your point, doesn't it? It takes his eye off the ball completely. And once that happens, you as a bowler feel that you've got to bowl a couple of more ones there. It won't be surprised me if you actually send someone out on the fence, especially for that top edge. But yeah, not great technique, taking his eye off the ball completely, then getting hits on the shoulder.
Yeah, you feel as well for the DP World Lions that the window is closing, because with these shadows getting closer and closer to the playing surface, Luther Sepamla has to employ these tactics pretty soon.
Immediately after the short one, it is short and wide, and Dayan Khalim helps himself to a 4. And the tactic was there, it was just misdirected by Sepamla.
Yeah, short and wide. It's a free hit really to a batter. With all these attacking fields around him, plenty of space. Just outside the off stump, back foot punch, just finds the gap.
And also the outfield is lightning at the moment. All the softness has gone out of it. 5 days of lovely sun. Won't surprise me, there's another short one in store here. It's the end of the over. End of the first over after drinks. 113 being bowled. It's 331 for loss of 6. The lead is now 41. And Nolo, where would you be happy in the Lions camp? What would you be happy to chase in that last half an hour or 40 minutes?
To be honest, you just want a chance. You just want the opportunity to have a go at the score. At the moment, of course, anything that is below 60, 50, you still have a chance, but you feel it's such a long way to go. With still, damn Khalim Junior Dala, we saw how hard it is to get him out. And anything under 80, you still feel that you have a chance. But once it gets bigger than that, with the little time that we're going to have at the end of play, you just sense that it's going to be out of reach. And of course, we mustn't forget that there are tactics that can be played by the fielding side, put everyone out on the fence, slow the game down. And of course, typically in a game, because of points deduction and things like that, you might be wary of that.
Oh, this one just worked around the corner. He does have protection on the fine leg. 100% correct. You're going to be wary of that, and also the fines coming in and all that sort of stuff. There's always something that can backfire. But again, it's the time factor. You got to feel. You mentioned it, a hat trick here. Wouldn't that be awesome? But 2 wickets, I feel, in the next, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes, that will just set it up.
Yeah, you feel the time is closing. Possibly, might say 20 minutes until 4:30. And once you get there, of course, you mentioned also something important, the 10 minutes quick turnaround, which also might play in the favor of the momentum multiplied Titans. Time being taken away from the game.
Yeah, so all those factors need to be worked in. You don't want a scenario where you're going to come in and have only 10 minutes or 15 minutes to get the runs. You at least want to give yourself a half a shot. And I agree with you. All you need is a chance. Can't win the lots if you don't buy a ticket. Oh, Moreki with a bit of a stifled appeal. And this is the second time that Rivaldo Munsami has been hit. This came from the inside part of the bat, so he does quicken up. And was that at a much more vulnerable point than the previous one?
Certainly is. If he's lying on his back and Tsepo Mareki is a player, that brings it back into, inside edge. And, it's not a laughing matter, but we tend to do it when it's not us.
Yeah, but it's one of those where you bump your funny bone. It's more of a nervous giggle than anything else. And look, I'll tell you what, that will change your voice. That will make you part of the Bee Gees very, very quickly. That's never comfortable. The air have been taken out of Rivaldo Munsami on 65.
And Rivaldo Munsami is taking some time away from the game as well.
I bet he feels 65 at the moment. Tsepo Mareki bringing that one in. And this might just work in the favor of the Titans. But all the credit must go to the Titans in the second innings. They've batted brilliantly. They've showed some fortitude. They fought back into the game to get themselves in this position where they were down and out. A 290 deficit after the first innings. 3 wickets down again coming into the last day. The Lions must have felt they got one nail in the coffin already.
I think you must first give credit to both sides because lunchtime in day 2, it's really when the game came to life and we actually started having signs that there might be a game. So we lost a day and a half of play. And straight away you're thinking it's very difficult to win even a 4-day game. And I'd mentioned the stat this season that out of 56 games, 28 matches were drawn. So already it gives you the tough feats that, for a final to win the game, 2 best sides in the country coming together and getting a win. It wasn't going to be easy, but how the Lions batted in that first innings, 413. It was a positive declaration, we thought. And then it kind of brought to us to say it's going to be very difficult for Lions to win the game. You can only see the momentum multiplied Titans batting poorly and opening the door for the Lions. And certainly they did that, 123 for 10. And that's when you thought, okay, all of a sudden we have a game on our hands. But I think the fight back, it shows a championship side that the momentum multiplied Titans have, and the bit of grit that you need. And again, I think for me, it stood out first was the test player, Keegan Peterson. Because in this format at times we tend to forget these 4-day plays. We focus on the extravagant players, the Luandro Pretorius, Rivaldo Munsami, Devil Brevis, because they've been phenomenal in this competition this season. But he certainly led the way. And in the second innings, forging an important partnership once more with Luandro Pretorius. But the standout innings in the second innings, pure class from the young Luandro Pretorius, certainly showing us different gears as well. And for me, it's so important to see a young player who's grown up with a big diet of T20 and 50 over cricket from school, showing the application, showing the desire to rescue his team out of this situation. And something that I hope a lot of youngsters watching at home can take credit, look at, hopefully clip this innings and look over it over and over again, how mature he was, how clear he was with his game plans, because I think we're getting to a point now, because of the school cricket, they're playing a lot of T20 cricket. You tend to see players looking to only play the way they like to play. And what we saw with Luandro Pretorius at times, put his gears down, focused on the situation, and played it really well.
Yeah, played a lot within himself. Normal strokes that have gone over the fence, he pulled out. He left well. That's something I noticed. Normally for a stroke player, that's not the easiest thing to do, is leaving well, and you go with hard hands as well. But he left well. And then him and Rivaldo Munsami together, it just looks like magic, doesn't it? They just love batting together.
Yeah, two stroke makers together. But again, both of them, application. Because Rivaldo Munsami was one of 41 deliveries. It took him how many balls? Look at it now, 172 of 65. So it shows you that it's not just about those quick fiery knocks. Really the desire to want to be in the middle.
Yeah, and he's had a couple of blows as well as Rivaldo Munsami. He's had one on the inner thigh where he just missed the entire pad. He's got one between the big toes as well. That hurt him. We saw him on his back there. He's now just having a look at his hand where that one just bumped up on the splice. Might have just jammed that forefinger into the helmet, into the handle. That's never fun. So we see the Momentum Multiplied Titan dressing room there, giving a bit of a wave, and then a very relaxed looking Lions dressing room as well. Realizing that as coaching staff, they can't really do anything more. It's all about the application on the field now. And the time is 17 minutes past 4. Oh, the window's closing ever so slightly.
Yes, actually, to be fair, I mean, they're utilizing all the time that they get. Again, once more, he said he got blown, got a blow to his head. And all of a sudden, the physio, for the second time in the last 10 minutes, has come back into the field. Again, it's all the mind games that are being played by the Titans. There is a law, though. I think it's probably about 4 minutes you're allowed for physio or doctor to assess, and then you have to be taken off the field.
Yeah, but that previous blow doesn't count. If in my opinion, you can have more than 4 minutes for that previous one. That's just an uncomfortable blow. He didn't have 4 minutes, just for the record. That's just us up here. But you can see that he's looking at his hand. It looks like his right hand that just got jammed into the handle. Almost looks like it's the pinky ring finger. Physio, just that magical spray just fixes everything, doesn't it?
It fixes your head. That's more what it does. Just a bluff, really. It's a placebo effect. Just making it cold, thinking that nothing has happened to that hand. But as soon as you cool down, it does come back. You start to feel it once more, especially having to deal with issues in the hand. I think that's one place as a player that it just always never feels good. And I just felt there as well early on today with Connor Esterhuizen taking such a brilliant stumping. There was another delivery there from Delano Potgieter. And somehow the ball just tends to keep following that particular part of the hand. So it's done well to continue. And it's been so good to see some fight, especially from a wicketkeeper, young wicketkeeper as well.
Yeah, and also I mentioned earlier as well that Delano Potgieter isn't the quickest around, but he bowls a heavy ball. So those hands will feel it. I can't see him giving high fives tonight. He's going to have a bit of swelling on that hand, especially the one that struck him on the left hand. Looks like him struck him right on the tip of the fingers, and those as a keeper is just excruciating. But Rivaldo Munsami has got the bat in his hand again. He won't be facing. It's Dayan Khalim facing up to Luto Supamla, coming in from the caller drive end.
Just a random thought I just picked up. I'm just thinking, is it the first time in South Africa both Division 1 and Division 2 the final might be shared?
Yeah, we'll ask our statisticians listening to maybe give us a heads up there.
Yeah, because Northern Cape Heat versus the Tuskers this season. Not a lot of cricket was played in Pietermaritzburg, and similar fate to the Division 1 final between the Momentum Multiplied Titans and the Deep World Lions. No winners for the 4-day stuff this year.
Well, if you ask them, they'll tell you there's 4 winners then. Everyone wants a bit of the trophy.
I always say to the guys, I was saying as well, I say that the only sad part is you have to share the money as well.
Yeah, well, they probably can make a deal. One keeps the money, one keeps the trophy.
I know which one I'll rather keep. The postseason bonus.
Yeah, especially with the last, a bit of a time off. Most of these players are off to different parts of the world. A couple of players going to play in England, with the county season really kicking off there as well. IPL, as we know, is on the go as well. Then we got the PSL coming on as well. And Samis looks like he's struggling with that right hand because it's actually taking it off the bat as soon as he plays a stroke. So might have hit him harder than we expected.
You think then straight away, especially with the shadows creeping in more and more, definitely a couple of bounces now. Don't want to wait too long. Just make it even more of a thing that he thinks about before the umpires start telling you that you're not allowed to bowl. So you want to use the window that you have, the opportunity. It might be an over or 2 before we start seeing the umpires fidgeting with that light meter.
And it all depends on where the game scenario is. In this scenario, the dreaded light meter for the Lions. They would not like to see that coming out.
Yeah, and I don't see it being too far away as well. It's one of those grounds that people wonder as soon as the sun starts dipping just behind where the tunnel is, the change rooms are, it's about to be end of play. And a little bit of a shadow on the playing surface.
But also one of those grounds where the sun starts to set and all of a sudden sets, it feels like very quickly. It's nice and light still, as we see now on your screens. You'll see the shadows is nice and long. There's 1 or 2 shadows on the pitch, but still a lot of daylight. And then all of a sudden it gets very dark very quickly.
Yeah, because it's one of those few grounds in South Africa. You think about it, there's stands all around the Wanderers, and even where we sitting behind where Luto Supamla is bowling from the caller drive end, we're quite high up. It's quite an enclosed stadium.
Dayan Khalim slashing that one through point once again. And it's another 4 I beg your pardon, that's Rivaldo Munsami saying thank you very much. I'll have a piece of that. Well, if they keep hitting the ball like that, I don't think the light meter will make a big difference. It's now 336 for the loss of 6 after 115 overs. And the window's closing up for the Lions. That lead now is 46 for the Momentum Multiply Titans.
Yeah, really good way to finish the over. Again, another short and wide ball from Luto Sipamla. Feel that they've managed to do all the good work, the Momentum Multiply Titans. Feel like you might be sensing that they got close to have saved the game.
Tsepo Moreki continuing. He's into Dayan Khalim. You can see the plan there is going to go nice, full and straight at Dayan Khalim. He's got a leg gully in. He's also got a slip in, but almost looks like almost a fourth slip. And then he's got that silly leg and that, as Ken Borland called it, the crazy man right underneath the helmet.
Yeah, actually, I remember Neil McKenzie, I think, was batting. Ricky Ponting was batting. He was in that position without a helmet.
I don't know how brave that is.
And I think Ricky Ponting drove one right into his mid-drift area. And I think pretty quickly he realized I shouldn't be fielding here.
Especially the likes of Ponting, who was a very decent driver of the ball.
Decent? I was more worried about that front foot press of his. Even off a short delivery, you always go forward. So it takes a really brave person to be without a lid at silly mid-off.
Oh, what a delivery that is. And he's been given out. It is a lovely delivery by Tsepo Moreki, getting rid of Dayan Khalim. Great take in the end there, and it's another wicket for the Lions.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that vacant slip cord in space, and you just felt that Dayan Khalim was possibly thinking about running the ball down to that third region. There is no third man, but it took off higher than anticipated, and the Lions won't care. They certainly love the opportunity. All of a sudden, again, when we think no more opportunity for the Lions to win the game, they draw themselves closer. But Dayan Khalim has to go. He's gone for 5 of 24 deliveries.
But it's one of those absolute jaffers. We haven't seen any of those deliveries today. There was one that actually beaten Pretorius as well, from Tsepo Moreki from around the wicket. And this one just tucked up Dayan Khalim. And just look at his delivery again. Nolo, absolute beauty.
Yeah, I did keep saying that to someone who prefers the more pitched up deliveries, not quite committing on that front foot because he's hanging back. And a great another opportunity for the Lions. Long and slow walk from Junior Dala. He is a last bit of hope from a batting front from the Titans. Had an important knock in the first innings, taking a lot of time away from the game. Some people might focus on that runs column. I think the time that he took away from the game, around 50 deliveries he did in those first innings, especially for a team that didn't even get close to batting 50 overs. So all these moments matter. And again, it's just about ensuring right now that Lions don't get back-to-back wickets. Slow it down as much as you can. Support Rivaldo Munsami.
Yeah, and also he was one of only 3 batters who actually got double figures. He scored 12, but he batted for a long time, was the night watchman, and then also did a great job in the morning. Peterson, his 50, and the 30 from Luanda Pretorius, all closing out at 123. So 92 runs of the 123 came from 3 batters. And then nothing else. But what a fight back this is. What a fight back by the Lions. Tsepo Moreke to Junior Dala. No doubt there'll be a lot of chatter in Junior Dala's year. But he's been around the block. I think he's heard most of it.
Peanut gallery there, boys. Come on.
Rivaldo Munsami, 69 of 177 deliveries. How well he's batted. Tsepo Moreke in. We just mentioned how quickly dark it gets. All of a sudden, all the shadows are gone. The sun is now firmly behind the buildings.
You've mentioned the chatter. Started immediately with Junior Dala.
What do you think? 46. It is 4:30. Another 10 minutes or so. Would you take the remaining wickets?
I mean, if it doesn't happen in the next 10 minutes, you just feel last bit of hope that's left for the Lions might be gone. I mean, now the field is properly covered. It ends the 116th over. It's 336 for 7.
This is now where it comes in, and we had a discussion earlier this morning that the light has got a certain reading, and it doesn't matter if you can still see the ball. Doesn't matter. If it's that reading, you're off. So the lines will be very, very clear in where that light meter would be.
And also, in the past, there will be a decision where the umpire will offer the batters saying you can have the opportunity to use some spinners. Now, as soon as it gets too dark and the umpires feel it's not good enough for anyone to be bowling, we walk off the field.
Bjorn Fortuin coming to the attack. This might just be because of the light just fading a little.
And then it already kind of says to me the game is done, because that means for the Titans, if they do get bowled out, they say we want to use our seamers.
Which is fair.
We want to use our seamers. If you are not allowing us to use our seamers, then we won't bowl, and then that means the game is done.
Well, so at the moment, all the cards are kind of in the Titans' hands, isn't it? Oh, Esterhuizen has dropped it if there was anything on it. That was a bit of turn there. Man that's been there for 178, still getting beaten. He's got him beaten up a little bit as well today. Oh, outside par, just passing the slip there. Immediately calling for the 2. This might even run away. It's not a very quick 2.
I think a decision has clearly been made that I'll deal with Bjorn Fortuin. You just need to look after Tsepo Moreke from the golf course end.
I think whatever happens, it would be the conversation. Let me face as many deliveries as possible.
What was fascinating about that play for me is that there was an outside edge. Only now the Lions have thought about the second slip.
Oh, this one is absolutely hammered through point. Very quick feet and lovely hands. That's another forfer for Munsami.
Yeah, 52 lead now from the momentum multiplied Titans. Important runs right now. Aging themselves away from the Lions. Every boundary that they get short and wide from Bjorn Fortuin. Feel that now there's 2 important deliveries. I want to keep Rivaldo Munsami on strike.
Now, to your point, make sure that he stays on strike. And now for Rivaldo Munsami, it will be, where's the single? After this delivery, we'll have a commentary change. As Dion and Aslam will take us through to the very end. There's a lot of chatter going on. Oh, outside part of the bat found once again. But it is 342 for a loss of 7 of the 117 overs being bowled. Rivaldo Munsami on 75 and Junior Dala only facing the 3 deliveries. Commentary change. It's going to be Dion and Aslam taking you through to the end of play.
Thank you, gentlemen. 52 lead, and time is against the Lions. 18 overs remain. Whether we'll get that in is all conjecture. I must say that the sunshine's very good. The first time this afternoon, the umpire has brought out his light meter. High cloud with sunshine in that western horizon, which was unlike the previous 2 afternoons. Because of the heavy cloud cover, the overhead light deteriorated rapidly. Moreki in again to Junior Dala down the leg side, and I'm quite certain that the chirping out there in the middle is obviously there to try and get under the chin of the 2 batters, more especially Junior Dala, who's just come in, and it's all about just trying to exert pressure on him.
I think it's also a bit of frustration from the Lions, knowing they're so close to a victory, yet they probably sense that conditions and light is going to count against them.
Yeah, late movement from Junior Dala.
I've been impressed by Moreki in this spell. He's run in and bowled quite quick on a fairly slow surface. So obviously got the breakthrough, Khalim, and this is good. Great energy. Speaks a lot to the character of the Lions players too, that they still have the drive to try and push for victory, however unlikely it is.
Just stay in there. Let the opposition know that you're not going through the motions. It looked that way for a certain time during that wonderful partnership, which was worth 140 runs for that 5th wicket. But as soon as they got the break, they certainly their tails were up. You could see there was a bit of life in the Lions players again. So a number of close infielders now. Salim it off. Short straight cover catching. Just over the shoulder of Salim it off. Short square leg. Salim it on. A very short mid-wicket fielding. Also in a catching position. And then we've got the gully and one slip. One leg slipped. Is there anybody out in the deep? Yes, one fielder at fine leg. Moreki has to keep it very straight. He has to make Junior Dala play at every delivery. Maintain that pressure. One follows the other. If they can pick up 3 quick wickets here, they may still just have time to knock off those runs, to just add to the drama here towards the end of this, what has been a very good contest.
I've mentioned this a couple of times now. This would have been a wonderful 5-day match. Obviously, if things have gone the same way, the same flow, then might have seen 1 or 2 more misbehave off the surface as we have towards the end of this day. But credit to both teams making this a good contest after waiting so long before we eventually got on the field.
An arc of field is on the leg side. That's well bowled. If he looks to just push that, there are fielders in position. If it's slightly airborne, there's a chance to pick up the catch, but he handles it well. Does Junior Dala. 342 for 7. And whilst we're watching everything else, the umpire is watching the light meter, so is the skipper. And we keep an eye on the number of overs that are left. Bright sunshine over the Wanderers.
Every over they'll check the light now, that's for sure. I'm afraid I think we maybe 5 or 10 minutes away from the end of this match.
Yes, the longer those shadows reach over the turf here at the Wanderers, the chances are that eventually the umpires are going to call it. There's a discussion between the captain and also Rivaldo Munsami. I don't know if it's an ordinary discussion or if there's some disagreement of sort. But the analysis, he smiles.
I think it's more tempers boiling over a little bit. Junior Dala, Mitchell van Buren. And obviously, as I said, frustration from the Lions.
Yeah, one can imagine, because you're ruling the game all the way through, and then in 2 sessions, Titans play themselves back into the contest. To aim to earn a creditable draw.
It's been a mammoth effort in the second innings, starting the day 3 down. When Sammy now, he's been excellent.
Oh, thick outside edge there. It's so much about hard hands and soft hands when you're playing against a spinner. Field is all very close in. Had he played that with soft hands, who knows, that could have gone to hand. Very nicely played. There's no fielders in the deep at all this late in the inning, so Munsamin will help himself to 4 and get to 79.
And waste a few precious seconds.
Yes, and take the lead to 56. It's 4 more runs that the opposition need to get. Beautifully placed. Just tightens his wrist on that one. No real flourish. Looking to just hit it past that inner field. Now we do have a fielder out in the deep for the perhaps the top edge for the sweep. He's done none of that, I must say, in his innings. He's played very straight. When the ball's bad outside the off stump, that's the part of his game that he really enjoys. He's helped himself to close to a dozen boundaries now. Good quick delivery there to finish the over. 410 now, completing his 44th over. 346 for 7.
Knew he had to play a major role today. He hasn't been as effective, I think, as he would have liked to have been. He knew he probably had to get a 6 or a 7 for on the surface. He hasn't bowled badly. I'm afraid the ability to take wickets just haven't quite been there today.
I think they've been one-dimensional. I really felt that they needed to swing their bowlers around. He could have tried from the other end. Moreki hasn't bowled from this end. Sipamla, on the other hand, hasn't had a go from the golf course end. Cody Yusuf hasn't had a go with this from the caller drive end, where there's a lot more grass, and I think he would have certainly got the ball to speed through even this late in the match. They did take the new ball with a score on 228 for 4.
And also, you know, on the surface, the new ball had to probably provide the breakthrough or the 2 or 3 wickets early, which also didn't help. Once again, I think it goes back to give some credit where credit is due. The way Pretorius played, Sammy still there fighting all the way through. Both teams have shown great character.
Yeah, I described it as a tight contest. Oh, it's a wonderful delivery, but just so well played by Junior Dala. And I must agree with you, the way Moreki has actually run in this particular spell, he's kept it straight, he's at the batsman. He looks the most threatening of the lot, I reckon, in at least the last session and a half.
Without a doubt. And this is the final session of the final day after a long season.
Of the final match.
The final match, yes. So hopefully it's something he can take forward into next season.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let's see if he can get a bit more lift out of that with the short leg in place. And just talking about final, this, that, and the other, I've got a little CD. It's a tribute to John Arlott, the great English commentator. And his only trip that he made to South Africa, I think it was in 1947, this match was on in Durban. And if you check the scorecard, England versus South Africa, the game went, the test match went into the last over of the last day. And I think England pulled off a win on that occasion. And that's why it was part of the highlights package that they put together. And of course, the story as far as John Arlott is concerned, when he had traveled to South Africa and saw at the time the apartheid system was now into its how can I put it, that it was now really, or the nationalists came into power, and they saw the draconian laws now being put together. And when he saw that, he said he'll never come to South Africa again. And although there were another 5 tours that came through to South Africa, he never toured again. Of course, let's not forget what a huge hand he had in getting Basil de Oliveira to play for, was it Rishton in club cricket in the UK. And within 3 years, within a season, he was already playing for Worcester, having registered 300 in his first season. And no surprise that he actually got a call up to play for England. 42 test matches, 2,500 runs, an average of 42 with 800s. And that too at the age of 37, 38. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery once again. He's really trying so hard to do it for his team here, is Moraki. And all the same, Junior Dala has responded beautifully.
His batting has improved by a lot, Junior Dala. He's actually now someone that you, in a way, can rely on scoring runs and occupying the crease, as he showed us in the first innings.
Yes, indeed. 55 deliveries, 92 minutes for his 12. But together with Peterson, they added 58 vital runs after a rather precarious overnight 17 for 3. But then after his dismissal and Keegan's dismissal, they just literally folded. And young Pretorius was left stranded on 33. That's the end of the 120th over, 347 for 7. Overs left, 15 overs left.
Of which you will lose at least 2 with the changeover.
Correct.
I'm actually surprised that we are still playing. He's going to pick up his marker there.
Well, when Light did eventually, when the umpires in fact ruled with Light on the third afternoon, it was at around this time, at around 20 to 5. But we've been talking about the overhead light being a lot better today than it has over the last number of days. So I expect that we'll probably go up through to at least 5 o'clock. But umpire Palika will continue to observe the light meter.
I see some of the Titans players also walking down the grass bank, coming to the front. Don't know if that's a sign that we're close to the end. Can't see there being a result. As I said, I'm very surprised that we actually still playing. I don't know whose decision that is.
I think with the Lions, given their frustration, which you just mentioned, having really ruled the match all the way through, they probably feel now they want to do something quite special here towards the end that may just give them a sniff. So they're playing it hard right to the end.
There's hard and there's realistic.
Yeah. And I'm sure that there's a bit of realism in their minds as well. But the captain will want to continue. And who knows, maybe in an over or two, it won't be the light meter that will decide the result of this match. And then you look at the scoreboard. You don't want the elements to rule your decision as far as the light is concerned. So you tell yourself there's 57 runs. Given out LBW, he's playing down the wrong line. And that's also the over. That's the end of Rivaldo Munsami. Just what the Lions needed right now. And once again, it's beyond 14, who dips in a cricket delivery that forced the batsman onto his back foot. Good to see that there's a number of handshakes, but a rather stout performance has come to an abrupt end. And this is how it happened.
Can we not see a declaration from the Titans now just to make things interesting? I think it's one that probably would have clipped leg stump. Disappointment also for Munsami. Same dismissal as Pretorius LBW. Different shots, but he fought hard. He would have liked a little redinker.com and not out, especially as the light meter comes out again. I'm not sure what the discussion is there.
Well, I suppose the next batsman in is going to take his time. It is a long stairway from the boundary up to the players' change rooms.
It's not like the T20 rule where you have to cross on the field. You have 2 minutes, and they'll use all of those minutes.
Yeah, somebody's holding Janko Smith's belt. Finally makes an appearance. Is it him?
No, it's Ndwandwe. Getting a bit of a pep talk from Munsami as he walks out to bat.
Well, Ndwandwe will have, he doesn't need a long memory to remember how he was cleaned up in the first innings by 14, but that was the end of the 121st over. And that rather fantastic innings has come to an end. 79 of 194. I haven't registered the boundaries, but that's almost immaterial given the state of the match. So Tsepo Ndwandwe comes out to the middle. We'll keep an eye on those overs. 14 overs remain. The clock says 16:50. Can this game go for at least another 40 minutes?
No.
Listen, there's maybe an element of a lion's hat on this commentator's head. Oh. Come on, Tsepo, you deserve another one. That's the Lions guy speaking. What do you reckon?
No,
Get the edge, mate.
Yeah, no, definitely. But even then, in 10 minutes with the changeover, the light will deteriorate. But you want to get wickets. Every wicket here still counts. They all go into the annals every year, and whether you get number 1 or number 11 out, they all count as one.
Should they be allowing a single here? Whole lot of fielders clustered around the bat, close in. Hits him on the back bed, high up above the roll. Above, in fact, the flap. So a stifled appeal.
I think it's probably Moreki to Dala here. Try and either get him out or keep him on strike. And then the left arm spin, having a go at Ndwandwe if he's allowed to. Just going down as well.
Would he be tempted to take a single of the last ball to make sure Ndwandwe doesn't face 14?
He might with 2 balls left. Don't know what he feels, what he needs to do, what the message is. But you ideally want number 10 against the left arm spinner, because the left arm spinner is definitely going to make him play more.
Yeah, there's certainly tension about, because there are so many aspects to where this match is heading, right towards the end of the day, of the 5th day of the season. Two balls remain.
You'd normally probably see more slips in, but it's not been that sort of surface. Umpire once again bringing out the light meter. I think we not quite there yet. I'm sure he'll also see if it's deteriorating and at what rate it is.
That's right, and every time it goes into his back pocket, that the tension just continues to rise. He has a tired Moreki now. As hard as he's tried, he strayed wide outside the off stump. If anything, you want to be just on that 4th, 5th stump in that corridor of uncertainty. Maybe just get Junior Dollar to push at one, maybe get a fine edge to it. But once it hits the area wide outside the off stump on a length, it's very easy even for a tail-ender to allow that to go through to the keeper. There's a leg gully in your picture. There's a conventional gully. Silly mid-off, short square leg. Well left. Allowed to hit his body to go through to end the over. The 122nd over of the match, of this innings.
Well, for me, if there's going to be a result or any chance of a result, Fortuin has to take both the remaining wickets in this over.
Absolutely right. And I'm sure he's more aware than anyone else. We're talking about, our previous commentators were speaking about the fact that he's been brought on because of the light issue, but I also think it is more about the fact that he has the ability to actually run through the lower order.
Yeah, I don't think it's a light issue. The light is
correct.
Either you can bowl wherever you want. There's no more if you bowl spin now that you stay on. There's a reading and that's it. So if it's 6, whoever wants to bowl can bowl, but if it's 5, I don't know if you go up or down, whichever way, then I'm sorry, we're coming off the field.
Yeah, they're just swinging the field around. I'm not too certain why, but they obviously looking to just plug one or two of those gaps to not allow a single to keep Ndwandwe facing. It would have been good to see maybe a silly mid-on as well, just to have in the batsman's eye line to keep the pressure going. So where are those areas which they've blocked? Maybe for an outside edge towards backward point, and then there's a conventional wide mid-off, and then mid-on pretty close in.
The other thing is, obviously, Fortuin's looking to get a fifer here. He's bowled enough overs to get there. He's got a few more deliveries left here to try and wrap it up.
But Gitter's decided to swap and come round because he wants to get even closer. Oh, beautiful delivery to the shaved edge of the pitch to just continue to put that pressure on the batsman.
In this situation, you've got to have the ability to accidentally play and miss. Just to make the light look a bit worse than it is.
Yeah.
I don't think that was accidental.
That's just a beautiful delivery. Again, just using the angle, the drift, and then the ball hitting, and just that enough turn to have beaten the outside edge. Make him play it straight back. Well played. There's that edge out to the offside, but there is protection.
Yeah, both batters, Ndwandwe and Dala, will take as much time as they possibly can between deliveries without getting into trouble.
That's well played. Just a cool head, that's all it needs. If it's straight, play it down. Make sure that the bat is at a good angle. No hard hands, no bottom hand coming through. A ring of fielders. Once again, he plays quite competently out to the offside. The sun continues to dip. The lead is 57. The overs that remain, 13. There's the flighted delivery, but it's down towards the leg stump. So that's the end of the over. Once again, all our eyes are on umpire Alauddin Palika. Does he go to his back pocket? But what a spell this has also been. A workmanlike spell it has been for 14. 40 odd overs.
Where were you like 3 hours ago? Dom? Dom? I'm assuming it was you, Dom.
So that may have been a short, quick discussion. The umpire deciding that if you want to continue playing, you now need to operate with 2 spinners. So Dom Hendricks, can he turn the tables? Can he suddenly turn into a bowling hero?
It would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's just to keep everyone's temperature rising. Whoever's watching.
Well, sounds like it's Shane Warne bowling out there.
Yeah. Everyone's so eager in that inner ring of fielders.
Right in front, buddies.
See, this is also where common sense should come in for me a little bit. You got 2 slower bowlers. The light isn't that bad.
He's gone for the big hit and is going to clear the inner ring of fielders. Jones, after this, he was the only fielder out in the deep, in the middle, at mid-on. But they've taken 2 more runs, which takes the lead to 57.
Imagine that had gone to mid-on. You've worked so hard. Part-timer comes on and you hold out.
I remember in the first innings we were watching that, and I was actually talking about
Dom, that's
to just get your mid-off and your mid-on sort of in a halfway position. He's now actually dropped a few meters. And you always expect it. And I saw Graham Smith on a number of occasions, especially in Australia with our left arm
Paul Harris?
Paul Harris picked up wickets in that area with the fielders placed some 3/4 of the way down, and that's because you expect the shot to be played. Now this is a loose delivery and it's beautifully dispatched all the way for 6 by Junior Dala. This adds to the frustration of the Lions because it does take the lead to 65, and that 6 brings up the 350 on the board. 355 for 8.
He is a strong young man, is Junior Dala. And this is an absolute gift, and he's not going to miss out. And that's exactly what he did, because he knows every run here still counts.
100%. Yep, the umpires had a look, and the light meter goes into his back pocket once again. 410 will continue. So now, look at that field on the offside. Wicketkeeper, first slip, second slip, and then a silly gully, a silly point, and then a leg gully and a leg slip. But he turns the ball away from the right-hander, so that's an interesting choice of 2 fielders on the leg side. Should there be one perhaps in the island in front of square on the onside? Dion's left. Ken has joined me.
a race against time, a race against light. What a thrilling finale to this 4-day series.
It has been. And then you always least expect the tail-enders to actually blunt the attack and deny the wickets coming at a stage where you feel it should be easier from a bowling point of view, and that's not happening.
Well, we know Junior Dala's capabilities.
There's a firm drive, and he'll get 4, and he'll get off the mark with that, will Ndwandwe. Good positive push. That was a good firm one. He was clean bowled by Cody Yusuf in the first innings for Duck. A first ball Duck. Here he's showing that he's pretty adept to facing up to spin. He's handled it quite well.
Promoted up the order from 11 to 10.
Indeed. And then the one leg gully has now gone all the way to backward square leg.
Every run, every boundary score just makes the Lions' task that little bit more unlikely. 69 now the lead.
Correct. He's gone for the big hit. He's clean bowled him. He's uprooted the middle stump. This takes me back to the time when Shannon Gabriel had to play out the last over of a test match, and he played a similar looking stroke, and Fazil Muhammad kept asking the question, why, and why? And I'm asking the same question again. Tsepo Ndwandwe, what have you just done? 5 wickets for Bjorn Fortuin. Overs remain 11. After this one, 10. Here's the replay.
Does he think the game's drawn? Does he think play ends at 5:10? I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking. That was a very strange stroke in the circumstances. Just pat it back to the bowler, Tsepo. Oh my goodness. And every time that the wind seems to have slipped from the Lions' grasp, they're given new hope, a little bit of a chance, a glimmer of hope. 69 the lead as the last man, Janku Smit, comes to the wicket, demoted from 10 to 11 on the back, I fancy, of a really rash stroke he played while in partnership with Luandre Pretorius in the first innings. Let's hope for the Titans' sake that he doesn't repeat such impetuosity now.
Was it what was KG was with us yesterday, and I think it was him who mentioned that he's watched Janku Smit for a number of years, having played in that region, and he actually rated him as a batsman.
Yeah, he was looking good, and I think Luandre Pretorius kind of thought, okay, you've got yourself settled in, I can put a bit more trust in you. And then as soon as he did that, Janku Smit played a rather wild shot straight back to the bowler.
What a moment that was. Bjorn Fortuin picking up his 5th wicket. Beautiful floated delivery, tempted the pull shot or pull drive, completely missed it, middle stump uprooted, and now looking for the LBW. And that's ended the over. You hear the umpire calling about, mentioning that they need to move, and they'll try and make those changes very quickly. Where the pressure now remains for the Lions team is that there are 10 overs left, and they'll need to score all of 69 runs.
Minus 3 overs?
Minus the 3 overs, exactly. Is
for
it
the
3 or 2?
changeover?
3 overs.
I think 3. Yeah.
So adding to the drama, it has been an absolutely fantastic contest. One just shudders to think what we would have had on our hands had we had at least 4 full days. So the captain, Dominic Hendricks, now, wouldn't he like to be the hero? But he's up against Junior Dala. Well, his was the prize wicket yesterday when he hung on for 90 minutes as a night watchman on the following morning. And this will be a prize wicket as well. He plays the drive. Beautifully fielded. Nicely timed stroke that was. The shadows are lengthening. The drive has been played and it runs away for 4. And the band is in action as well at the Wanderers. That takes the lead to 73, the total to 363 for 9. And we were just discussing the fact that there have to be a few areas in which the obvious areas for run scoring need to be plugged. But I must say the second drive that Dala played found the gap and it went all the way through for 4. This time he's on the back foot, again pushing, and he'll get another boundary. This is wonderfully timed. And that just adds to the woes of the Lions team, because that takes the lead now to 77.
I hate to be a party pooper, but the fact that Dominic Hendricks is bowling to 2 right-handers at the crease suggests to me that the umpires have said you have to bowl spin. And I'm afraid when the Lions start their run chase,
spinners will have to be in operation
unless
as well.
the light miraculously improves, and of course the Titans quite within their right to say no, we want to bowl pace, and that will be the end of the match.
The light meter's out. And he says you can continue. So 14, given the fact that he's had such a good match, that he's toiled away for his 5 wickets in this particular innings on what I must describe as an unhelpful pitch. So it has demanded so much more of his guile. And he's certainly produced a few absolute beauties. Can he do this one more time? Pick up a 6th wicket and give his team some chance of knocking off these runs. I must say the umpires have been very sporting right now. A ring of fielders again for 14. He's into the scum of the boot. They're appealing for the catch. Immediately umpire wants to go towards the square leg umpire, who's at point at this stage. And they will be in discussion. That's Dennis Smith, unsure because it all happened so quickly.
I think I saw a bounce in there. Maybe wrong.
Yeah, the one thing you don't want to do as an umpire is react to the fielders around the bat and let that influence the decision. But here's a closer look. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. He's actually played that down into the pitch quite nicely. Can you imagine how Janko Smith must have looked up at the umpire very quickly, because you can't tell him, listen, I'm not out, because these guys are appealing for no reason here. Heart in his mouth.
Nerves jangling.
Yeah.
The demotion for the shot he played in the first inning still a thorn in his flesh.
14 again. This time looks to push him onto the back foot, but he gets back to ball. 3 balls remain.
With that famous Bjorn Fortuin arm ball, it might be a bit dangerous playing him off the back foot.
That's right. Can he produce that one now? He's wide of the crease. He often does when that happens, and he's missed the outside edge of both the stumps and the bat.
Stunning delivery. Probably too good for Janko Smith.
Yeah, you always say he deserved a little more. Well, just as we were saying, wide of the crease is when he produces the delivery, and there it is, right out of the bag. Oh, my dear, that has just gone over the top of the off stump. How close was that? Closer than the previous one.
I think that was the arm ball, and Janko Smith left it. He didn't read it. And it comes straight on with the arm and straight over the stumps. Very, very lucky Janko Smith to survive.
One more ball in this over. 14's already ready. He's in there. And on the front foot, Smith defends. He defends for his life, and that of his team as well, because it matters so much. It's about sharing the trophy or not. Partnership with 8 runs, but more importantly, the occupation of the crease is so vital as the light continues to fade, albeit not as fast as it did over the last few days. Overs remain 8, including the 3 changeover overs. So 77 the lead. A few boundaries have certainly helped in the last number of overs, and it means it's going to be a tall order for the batting team as well. So Van Buren is the next choice, and it looks to me like he bowls leg spin.
He does. Very much of the part-time variety.
Okay.
But you never know. It's the sort of thing that gets tail-enders out, isn't it? Either they hit one straight to cover, or they get bamboozled when he does land one and turn it.
Well, I can tell that he's part-time because suddenly those fielders that were close in on to the bat have now all spread out. And I think wisely so, because you don't want to be scoring too many runs in the end. Dala on the back foot plays it quite neatly out to the offside.
Good first ball. He landed it well, and he bowls at quite a brisk pace as well.
Short ball played away. It'll run away for 4. Make that lead 81. I think Junior Dala is aware of the fact that every run scored here now is going to make things that much more tougher for the home team. So when there is a loose ball on hand, he is going to milk it. This is another loose delivery. He plays it well, but there's protection in the deep. No run taken. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. As you say, quick hands, quick through the air, and almost went through those defenses.
Was that a googly? Does the part-time leaguey have a googly? That's really well bowled.
Oh, he's bowled him! We were looking for a hero. It wasn't Dominic. And the change that Dominic has made, bringing Van Buren on, this quick delivery has dislodged the stumps of Junior Dala. His brave effort comes to an end. The innings is also at an end at 371. 81 is the lead. And now, as Ken had made the point a few minutes earlier, it's going to be about, if they allow play to continue, the Titans are going to need to bowl their spinners, and it may just mean that it's another opportunity for the Lions to get in the act here. 371 all out.
Well, as things stand, the Lions would need 82 to win in 5 overs, with the overs lost due to the change of innings. See, you don't see Dom Hendricks in that picture because he's busy talking to the umpires. No doubt about what exactly the situation is. Important little innings from Junior Dala of 20. Just held up the Titans the Lions for long enough, and also added valuable runs to the lead.
Yes, I think that was pretty crucial in the last 3 overs. If I count it well, from 69, so there were 3 boundaries, and there was a 6 in there as well. So I can just tell our viewers that as the umpires also make their way off, that the stumps are still upright, which means that play has not been called off. And now I'll be very curious to see Ken, the batting lineup, with Pretorius as the hard-hitting lower order batsman come in early.
I hate to tell you, Aslam, but groundsman Brendan Frost
has
just removed the stumps at our end. Mitchell van Buren taking just his 2nd wicket for the Lions, and a memorable one, but unfortunately I don't think it's going to be as memorable as he might have hoped. It probably is not going to set up victory. So there you see the Titans with a really stout superb effort in their second innings, 371, batting for just about 128 overs, led by Luandre Pretorius, the young star. What a talent he is. He batted for more than 5 hours, taking them to safety with great support from, you see there, Rivaldo Munsami, who batted for nearly 4 hours for his 79, and Keegan Peterson, also 4 hours at the crease for 75. And with the Titans getting 81 runs ahead, and with just a handful of overs remaining in the game, I think we might have had the match called.
Indeed, whilst we're waiting for the official announcement on the huge scoreboard, and I think that may just be coming up soon, what I am seeing happening on the edge of the boundary towards the players' dugout is that the, what do you call them, the advertising hoardings coming out for the final presentation. Yeah, so there we go. Congratulations, DP World Lions and Momentum Multiply Titans, joint champions of the 2024-2025 CSA 4-day series Division 1 competition. So congratulations to both teams for a wonderful contest right into the last part of the 5th day, and it's certainly been a memorable one. We saw, as you've just heard from Ken, a number of fantastic, memorable innings. As you see there, Zubair Hamza and also Van Buren. And then there was a fabulous knock of 62 from Bjorn Fortuin. And then Keegan Peterson's twin 50s. It's not up in that on the list on the second innings, but he got a wonderful 75. And he played a beautiful knock there as well. 79, in fact, of 194 deliveries. And also delayed the inevitable. And when you think about it, Ken, all of that time spent through the day in the company of Luandre, it certainly helped towards the end, because what has happened is it's denied the home team the victory, or to push towards a victory.
Massively, Aslam, only losing 1 wicket in the morning session, and then carrying on to tea with, again, not many wickets lost. And we all thought, the pitch is flattened out, there's not much in it. But it just shows you how well Pretorius and Peterson and Munsami batted. Because once they were gone, the wickets clattered quite regularly, and suddenly the bowlers were back on top, and especially Bjorn Fortuin. So huge credit to the Titans. I know the Lions will be disappointed that they're not outright champions, having topped the log and really been dominant in this final. Until today, you have to give the Titans credit, because one of the wonderful things I believe about cricket is that a draw is a result, that you can have a really honourable draw where you fought back with your backs totally against the wall, against the odds, and the Titans have certainly done that.
Honourable draw, a fighting draw, making the last day your own. And that was so vital, because as we've seen, it was certainly the Lions who were right in front, kept the pressure going, but it needed something special. And Munsami, Pretorius, and also Peterson certainly put their hands up today. And in the end, you have to congratulate them for having put that fight together to make sure that at least they're going to share this trophy. Because so far, this particular season, Lions have already had their hands on the T20 trophy. The Dolphins, of course, beating Boland in that very interesting one-day international final. And then here, the 4-day trophy has been shared. So I'm not too sure if we're waiting for the aftermatch presentation. We'll get confirmation in a moment. But where would you have seen perhaps the difference that came in as far as the first and the second innings is concerned with the bowling team? Were they perhaps lacking something in it to put the finishing touches?
I think this morning the Lions pacemen weren't at their absolute best. Certainly not as good as they were the previous morning and the evening before that. And so it just allowed the Titans to get a bit of a foundation going, Pretorius and Peterson. And Bjorn Fortuin couldn't get that much out of the rough outside Pretorius's off stump. I do think the Lions pacers didn't target Pretorius enough from around the wicket. And, by the time they managed to get rid of him, the horse had just about bolted. So Lions will feel that they could have done a bit better today with the ball, but take no credit away from the Titans.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. In the end, it was a good contest. They did their best. They expected maybe that they'd get into the Titans in that second innings a lot quicker than they did, but it needed a great effort and obviously helped along by what I must describe as a fantastic pitch, holding up all the way through to the fifth day, right through into the last session and literally into the last half hour. We didn't see anything untoward in the pitch. Now, I know we would like something like that on the fifth day to maybe achieve a result. But having said all of that, I think all round we saw a very good final. Unfortunately, in this case, there wasn't an outright winner, but a good game of cricket nonetheless.
Yeah, an excellent pitch and a very good final. Very absorbing. We will be broadcasting the post-match presentation for you. And just before that, Aslam Kota has some thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. And with this opportunity, on behalf of Pitch Vision, first of all, and then, of course, thanking them too, but starting with Cricket South Africa, a big thank you to them for allowing the Pitch Vision to cover most of the cricket that has happened around the country the whole season. And then Pitch Vision themselves, including the excellent crew, and of course our director, Liabona Potelwa, who did a fantastic job. Very, very easy to work with. And then the Central Gauteng Lions Cricket and the Titans Cricket for their support, and all of their sponsors as well. All the commentators around the country who have over the season contributed to this channel. And we'll give a mention, of course, to Momentum Multiply Titans, the Emperor's Palace, ACDC, Lions Cricket, and DP World, Mahindra, for all of them having played a part in making sure that at least the final, we were able to bring you the final. So we'll stand by in the meantime for the after-match presentation, but just to confirm that the match finally drawn right towards the end of the fifth day, when the Titans put up a really wonderful fight to make sure that they at least pushed for a draw and have achieved an honorable one without a doubt. Stay tuned. We will be joining, who's down there, do we know? Is it Nana Pongola?
Pendula Magubani, I believe.
Aha, thank you very much. So we'll wait for Pendula to conduct the ceremonies, and thereafter, once it's done, we will say a final goodbye to our viewers on YouTube.
Who is our player of the match?
Testing microphone for Pitch Vision. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our season, and what a game to close everything off here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. 3 tournaments done and dusted, and for the last one we have a shared trophy between geographical rivals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation of the CSA 4-day series, and we'd like to thank all of you for coming out and enjoying this game. May you give yourself a round of applause for being awesome fans and making this experience worthwhile. For this post-match presentation, we'd like to call upon some of our dignitaries. Firstly, the CEO of Lions Cricket, Mr. John O'Leafright, to join us on stage. The President of Lions Cricket, Mr. Mashilo Matsitela, to join us. And finally, the Director of the National Team and High Performance, Mr. Enoch Nkwe. To start off, we look at the game that we have just finished. We lost 4 sessions of cricket, but it came down to a nail-biting session of cricket. However, we have to give plaudits to the man of the match. Not losing his wickets in the first innings, batting with the tail, and then coming in when things were a little bit wonky and stabilizing the innings in the middle of the order and amassing his 3rd first-class career century. To the man of the match of the CSA 4-day series, Luandre Pretorius. We will ask Mr. John O'Leafright and Mr. Mashilo Matsitela to offer him his check. Mr. Mashilo, Mr. Leafright, thank you so much for joining us. Luandre, come join us, buddy. Why are you running away? You've played so awesomely, but let's just reflect. Your first professional season, you were top scorer for the SA20, your debut for the first-class career is 100, and then you back it up with 2 more hundreds on top of that, and more hundreds in the one-day cup. What's happening, Luandre? Are you really 18 years old? How's your season?
Yeah, it was obviously great. Having great coaches alongside me, great teammates, it helps a lot knowing you backed. Being able to play a normal game in any circumstances, and that really helps.
So today, the situation was pretty rough coming in, but you and Rivaldo really took the game on. What pushed you guys to actually work so hard? Because that was the partnership that broke this game apart.
Yeah, we bat together a lot of times. We open in the white ball formats together, and now we bat it together again. So it's always nice to bat with him, and it was great to put up another partnership with him.
What are we expecting from Luandre Pretorius next season?
I don't know, just train hard and hopefully score more runs.
Luandre, awesome work. All the best for the rest of your season. Luandre Pretorius, man of the match of the CSA 4-day series final. Well, our initial script had runner-up captain and it had winning captain. However, the trophy is shared. So we're going to ask our visiting captain, Neil Brunt of the Momentum Multiply Titans, to come join us for a quick chat. Well done, Neil. Awesome. Neil, a tough one. Starting off, losing 4 sessions of cricket, and then the Lions piling on the runs, and the first innings not going the way that you had planned, but somehow you were able to recover everything. Take us back as the captain through your reflections of this final game.
Yeah, I think the Lions' intensity the first 2 days was really high, and they batted well, and then their bowlers have been good the entire season, and credit to them. And I think we just showed a really good fight the last 2 days. I think we said last night in our changing room this would feel like a win if we can get it done today, and luckily we got a good draw.
And building up to this current match was a lot of pressure. Even last week, it had to be the Warriors who dethroned the Dolphins. Walking up now and finally reaching the final, talk to us about your season, because it's been a while since Titans have had silverware for such a big union. How does this feel for you guys now, even though it's shared?
Yeah, I guess it's nice to get half our hands on the trophy again. But yeah, we obviously lost 2 finals and one final and 1 semi, which isn't ideal for us. But lots of learnings have taken place. We've got quite a young group of players, so really exciting futures ahead for them.
Fantastic. And then speaking of that, what are we expecting from the Titans for seasons to come with the perfect mixture of youngsters and people in their peak and people who have super experience?
Yeah, hopefully the blend of that can hopefully get us a couple more trophies. Yeah, credit must go to Richard Desneves, who's done really well in his interim stint as head coach. So it's nice to be able to give him half a trophy as well. So yeah, really excited for next season and yeah, onwards and upwards.
Neil, all the best. We'll be calling you soon for you to lift that trophy. Thank you so much. Neil Brunt, captain of the Momentum Multiply Titans. We will now call Dominic Hendricks, the captain of the DP World Lions. Well played, Dom. Dom, let's first take it back a bit. 3 games in a row, all of them being affected by rain. You last completed a game in the One Day Cup back in January, and now you have to play a huge game and post 400 runs as well. What was the game plan coming into this, having lost so much time in the field?
Look, at the end of the day, we just had to play some good cricket. So just take it a session at a time, most importantly, and essentially not look too far ahead. Really proud of the boys of how they performed in the last week, or 2 weeks actually. It's been, quite daunting with all the weather, but just really happy about how the boys went about things.
And when we look back at the season, starting off strong with the T20 competition, going a little bit wayward with the One Day Cup, but here you are, sharing this even though last year you won it. How do you look back into the season with winning half of the trophies that were available?
Yeah, look, really, really proud of all the boys. I mean, it was a monumental effort to get to this point, to the final. And the boys, they played really well in this game. So really, really proud of the boys. And to take 2 trophies, even though this one shared, we're always going to be happy with that.
And then just final thoughts on this game, because it came down to being an actual nail-biter, even though for a while it felt as if, as the Lions, you were on top. How do you look back on how the game was played?
Look, it was a really tough game of cricket. I mean, to bowl the team out firstly and then to make them follow on is not an easy feat. So it was always going to be harder in the second innings. Credit to the Titans, they played really, really well. They knuckled down and a couple of good performances with the bat there. But at the end of the day, this is how hard 4-day and 5-day cricket can be. So really, really happy that there was a good competitive game that was played in the final.
Just want to ask, with your geographical rivals, I know there's camaraderie amongst the players because that's sportsmanship, but from a grander scheme, Titans and Lions have this rivalry that has been going on. How is it like sharing a trophy with them?
Well, I'd say bittersweet. Bittersweet. We'd always want to lift it. We don't want to really share anything, but that's the cards we were dealt in this game, unfortunately. So we're happy to take a trophy at the end of the day.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Tom. May I please ask Neil Brunt to join us so that we may have the shared winners trophy between the Titans and the Lions. We will ask Mr. Enoch Nkwe to join us and present the trophy.
I don't know how you're going to do this, but yeah.
We'll take that. And now we will ask both teams to please join us in the paddock so that we may celebrate the trophy. So may both teams of the Lions and the Titans join us so that we may have our winner's picture. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for our 2 finalists on what has been an awesome championship.
Neil, Tom, can you guys, both of you, lift the trophy and we'll blow confetti? Neil.
Ladies and gentlemen, the shared champions of the CSA 4-day series, the Titans and the Lions.
very delayed. Good? No, I understand. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings the end to the CSA domestic season for 2024-2025.
And be out!
Yeah.